Principles of Sociological Inquiry. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License. Original source, Sailor Academy Open Textbooks. http://www.sailor.org/site/textbooks. Contents. Preface 1. Relevance, balance, and accessibility 2. Chapter 1 Introduction 3. 1.1 Research Methods for Everyday Life 3. 1.1.1 How do we know what we know 3. Learning Objectives 3. 1.1.1.1 Different Sources of Knowledge 4. 1.1.1.2 Ontology and Epistemology 6. Key Takeaways 7. Exercises 7. 1.1.2 Science, Social Science, and Sociology 8. Learning Objectives 8. 1.1.2.1 The Science of Sociology 8. 1.1.2.2 Specific Considerations for the Social Sciences 9. Key Takeaways 11. Exercises 12. 1.1.3 Why should we care 12. Learning Objectives 12. 1.1.3.1 Consuming research and living with its results 12. 1.1.3.2 Research as employment opportunity 14. Key Takeaways 14. Exercises 15. 1.1.4 Design and Goals of this text 15. Learning Objectives 15. Key Takeaways 16. Exercise 16. Chapter 2 Linking Methods with Theory 17. 2.1 What's theory got to do with it 17. 2.1.1 Micro, Meso, and Macro Approaches 17. Learning Objectives 17. 2.1.1.1 Sociology at 3 different levels 18. Key Takeaways 20. Exercises 20. 2.1.2 Paradigms, Theories, and how they shape a researcher's approach 20. Learning Objectives 20. 2.1.2.1 Paradigms in Social Science 21. 2.1.2.2 Sociological Theories 23. Key Takeaways 25. Exercises 26. 2.1.3 Inductive or Deductive. 2 Different Approaches 26. Learning Objectives 26. 2.1.3.1 Inductive Approaches and Some Examples 26. 2.1.3.2 Deductive Approaches and Some Examples 27. 2.1.3.3 Complementary Approaches 28. Key Takeaways 30. Exercises 31. 2.1.4 Revisiting an Earlier Question 31. Learning Objectives 31. Key Takeaways 32. Exercise 32. Chapter 3 Research Ethics 33. 3.1 Ethics in Sociological Research 33. 3.1.1 Research on Humans 33. Learning Objectives 33. 3.1.1.1 Human research versus non-human research, 34. 3.1.1.2 A historical look at research on humans, 34. 3.1.1.3 Institutional review boards, 37. Key takeaways, 38. Exercises, 38. 3.1.2 Specific ethical issues to consider, 38. Learning objectives, 38. 3.1.2.1 Informed consent, 39. 3.1.2.2 Protection of identities, 41. 3.1.2.3 Disciplinary considerations, 42. Key takeaways, 43. Exercises, 43. 3.1.3 Ethics at micro, meso, and macro levels, 43. Learning objective, 43. Key takeaways, 46. Exercises, 46. 3.1.4 The practice of science versus the uses of science, 46. Learning objectives, 46. 3.1.4.1 Doing science the ethical way, 47. 3.1.4.2 Using science the ethical way, 48. Key takeaways, 49. Exercises, 49. Chapter 4 Beginning a research project, 50. 4.1 Choosing a topic, 50. 4.1.1 Starting where you already are, 50. Learning objectives, 50. 4.1.1.1 How do you feel about where you already are, 52. 4.1.1.2 What do you know about where you already are, 53. Key takeaways, 53. Exercises, 53. 4.1.2 Is it empirical? 54. Learning objectives, 54. Key takeaways, 56. Exercises, 56. 4.1.3 Is it sociological, 57. Learning objectives, 57. 4.1.3.1 What is sociology, 57. 4.1.3.2 What is not sociology? 58. Key takeaways, 61. Exercises, 61. 4.1.4 Is it a question? 62. Learning objectives, 62. 4.1.4.1 Sociologists as paparazzi? 63. 4.1.4.2 Some specific examples, 64. Key takeaways, 67. Exercises, 67. 4.1.5 Steps, 68. Learning objectives, 68. 4.1.5.1 Feasibility, 68. 4.1.5.2 Field trip. Visit your library, 69. Key takeaways, 70. Exercises, 71. Chapter 5 Research Design, 72. 5.1 How to design a research project, 72. 5.1.1 Goals of the research project, 72. Learning objectives, 72. 5.1.1.1 Exploration, description, explanation, 73. 5.1.1.2 Ideographic or nomothetic. 74. 5.1.1.3 Applied or basic. 75. Key takeaways. 76. Exercises. 76. 5.1.2 Qualitative or quantitative. Some specific considerations. 77. Learning objectives. 77. 5.1.2.1 Causality. 77. 5.1.2.2 Units of analysis and units of observation. 80. 5.1.2.3 Hypotheses. 86. Key takeaways. 87. Exercises. 88. 5.1.3 Triangulation. 88. Learning objectives. 88. Key takeaways. 89. Exercises. 89. 5.1.4 Components of a research project. 90. Learning objectives. 90. 5.1.4.1 Searching for literature. 90. 5.1.4.2 Reviewing the literature. 91. 5.1.4.3 Additional important components. 93. Key takeaways. 94. Exercises. 94. Chapter 6 Defining and Measuring Concepts. 96. 6.1 Measurement, Conceptualization and Operationalization. 96. 6.1.1 Measurement. 96. Learning objectives. 96. 6.1.1.1 What do social scientists measure? 97. 6.1.1.2 How do social scientists measure? 98. Key takeaways. 99. Exercise. 99. 6.1.2 Conceptualization. 100. Learning objectives. 100. 6.1.2.1 Concepts and conceptualization. 100. 6.1.2.2 A word of caution about conceptualization. 102. Key takeaways. 103. Exercises. 103. 6.1.3 Operationalization. 103. Learning objectives. 103. 6.1.3.1 Indicators. 104. 6.1.3.2 Putting it all together. 105. Key takeaways. 106. Exercise. 106. 6.1.4 Measurement Quality. 106. Learning objectives. 106. 6.1.4.1 Reliability. 107. 6.1.4.2 Validity. 108. Key takeaways. 109. Exercises. 109. 6.1.5 Complexities in measurement. 109. Learning objectives. 109. 6.1.5.1 Levels of measurement. 110. 6.1.5.2 Indexes, scales, and typologies. 111. Key takeaways. 112. Exercises 112. Chapter 7 Sampling 114. 7.1 Who or what? 114. 7.1.1 Populations versus samples. 114. Learning objective. 114. Key takeaways. 115. Exercises. 115. 7.1.2 Sampling in qualitative research. 116. Learning objectives. 116. 7.1.2.1 Non-probability sampling. 116. 7.1.2.2 Types of non-probability samples. 117. Key takeaways. 120. Exercises. 120. 7.1.3 Sampling in quantitative research. 121. Learning objectives. 121. 7.1.3.1 Probability sampling. 121. 7.1.3.2 Types of probability samples. 122. Key takeaways. 128. Exercises. 128. 7.1.4 A word of caution, questions to ask about samples. 129. Learning objectives. 129. 7.1.4.1 Who sampled, how sampled, and for what purpose? 129. Key takeaways. 131. Exercises. 131. Chapter 8 Survey Research, a Quantitative Technique, 132. 8.1 Why Survey Research? 132. 8.1.1 Survey Research, what is it and when should it be used? 132. Learning objectives. 132. Key takeaway. 133. Exercise. 133. 8.1.2 Pros and cons of survey research. 133. Learning objectives. 133. 8.1.2.1 Strengths of survey method. 134. 8.1.2.2 Weaknesses of survey method. 135. Key takeaways. 135. Exercises. 136. 8.1.3 Types of surveys. 136. Learning objectives. 136. 8.1.3.1 Time. 136. 8.1.3.2 Administration. 140. Key takeaways. 142. Exercises. 143. 8.1.4 Designing effective questions and questionnaires. 143. Learning objectives. 143. 8.1.4.1 Asking effective questions. 143. 8.1.4.2 Response options. 147. 8.1.4.3 Designing questionnaires. 149. Key takeaways. 151. Exercises. 151. 8.1.5 Analysis of survey data. 151. Learning objectives. 151. 8.1.5.1 From completed questionnaires to analyzable data. 152. 8.1.5.2 Identifying patterns. 155. Key takeaways. 158. Exercises. 158. Chapter 9 Interviews, Qualitative and Quantitative Approaches, 160. 9.1 Why Interview Research. 160. 9.1.1 Interview Research, What is it and when should it be used? 160. Learning Objectives. 160. Key Takeaways. 162. Exercise. 162. 9.1.2 Qualitative Interview Techniques and Considerations. 162. Learning Objectives. 162. 9.1.2.1 Conducting Qualitative Interviews. 163. 9.1.2.2 Analysis of Qualitative Interview Data. 166. 9.1.2.3 Strengths and Weaknesses of Qualitative Interviews. 170. Key Takeaways. 171. Exercises. 171. 9.1.3 Quantitative Interview Techniques and Considerations. 171. Learning Objectives. 171. 9.1.3.1 Conducting Quantitative Interviews. 172. 9.1.3.2 Analysis of Quantitative Interview Data. 173. 9.1.3.3 Strengths and Weaknesses of Quantitative Interviews. 174. Key Takeaways. 174. Exercises. 175. 9.1.4 Issues to consider for all interview types. 175. Learning Objectives. 175. 9.1.4.1 Power. 176. 9.1.4.2 Location, Location, Location. 177. 9.1.4.3 Researcher-Respondent Relationship. 178. Key Takeaways. 179. Exercises. 179. Chapter 10 Field Research, A Qualitative Technique, 180. 10.1 Why Field Research. 180. 10.1.1 Field Research, What is it and when to use it? 180. Learning Objectives. 180. Key Takeaways. 184. Exercises. 184. 10.1.2 Pros and Cons of Field Research. 185. Learning Objectives. 185. 10.1.2.1 Strengths of Field Research 185 10.1.2.2 Weaknesses of Field Research 186 Key Takeaways 187 Exercises 187 10.1.3 Getting Inch 188 Learning Objectives 188 10.1.3.1 Choosing a Site 188 10.1.3.2 Choosing a Role 190 Key Takeaways 192 Exercises 193 10.1.4 Field Notes 193 Learning Objectives 193 10.1.4.1 Writing in the Field 194 10.1.4.2 Writing out of the field 195 Key Takeaways 197 Exercise 198 10.1.5 Analysis of Field Research Data 198 Learning Objectives 198 10.1.5.1 From Description to Analysis 199 Key Takeaways 200 Exercise 200 Chapter 11 Unobtrusive Research, Qualitative and Quantitative Approaches 201 11.1 Why Unobtrusive Research? 201 11.1.1 Unobtrusive Research, What is it and when to use it? 201 Learning Objectives 201 Key Takeaways 202 Exercises 203 11.1.2 Pros and Cons of Unobtrusive Research 203 Learning Objectives 203 11.1.2.1 Strengths of Unobtrusive Research 203 11.1.2.2 Weaknesses of Unobtrusive Research 204 Key Takeaways 205 Exercises 205 11.1.3 Unobtrusive Data Collected by You 205 Learning Objectives 205 11.1.3.1 Content Analysis 206 11.1.3.2 Indirect Measures 209 11.1.3.3 Analysis of Unobtrusive Data Collected by You 210 Key Takeaways 212 Exercises 213 11.1.4 Analyzing Others' Data 213 Learning Objectives 213 Key Takeaways 217 Exercises 217 11.1.5 Reliability in Unobtrusive Research 217 Learning Objectives 217 Key Takeaways 218 Exercise 219 Chapter 12 Other Methods of Data Collection and Analysis, 220. 12.1 Why Additional Methods? 220. 12.1.1 Focus Groups. 220. Learning Objectives. 220. Key Takeaways. 224. Exercises. 225. 12.1.2 Experiments. 225. Learning Objectives. 225. Key Takeaways. 230. Exercises. 230. 12.1.3 Ethnomethodology and Conversation Analysis. 230. Learning Objectives. 230. Key Takeaways. 232. Exercise. 232. Chapter 13 Sharing Your Work, 233. 13.1 Research as Public Activity. 233. 13.1.1 Deciding what to share and with whom to share it. 233. Learning Objectives. 233. 13.1.1.1 Sharing It All, the good, the bad, and the ugly. 233. 13.1.1.2 Knowing Your Audience. 234. Key Takeaways. 235. Exercise. 236. 13.1.2 Presenting Your Research. 236. Learning Objectives. 236. Key Takeaways. 237. Exercises. 237. 13.1.3 Writing up research results. 238. Learning Objectives. 238. Key Takeaways. 239. Exercises. 240. 13.1.4 Disseminating Findings. 240. Learning Objectives. 240. Key Takeaways. 241. Exercises. 241. Chapter 14 Reading and Understanding Social Research, 243. 14.1 Sociology in Everyday Life. 243. 14.1.1 Reading Reports of Sociological Research. 243. Learning Objectives. 243. Key Takeaways. 248. Exercises. 248. 14.1.2 Being a Responsible Consumer of Research. 248. Learning Objective. 248. Key Takeaway. 249. Exercise. 249. 14.1.3 Media Reports of Sociological Research. 250. Learning Objectives. 250. Key Takeaways. 251. Exercises. 252. 14.1.4 Sociological Research, It's Everywhere. 252. Learning Objectives. 252. Key Takeaways. 254. Exercise. 254. Chapter 15 Research Methods in the Real World, 255. 15.1 Applying what you've learned. 255. 15.1.1 Doing research for a living. 255. Learning objectives. 255. 15.1.1.1 Evaluation research. 256. 15.1.1.2 Market research. 257. 15.1.1.3 Policy and other government research. 258. Key takeaway. 259. Exercise. 259. 15.1.2 Doing research for a cause. 259. Learning objectives. 259. Key takeaways. 261. Exercise. 261. 15.1.3 Public Sociology. 262. Learning objective. 262. Key takeaways. 263. Exercises. 263. 15.1.4 Revisiting an earlier question. Why should we care? 264. Learning objectives. 264. 15.1.4.1 Transferable skills. 264. 15.1.4.2 Understanding yourself, your circumstances, and your world. 267. Key takeaways. 268. Exercises. 268. Preface. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. This textbook has been on my mind since 1994, when I sat in my own undergraduate sociology research methods class, enjoying the material but also wondering about its relevance to my everyday life and future plans. The idea that one day I would be teaching such a class hadn't yet occurred to me. While the importance of understanding research methods is usually clear to students who intend to pursue an advanced degree, I've long thought that we research methods teachers could do a better job of demonstrating to all of our students the relevance of what it is that we're teaching. Today, as an active researcher who uses both qualitative and quantitative methods, I appreciate the need not only for students to understand the relevance of research methods for themselves but also for them to understand the relevance of both qualitative and quantitative techniques for sociological inquiry. Also, as a teacher, I have learned that students will simply not read what they perceive to be boring, full of jargon, or overly technical. Together, my experiences as a student, researcher, and teacher shape the three overriding objectives of this text: relevance, balance, and accessibility. 1. Relevance, balance, and accessibility. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http:// creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. This text emphasizes the relevance of research methods for the everyday lives of its readers, undergraduate students. The book describes how research methodology is useful for students in the multiple roles they fill: 1. As consumers of popular and public information; 2. As citizens in a society where findings from social research shape our laws, policies, and public life; and 3. As current and future employees. You will find connections to these roles throughout and directly within the main text of the book rather than their being relegated to boxes. This material is important, so why discuss it only as a side note? Using a variety of examples from published sociological research, this text also aims to provide balanced coverage of qualitative and quantitative approaches. We'll also cover some of the debates among sociologists on the values and purposes of qualitative and quantitative research. In addition, we'll discuss the strengths and weaknesses of both approaches. Finally, one of the most important goals of this text is to introduce you to the core principles of social research in a way that is straightforward and keeps you engaged. As such, the text reflects public sociology's emphasis on making sociological research accessible and readable. 2. Chapter 1 Introduction. 1.1 Research Methods for Everyday Life. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Do you like to know things? Do you ever wonder what other people know or how they know what they do? Have you ever made a decision, and do you plan to make decisions in the future? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you will probably find the information in this book, particularly the information on research methods, very useful. If you answered no to all of them, I suspect that you will have reconsidered by the time you finish reading this text. Let's begin by focusing on the information in this chapter. Here we'll consider the variety of ways that we know things and what makes social scientific knowledge unique. We'll also consider why any of this might matter to you and preview what's to come in later chapters. 1.1.1 How do we know what we know? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define research methods. 2. Identify and describe the various ways of knowing presented in this section. 3. Understand the weaknesses of non-systematic ways of knowing. 4. Define ontology and epistemology and explain the difference between the two. If I told you that the world is flat, I'm hoping you would know that I'm wrong. But how do you know that I'm wrong? And why did people once believe that they knew that the world was flat? presumably the shape of the Earth did not change dramatically in the time that we went from knowing one thing about it to knowing the other. However, something certainly changed our minds. Understanding both what changed our minds, science, and how might tell us a lot about what we know, what we think we know, and what we think we can know. This book is dedicated to understanding exactly how it is that we know what we know. More specifically, we will examine the ways that sociologists come to know social facts. Our focus will be on one particular way of knowing: social scientific research methods. Research methods are a systematic process of inquiry applied to learn something about our social world. But before we take a closer look at research methods, let's consider some of our other sources of knowledge. 3. 1.1.1.1 Different sources of knowledge. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. What do you know about only children? Culturally, our stereotype of children without siblings is that they grow up to be rather spoiled and unpleasant. We might think that the social skills of only children will not be as well developed as those of people who were reared with siblings. However, sociological research shows that children who grow up without siblings are no worse off than their counterparts with siblings when it comes to developing good social skills. Bobbitzer and Downey, 2010. 1. Sociologists consider precisely these types of assumptions that we take for granted when applying research methods in their investigations. Sometimes we find that our assumptions are correct. Often, as in this case, we learn that the thing that everyone seems to know to be true isn't so true after all. 2. Many people seem to know things without having a background in sociology. Of course, they may have been trained in other social science disciplines or in the natural sciences, or perhaps they read about findings from scientific research. However, there are ways we know things that don't involve scientific research methods. Some people know things through experiences they've had, but they may not think about those experiences systematically. Others believe they know things based on selective observation or overgeneralization. Still others may assume that what they've always known to be true is true, simply because they've always known it to be true. Let's consider some of these alternative ways of knowing before focusing on sociology's way of knowing. Many of us know things simply because we've experienced them directly. For example, you would know that electric fences can be pretty dangerous and painful if you touched one while standing in a puddle of water. We all probably have times we can recall when we learned something because we experienced it. If you grew up in Minnesota, you would observe plenty of kids learn each winter that it really is true that one's tongue will stick to metal if it's very cold outside. Similarly, if you passed a police officer on a two-lane highway while driving 20 miles over the speed limit, you would probably learn that that's a good way to earn a traffic ticket. So direct experience may get us accurate information, but only if we're lucky, or unlucky, as in the examples provided here. In each of these instances, the observation process isn't really deliberate or formal. Instead, you would come to know what you believe to be true through informal observation. The problem with informal observation is that sometimes it is right, and sometimes it is wrong. And without any systematic process for observing or assessing the accuracy of our observations, we can never really be sure that our informal observations are accurate. Suppose a friend of yours declared that all men lie all the time shortly after she'd learned that her boyfriend had told her a fib. The fact that one man happened to lie to 1. Bobbitzer, D. and Downey, D.B. 2010. Good for nothing? Number of siblings and friendship nominations among adolescents. Presented at the 2010 annual meeting of the American Sociological Association, Atlanta, GA. 2. The findings from the Bobbitzer and Downey study were featured in a number of news articles in 2010. For one such example, see the following article, Moses, A. 2010. Being an only child won't harm social skills. USA Today. Retrieved from http://yourlife/parenting_family/2010-08-child_n.htm. Chapter 1:4. Her in one instance came to represent all experiences with all men. But do all men really lie all the time? Probably not. If you prompted your friend to think more broadly about her experiences with men, she would probably acknowledge that she knew many men who, to her knowledge, had never lied to her, and that even her boyfriend didn't generally make a habit of lying. This friend committed what social scientists refer to as selective observation by noticing only the pattern that she wanted to find at the time. If, on the other hand, your friend's experience with her boyfriend had been her only experience with any man, then she would have been committing what social scientists refer to as overgeneralization, assuming that broad patterns exist based on very limited observations. Another way that people claim to know what they know is by looking to what they've always known to be true. There's an urban legend about a woman who for years used to cut both ends off of a ham before putting it in the oven. Michelson and Michelson. 2005. 3. She baked ham that way because that's the way her mother did it, so clearly that was the way it was supposed to be done. Her mother was the authority, after all. After years of tossing cuts of perfectly good ham into the trash, however, she learned that the only reason her mother ever cut the ends off ham before cooking it was that she didn't have a pan large enough to accommodate the ham without trimming it. Without questioning what we think we know to be true, we may wind up believing things that are actually false. This is most likely to occur when an authority tells us that something is so. Adler and Clark, 2011. For our mothers aren't the only possible Authorities we might rely on as sources of knowledge. Other common authorities we might rely on in this way are the government, our schools and teachers, and our churches and ministers. Although it is understandable that someone might believe something to be true because someone he or she looks up to or respects has said it is so, this way of knowing differs from the sociological way of knowing, which is our focus in this text. As a science, sociology relies on a systematic process of inquiry for gaining knowledge. That process, as noted earlier, is called research methods. We'll discuss that process in more detail later in this chapter and throughout the text. For now, simply keep in mind that it is this source of knowledge on which sociologists rely most heavily. Way of knowing description. Informal observation occurs when we make observations without any systematic process for observing or assessing accuracy of what we observed. Table 1.1 Several different ways of knowing. 3. Michelson, B., and Michelson, D.P. 2005. Grandma's Cooking Secret. Retrieved from http://www.snopes.com/weddings. Newlywed/secret ASP. 4. The definition for authority provided here comes from the following source: Adler, E.S., and Clark, R. 2011. An Invitation to Social Research, How It's Done. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth. 5. Selective observation occurs when we see only those patterns that we want to see, or when we assume that only the patterns we have experienced directly exist. Overgeneralization occurs when we assume that broad patterns exist even when observations have been limited. Authority. A socially defined source of knowledge that might shape our beliefs about what is true and what is not true. Research methods. An organized, logical way of learning and knowing about our social world. Table 1.1 Several different ways of knowing. In sum, there are many ways that people come to know what they know. These include informal observation, selective observation, overgeneralization, authority, and research methods. Table 1.1 summarizes each of the ways of knowing described here. Of course, some of these ways of knowing are more reliable than others. Being aware of our sources of knowledge helps us evaluate the trustworthiness of specific bits of knowledge we may hold. 1.1.1.2 Ontology and Epistemology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Thinking about what you know and how you know what you know involves questions of ontology and epistemology. Perhaps you've heard these terms before in a philosophy class, however, they are relevant to the work of sociologists as well. As we sociologists begin to think about finding something out about our social world, we are probably starting from some understanding of what is, what can be known about what is, and what the best mechanism happens to be for learning about what is. Ontology deals with the first part of these sorts of questions. It refers to one's analytic philosophy of the nature of reality. In sociology, a researcher's ontological position might shape the sorts of research questions he or she asks and how those questions are posed. Some sociologists take the position that reality is in the eye of the beholder, and that our job is to understand others' view of reality. Other sociologists feel that, while people may differ in their perception of reality, there is only one true reality. These sociologists are likely to aim to discover that true reality in their research rather than discovering a variety of realities. Chapter 1:6. Like ontology, epistemology has to do with knowledge. But rather than dealing with questions about what is, epistemology deals with questions of how we know what is. In sociology, there are a number of ways to uncover knowledge. We might interview people to understand public opinion about some topic, or perhaps we'll observe them in their natural environment. We could avoid face-to-face interaction altogether by mailing people surveys for them to complete on their own, or by reading what people have to say about their opinions in newspaper editorials. All these are ways that sociologists gain knowledge. Each method of data collection comes with its own set of epistemological assumptions about how to find things out. We'll talk in more depth about these ways of knowing in Survey Research, a Quantitative Technique, page 132, through other methods of data collection and analysis, page 220, our chapters on data collection. Key takeaways. There are several different ways that we know what we know, including informal observation, selective observation, overgeneralization, authority, and research methods. Research methods are a much more reliable source of knowledge than most of our other ways of knowing. A person's ontological perspective shapes her or his beliefs about the nature of reality, or what is. A person's epistemological perspective shapes her or his beliefs about how we know what we know, and the best way, to uncover knowledge. Exercises. 1. Think about a time in the past when you made a bad decision, for example, wore the wrong shoes for hiking, dated the wrong person, chose not to study for an exam, dyed your hair green. What caused you to make this decision? How did any of the ways of knowing described previously contribute to your error-prone decision-making process? How might sociological research methods help you overcome the possibility of committing such errors in the future? 2. Feeling unclear about ontology, epistemology, what is, what we can know, and how we know what we can know. This video may help, or it may not. But it addresses some of these questions, and it's hilarious. I highly recommend it. http://rb_08_June_04/7 1.1.2 Science, Social Science, and Sociology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define science. 2. Describe what the phrase sociology is a social science means. 3. Describe the specific considerations of which social scientists should be aware. In How Do We Know What We Know? Page 3, we considered a variety of ways of knowing and the philosophy of knowing. But this is a sociology text rather than a philosophy text. And sociology is a science, or more specifically a social science. In this section, we'll take a closer look at the science of sociology and some specific considerations of which sociological researchers must be aware. 1.1.2.1 The Science of Sociology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The sources of knowledge we discussed in How Do We Know What We Know? Page 3, could have been labeled sources of belief. In sociology, however, our aim is to discover knowledge. Because sociology is a science, while we may examine beliefs in order to understand what they are and where they come from, ultimately we aim to contribute to and enhance knowledge. Science is a particular way of knowing that attempts to systematically collect and categorize facts or truths. A key word here is systematically. Conducting science is a deliberate process. Unlike the ways of knowing described in How Do We Know What We Know? Page 3, scientists gather information about facts in a way that is organized and intentional and usually follows a set of predetermined steps. More specifically, sociology is a social science. In other words, sociology uses organized and intentional procedures to uncover facts or truths about society. As you probably recall from your introductory sociology class, sociology is the scientific study of humans in groups. Sociologists study how individuals are shaped by, and create and maintain their social groups. The groups that sociologists study may be as small as individual families, or couples, or as large as whole nations. The main point, however, is that sociologists study human beings in relation to one another. In Linking Methods with Theory, page 17, we'll explore how variations within sociology, such as theoretical perspective, may shape a researcher's approach. For now, the important thing to remember is what makes up sociology as a whole. Two key elements are its focus on human social behavior and its scientific approach toward understanding that behavior. Chapter 1:8. A New Yorker cartoon once portrayed a little boy looking up at his father while the father tells him, "I'm a social scientist, Michael. That means I can't explain electricity or anything like that, but if you ever want to know about people, I'm your man. http://www.cartoonbank.com/1986 electricity or anything like that, /inv/116658. As the cartoon implies, sociologists aim to understand people. And while the cartoon may also imply that sociologists don't have much to contribute that will be of interest to others, hopefully you will be convinced this is not the case by the time you finish this text. But first, let's move on to a few specific considerations of which all social scientists should be aware. 1.1.2.2 Specific considerations for the social sciences. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the first and most important things to keep in mind about sociology is that sociologists aim to explain patterns in society. Most of the time, a pattern will not explain every single person's experience, a fact about sociology that is both fascinating and frustrating. It is fascinating because, even though the individuals who create a pattern may not be the same over time and may not even know one another, collectively they create a pattern. Those new to sociology may find these patterns frustrating because they may believe that the patterns that describe their gender, their age, or some other facet of their lives don't really represent their experience. It's true. A pattern can exist among your cohort without your individual participation in it. Let's consider some specific examples. One area that sociologists commonly investigate is the impact of a person's social class background on his or her experiences and lot in life. You probably wouldn't be surprised to learn that a person's social class background has an impact on his or her educational attainment and achievement. In fact, one group of researchers, Elwood and Kane, 2000, in the early 1990s found that the percentage of children who did not receive any post-secondary schooling was 4 times greater among those in the lowest quartile income bracket than those in the upper quartile of income earners, i.e., children from high-income families were far more likely than low-income children to go on to college. 5. Another recent study found that having more liquid wealth that can be easily converted into cash actually seems to predict children's math and reading achievement. Elliott, Jung, Kim, and Chow, 2010. 6. These findings, that wealth and income shape a child's educational experiences, are probably not that shocking to any of us, even if we know someone who may be an exception to the rule. Sometimes the patterns that social scientists observe fit our commonly held beliefs about the way the world works. When this happens, we don't tend to take issue with the fact that patterns don't necessarily represent all people's experiences. But what happens when the patterns disrupt our assumptions? 5. Elwood, D., and Kane, T. 2000. Who gets a college education? Family background and growing gaps in enrollment. In S. Danziger and J. Waldvogel, eds. Securing the Future, pages 283-324. New York, New York, Russell Sage Foundation. 6. Elliott, W., Jung, H., Kim, K., and Chow, G. 2010. A Multi-Group Structural Equation Model, SEM, Examining Asset Holding. Effects on Educational Attainment by Race and Gender. Journal of Children and Poverty, 16, 91, 121. 9. For example, did you know that teachers are far more likely to encourage boys to think critically in school by asking them to expand on answers they give in class and by commenting on boys' remarks and observations? When girls speak up in class, teachers are more likely to simply nod and move on. The pattern of teachers engaging in more complex interactions with boys means that boys and girls do not receive the same educational experience in school. Sadker and Sadker, 1994. 7. You and your classmates, both men and women, may find this news upsetting. Objectors to these findings tend to cite evidence from their own personal experience, refuting that the pattern actually exists. The problem with this response, however, is that objecting to a social pattern on the grounds that it doesn't match one's individual experience misses the point about patterns. Another matter that social scientists must consider is where they stand on the value of basic as opposed to applied research. In essence, this has to do with questions of for whom and for what purpose research is conducted. We can think of basic and applied research as resting on either end of a continuum. In sociology, basic research is sociology for sociology's sake. Nothing more, nothing less. Sometimes researchers are motivated to conduct research simply because they happen to be interested in a topic. In this case, the goal of the research may be to learn more about a topic. Applied research lies at the other end of the continuum. In sociology, applied research refers to sociology that is conducted for some purpose beyond or in addition to a researcher's interest in a topic. Applied research is often client-focused, meaning that the researcher is investigating a question posed by someone other than her or himself. What do you think the purpose of sociology should be? Should sociologists conduct research for its own sake, if it has some identifiable application, or perhaps for something in between? A trend some might say lies near the middle of the basic/applied continuum is public sociology. Public sociology refers the application of sociological theories and research to matters of public interest. You might recall from your introductory sociology class that sociology's origins in fact lie in matters of public interest, the desire to understand the consequences of industrialization and to find solutions for the ills of society. Henslin, 2006. 8. However, all sociologists have never agreed on what the purpose of sociology is or should be. The pendulum of interest in basic research to a more publicly focused sociology has swung back and forth over the many years that sociology has existed. Calhoun, 2007. 9 since 2004, when then president of the American Sociological Association, ASA, Michael Burawa, 2005, 10 delivered a talk to the ASA membership imploring sociologists to become more publicly engaged in their work. A new wave of debate about the purpose of sociology began to build. Today, some argue that public sociology puts too little emphasis on sociology as a science. 11. While others assert that sociology is, has been, and must remain public. Jeffries, 2009. 12. While there are no easy answers here, it is worth taking some time to think about your position on this issue. Your perspective on the purpose of sociology will shape. 7. Sadker, M., and Sadker, D. 1994. Failing at Fairness, How America's Schools Cheat Girls. New York, New York, Maxwell Macmillan. International. 8. Henslin, J. M. 2006. Essentials of Sociology, A Down-to-Earth Approach, 6th ed. Boston, Ma, Allen and Bacon. 9. Calhoun, C. Edition. 2007. Sociology in America, A History. Chicago, Illinois, University of Chicago Press. 10. Burawa, M. 2005-2004 Presidential Address, for Public Sociology. American Sociological Review, 70, 428. 11. See, for example, Matthew Deflam's arguments against public sociology on his website, http://www.savesociology.org. 12. Jeffries, V. Edition. 2009. Handbook of Sociology. Langham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield. Chapter 110. The questions you ask in your research and may even shape how you attempt to answer those questions. Figure 1.1 Continuum of Sociological Research Types and Goals, missing in original. One final consideration that social scientists must be aware of is the difference between qualitative and quantitative methods. Qualitative methods are ways of collecting data that yield results such as words or pictures. Some of the most common qualitative methods in sociology include field research, intensive interviews, and focus groups. Quantitative methods, on the other hand, result in data that can be represented by and condensed into numbers. Survey research is probably the most common quantitative method in sociology, but methods such as content analysis and interviewing can also be conducted in a way that yields quantitative data. While qualitative methods aim to gain an in-depth understanding of a relatively small number of cases, quantitative methods offer less depth but more breadth because they typically focus on a much larger number of cases. Sometimes these two methods are presented or discussed in a way that suggests they are somehow in opposition to one another. The qualitative/quantitative debate is fueled by researchers who may prefer one approach over another, either because their own research questions are better suited to one particular approach, or because they happen to have been trained in one specific method. In this text, we'll operate from the perspective that qualitative and quantitative methods are complementary rather than competing. While these two methodological approaches certainly differ, the main point is that they simply have different goals, strengths, and weaknesses. We'll explore the goals, strengths, and weaknesses of both approaches in more depth in later chapters. In sum, social scientists should be aware of the following considerations. 1. Social science is concerned with patterns in society. 2. While individuals make up patterns, every individual need not be a part of a pattern in order for a pattern to exist. 3. Sociological research projects typically rest somewhere on a continuum from basic research to public sociology to applied research. 4. Qualitative methods are those that yield data such as words or pictures. Quantitative methods are those that yield data such as numbers. Key takeaways. Sociology is a social science focused on patterns in society. Sometimes social science research is conducted for its own sake. Other times it is focused on matters of public interest or on client-determined questions. Social scientists use both qualitative and quantitative methods. While different, these methods are often complementary. 11. Exercises. 1. What should the purpose of sociology be? Posit an argument in favor and against both applied and basic research. 2. Want to know more about what public sociology looks like? Check out the following blog, written by sociological criminologists Chris Uggan, Michelle Inderbitson, and Sarah Wakefield, http://thesaucytypages.org/pubcrim. 3. Feeling confused about how qualitative and quantitative methods can be complementary? Check out this comic strip that depicts the quantitative team number validators joining forces with the qualitative team alpha defenders as they fight to bring down the villain Dr. Plagiarism in the name of academic justice, missing in original. 1.1.3 Why should we care? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Be able to describe and discuss some of the reasons why students should care about social scientific research methods. 2. Identify the types of employment opportunities that exist for those with an understanding of social scientific research methods. At this point, you may be wondering about the relevance of research methods to your life. Whether or not you choose to become a sociologist, you should care about research methods for two basic reasons. A. Research methods are regularly applied to solve social problems and issues that shape how our society is organized, thus you have to live with the results of research methods every day of your life, and b. Understanding research methods might actually help you land a job. 1.1.3.1 Consuming research and living with its results. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Another New Yorker cartoon depicts two men chatting with each other at a bar. One is saying to the other, "Are you just pissing and moaning, or can you verify what you're saying with data?" http://www.cartoonbank.com/199/are-you-just-pissing-and moaning or can you verify what you're saying with data/inv/118737/ Which would you rather be, just a complainer, or someone who can actually verify what you're saying? Understanding research methods and how they work can help position you to actually do more than just complain. Further, whether you know it or not, research. Chapter 112 probably has some impact on your life each and every day. Many of our laws, social policies, and court proceedings are grounded in some degree of empirical research. Jenkins and Kroll-Smith, 1996. 13. That's not to say that all laws and social policies are good or make sense. However, you can't have an informed opinion about any of them without understanding where they come from, how they were formed, and what understandings our policymakers relied on in order to craft them. A recent lawsuit against Walmart provides an example of sociological research in action. A sociologist named Professor William Bealby was enlisted by plaintiffs in the suit to conduct an analysis of Walmart's personnel policies in order to support their claim that Walmart engages in gender discriminatory practices. Bealby's analysis shows that Walmart's compensation and promotion decisions may indeed have been vulnerable to gender bias. In June 2011, the United States Supreme Court decided against allowing the case to proceed as a class action lawsuit. 14. While a class action suit was not pursued in this case, consider the impact that such a suit against one of our nation's largest employers could have on companies and their employees around the country, and perhaps even on your individual experience as a consumer. 15. In addition to having to live with laws and policies that have been crafted based on social research, you are also a consumer of all kinds of research and understanding. Methods can help you be a smarter consumer. Ever notice the magazine headlines that peer out at you while you are waiting in line to pay for your groceries? They are geared toward piquing your interest and making you believe that you will learn a great deal if you follow the advice in a particular article. However, since you would have no way of knowing whether the magazine's editors had gathered their data from a representative sample of people like you and your friends, you would have no reason to believe that the advice would be worthwhile. By having some understanding of research methods, you could avoid wasting your money by buying the magazine and wasting your time by following inappropriate advice. Pick up or log on to just about any magazine or newspaper, or turn on just about any news broadcast, and chances are you'll hear something about some new and exciting research results. Understanding research methods will help you read past any hype and ask good questions about what you see and hear. In other words, research methods can help you become a more responsible consumer of public and popular information. And who wouldn't want to be more responsible? 13. Jenkins, P.J., and Kroll-Smith, S. eds. 1996. Witnessing for Sociology, Sociologists in Court. Westport, C.T., Praeger. 14. Walmart Stores, Inc. v. Dukes, 564 U.S., 2011. The American Sociological Association filed an amicus brief in support of what would be the class of individuals claiming gender discrimination. You can read the brief at http://asinit.org. Images/press/docs/pdf/amicus_brief_walmart_v_dukes_et_al_pdf. For other recent amicus briefs filed by the ASA, see https://amicus_briefs.cfm. 15. Want to know more about the suit against Walmart or about Bealby's analysis for the case? Check out the following sources: Hart, M., and Secunda, P.M. 2009. A Matter of Context, Social Framework Evidence in Employment Discrimination. Class Action. Fordham Law Review, 78, 3770. Retrieved from http://assets/pdf/vol_78. Secunda_October_2009 PDF. 13. 1.1.3.2 Research as Employment Opportunity. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. There are many potential jobs out there for people with knowledge about how to conduct research. In fact, one of my very first jobs as a college graduate with a BA in sociology was at an evaluation research firm that hired me specifically because of the knowledge I'd gained in my college research methods class. While there, I worked as a data collection coordinator, helping in the evaluation of local domestic violence shelters and transitional housing sites by administering satisfaction surveys to residents. I also helped collect data for a study on community members' thoughts and feelings about where they lived by conducting telephone interviews with a random sample of people who lived in the area. This last project made me much more sensitive than I'd previously been to survey researchers who do cold calling. Without a background in research methods, I would not have been hired for this position. Upon graduation from college, you, too, may enjoy the benefits of employment thanks to having learned social science research methods in college. Some current jobs of sociologists I know include jobs doing research in pharmaceutical companies to understand the social consequences of medications, conducting research for lobbying organizations, working in human resources, and so on. Other recent undergraduate sociology majors went on to conduct market research in the advertising industry, work for the United States Census and other federal government positions, and even help with the collection of data for large social science studies such as the General Social Survey, http://www.norc.uchicago.edu/gss plus website/about+gss. Understanding research methods is important in all these jobs and careers. In addition, in 2009 the Wall Street Journal reported findings from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and Census Bureau showing that among 200 professions, sociologists have the 8th best job in the world. Needleman, 2009. 16. So now you should have more knowledge about what you might do with your sociology degree. Understanding social scientific research methods can lead to the prospect of a very satisfying career. Key takeaways. Whether we know it or not, our everyday lives are shaped by social scientific research. Understanding social scientific research methods can help us become more astute and more responsible consumers of information. Knowledge about social scientific research methods is useful for a variety of jobs or careers. 16. Needleman, S.E. 2009, January 6. Doing the math to find the good jobs, mathematicians land top spot in new ranking of best and worst occupations in the U.S. Wall Street Journal. Retrieved from http://online.wsj.com/article. SB 12311936117055127 HTML. Chapter 114. Exercises. 1. Page or scroll through a few popular magazines or news sources. Pull out any examples you see of results from social science research being discussed. How much information about the research is provided? What questions do you have about the research? To what extent will the research shape your actions or beliefs? How, if at all, is your answer to that question based on your confidence in the research described? 2. Want to know more about jobs and career possibilities for people with undergraduate sociology degrees? Check out the American Sociological Association's page on employment for sociologists. http://employment/factsoncareers.cfm. 3. Still not convinced about the value of sociology? If you happen to be someone who is swayed by star power, you might wish to peruse the following, which contains a list of famous sociology majors. http://www.asaneti.org/students/famous.cfm. 1.1.4 Design and goals of this text. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License. http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Identify and describe the three main goals of this text. 2. Review the chapter layout for the text. I hope that by this point you're convinced to read on a little further. Let me take an optimistic stance and give you an idea about what to expect for the next few hundred pages. As mentioned previously, three main goals shape the choices made about which materials are provided in the text and how those materials are presented. The first of those goals is for the materials presented in this text to have clear relevance to you whether you choose to pursue a career in research or not. In addition, you'll find that equal time and attention has been given to qualitative and quantitative research methods. Because sociological researchers use both types of methodology, it is important that sociology students gain an understanding of both approaches to research. Finally, I hope that you will find this text engaging and readable. Conducting research is a rewarding and exciting activity. Reading about research should be rewarding as well, and, if not always exciting, it certainly shouldn't put you to sleep. Chapter layout. A quick glance at the table of contents will tell you that there are 15 chapters in all, each contained within some overarching subject group. After we spend the next couple of chapters introducing some general points and concerns about social research, we'll gradually get more specific. 15. Beginning a research project, page 50, through sampling, page 114, outline the procedures involved in planning a research project. We'll consider how to begin a research project, how to design a project, and some issues related to measurement and sampling. We'll move on to the most exciting part of the research process: collecting data. In survey research, a quantitative technique, page 132, through other methods of data collection and analysis, page 220, we'll grant equal time to qualitative and quantitative research methods and examine the methods most commonly used in sociological research. The final set of chapters focuses on the social context of research. In this section, we'll revisit some of the points introduced here in Introduction, page 3, by reminding ourselves of why any of what you've read matters. We'll take a look at some of the principles and practices involved in sharing one's work, consider some tips for being responsible consumers of social scientific research, and review some of the ways that knowledge in research methods comes in handy for those interested in jobs, social change, or simply being engaged members of society. What will be the payoff to you for reading all this material? Hopefully you will feel you've gained a real understanding of research methods, how and why they are relevant to you, and the importance of methods to sociological understanding about our world. Key takeaways: relevance to you, the reader, and accessibility of writing are two major goals of this text. The text will provide equal coverage of qualitative and quantitative approaches to research. Exercise 1. Look ahead and get a better idea of what's to come by perusing the book's table of contents. Chapter 116. Chapter 2 Linking Methods with Theory. 2.1 What's theory got to do with it? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although, what's theory got to do with it doesn't quite roll off the tongue in the way that Tina Turner's 1980s hit, What's Love Got to Do With It, does, it is nevertheless just as important a question. 1. In this chapter, we'll explore the connections between paradigms, social theories, and social scientific research methods. We'll also consider how one's analytic, paradigmatic, and theoretical perspective might shape or be shaped by her or his methodological choices. In short, we'll answer the question of what theory has to do with research methods. 2.1.1 Micro, Meso, and Macro Approaches. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe a micro-level approach to research, and provide an example of a micro-level study. 2. Describe a meso-level approach to research, and provide an example of a meso-level study. 3. Describe a macro-level approach to research, and provide an example of a macro-level study. Before we discuss the more specific details of paradigms and theories, let's look broadly at 3 possible levels of inquiry on which social scientific investigations might be based. These 3 levels demonstrate that while sociologists share some common beliefs about the value of investigating and understanding human interaction, at what level they investigate that interaction will vary. At the micro level, sociologists examine the smallest levels of interaction, even in some cases, just the self alone. Micro-level analyses might include one-on-one interactions between couples or friends. Or perhaps a sociologist is interested in how a person's perception of self is influenced by his or her social context. In each of these cases, the level of inquiry is micro. When sociologists investigate groups, their inquiry is at the meso level. Sociologists who conduct meso-level research might study how norms of 1. Perhaps not everyone will be compelled by this reference to a hit of the 1980s. For those who have no clue who Tina Turner is, let me first say, seriously, and secondly, I highly recommend that you check out the following, http://dailymotion.com/video. 17. Workplace behavior vary across professions or how children's sporting clubs are organized, to cite 2 examples. At the macro level, sociologists examine social structures and institutions. Research at the macro level examines large-scale patterns. In recent years, sociologists have become increasingly interested in the process and impacts of globalization. A study of globalization that examines the interrelationships between nations would be an example of a macro-level study. 2.1.1.1 Sociology at 3 different levels. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Let's take a closer look at some specific examples of sociological research to better understand each of the 3 levels of inquiry described previously. Some topics are best suited to be examined at one particular level, while other topics can be studied at each of the 3 different levels. The particular level of inquiry might shape a sociologist's questions about the topic, or a sociologist might view the topic from different angles depending on the level of inquiry being employed. First, let's consider some examples of different topics that are best suited to a particular level of inquiry. Work by Stephen Marks offers an excellent example of research at the micro level. In one study, Marks and Shelley McDermott, 1996, to draw from prior micro-level theories to empirically study how people balance their roles and identities. In this study, the researchers found that people who experience balance across their multiple roles and activities report lower levels of depression and higher levels of self-esteem and well-being than their less balanced counterparts. In another study, Marks and colleagues examined the conditions under which husbands and wives feel the most balance across their many roles. They found that different factors are important for different genders. For women, having more paid work hours and more couple time were among the most important factors. For men, having leisure time with their nuclear families was important, and role balance decreased as work hours increased. Marks, Houston, Johnson, and McDermott, 2001. 3. Both of these studies fall within the category of micro-level analysis. At the meso level, sociologists tend to study the experiences of groups and the interactions between groups. In a recent book based on their research with Somali immigrants, Kim Hoosman and colleagues, Hoosman, Hoff, Langelier, and Toner, 2011. 4. Examine the interactions between Somalis and Americans in Maine. These researchers found that stereotypes about refugees being unable or unwilling to assimilate and being overly dependent on local social systems are unsubstantiated. In a much different study of group-level interactions, Michael Messner, 2009, 5. Conducted research on children's sports leagues. Messner studied interactions among parent volunteers, among youth participants, and between league organizers and parents, and found that gender boundaries and hierarchies are perpetuated by the 2. Marks, S.R., and McDermott, S.M. 1996. Multiple Roles and the Self, A Theory of Role Balance. Journal of Marriage and the Family, 58, 417 432. 3. Marks, S.R., Houston, T.L., Johnson, E.M., and McDermott, S.M. 2001. Role Balance Among White Married Couples. Journal of Marriage and the Family, 63, 1083-1098. 4. Husman, K.A., Hoff, M., Langelier, K.M., and Toner, C.N. 2011. Somalis in Maine, Crossing Cultural Currents. New York. New York, Random House. 5. Messner, M.A. 2009. It's All for the Kids, Gender, Families, and Youth Sports. Berkeley, C.A., University of California Press. Chapter 218. Adults who run such leagues. These two studies, while very different in their specific points of focus, have in common their meso-level focus. Sociologists who conduct macro-level research study interactions at the broadest level, such as interactions between nations or comparisons across nations. One example of macro-level research can be seen in a recent article by David Frank and colleagues. Frank, Kemp, and Boucher, 2010. 6. These researchers examined worldwide changes over time in laws regulating sex by comparing laws across a number of countries over a period of many years. 1945-2005, Frank learned that laws regulating rape, adultery, sodomy, and child sexual abuse shifted in focus from protecting larger entities, such as families, to protecting individuals. In another macro-level study, Rupp-Anner, 2010, 7 studied how national levels of gender equality in 25 different countries affect couples' divisions of housework. Rupp-Anner found, among other patterns, that as women's parliamentary representation increases, so, too, does men's participation in housework. While it is true that some topics lend themselves to a particular level of inquiry, there are many topics that could be studied from any of the 3 levels. The choice depends on the specific interest of the researcher, the approach he or she would like to take, and the sorts of questions he or she wants to be able to answer about the topic. Let's look at an example. Gang activity has been a topic of interest to sociologists for many years and has been studied from each of the levels of inquiry described here. At the micro level, sociologists might study the inner workings of a specific gang, communication styles, and what everyday life is like for gang members. Though not written by a sociologist, one example of a micro-level analysis of gang activity can be found in Sanyaka Shakar's 1993 autobiography, Monster. 8. In his book, Shakar describes his former day-to-day life as a member of the Crips in South Central Los Angeles. Shakar's recounting of experiences highlights micro-level interactions between himself, fellow Crips members, and other gangs. At the meso level, sociologists are likely to examine interactions between gangs or perhaps how different branches of the same gang vary from one area to the next. At the macro level, we could compare the impact of gang activity across communities or examine the economic impact of gangs on nations. Excellent examples of gang research at all 3 levels of analysis can be found in the Journal of Gang Research, published by the National Gang Crime Research Center, NGCRC. 9 Sudhir Venkatesh's study, 2008, 10 Gang Leader for a Day, is an example of research on gangs that utilizes all three levels of analysis. Venkatesh conducted participant observation with a gang in Chicago. He learned about the everyday lives of gang members, micro, and how the gang he studied interacted with and fit within the landscape of other gang franchises, meso. In addition, Venkatesh described the impact of the gang on the broader community and economy, macro. 6. Frank, D., Kemp, B., and Boutcher, S. 2010. Worldwide Trends in the Criminal Regulation of Sex, 1945-2005. American Sociological Review, 75, 867-893. 7. Rupp-Anner, L.E. 2010. Cross-National Reports of Housework, an investigation of the gender empowerment measure. Social Science Research, 39, 963-975. 8. Shocker, S. 1993. Monster, The Autobiography of an L.A. Gang Member. New York, New York, Atlantic Monthly Press. 9. The Journal of Gang Research is the official publication of the National Gang Crime Research Center, NGCRC. You can learn more about the NGCRC and the journal at http://www.ngcrc.com. 10. Venkatesh, S. 2008. Gang Leader for a Day, a rogue sociologist takes to the streets. New York, New York, Penguin Group. 19. Key takeaways. Sociological research can occur at any of the following three analytical levels: micro, meso, or macro. Some topics lend themselves to one particular analytical level while others could be studied from any, or all, of the three levels of analysis. Exercises. 1. Think about a topic that you'd like to study. From what analytical level do you think it makes sense to study your topic? Why? 2. Find an example of published sociological research that examines a single topic from each of the three analytical levels. Describe how the researcher employs each of the three levels in her or his analysis. 3. To learn more about microsociology, check out the Social Psychology section of the American Sociological Association, http://www.ssc.wisc.edu/socialpsych/asa. What does your perusal of this site teach you about the microsociological perspective that you did not know before? 4. To learn more about macrosociology, check out the American Sociological Association's section on global and transnational sociology, http://www.asanet.org/section global. What does your perusal of this site teach you about the macrosociological perspective that you did not know before? 2.1.2 Paradigms, Theories, and how they shape a researcher's approach. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define paradigm, and describe the significance of paradigms. 2. Identify and describe the 4 predominant paradigms found in the social sciences. 3. Define theory. 4. Describe the role that theory plays in sociological inquiry. The terms paradigm and theory are often used interchangeably in social science. Although social scientists do not always agree whether these are identical or distinct. Chapter 220. Concepts. In this text, we will make a slight distinction between the two ideas because thinking about each concept as analytically distinct provides a useful framework for understanding the connections between research methods and social scientific ways of thinking. 2.1.2.1 Paradigms in Social Science. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. For our purposes, we'll define paradigm as an analytic lens, a way of viewing the world, and a framework from which to understand the human experience. Kuhn, 1962. 11. It can be difficult to fully grasp the idea of paradigmatic assumptions because we are very ingrained in our own, personal everyday way of thinking. For example, let's look at people's views on abortion. To some, abortion is a medical procedure that should be undertaken at the discretion of each individual woman who might experience an unwanted pregnancy. To others, abortion is murder and members of society should collectively have the right to decide when, if at all, abortion should be undertaken. Chances are, if you have an opinion about this topic, you are pretty certain about the veracity of your perspective. Then again, the person who sits next to you in class may have a very different opinion and yet be equally confident about the truth of his or her perspective. Which of you is correct? You are each operating under a set of assumptions about the way the world does or at least should work. Perhaps your assumptions come from your particular political perspective, which helps shape your view on a variety of social issues, or perhaps your assumptions are based on what you learned from your parents or in church. In any case, there is a paradigm that shapes your stance on the issue. In Introduction, page 3, we discussed the various ways that we know what we know. Paradigms are a way of framing what we know, what we can know, and how we can know it. In social science, there are several predominant paradigms, each with its own unique ontological and epistemological perspective. Let's look at 4 of the most common social scientific paradigms that might guide you as you begin to think about conducting research. The first paradigm we'll consider, called positivism, is probably the framework that comes to mind for many of you when you think of science. Positivism is guided by the Principles of objectivity, knowability, and deductive logic. Deductive logic is discussed in more detail in the section that follows. Auguste Comte, whom you might recall from your introduction to sociology class as the person who coined the term sociology, argued that sociology should be a positivist science. Ritzer and Goodman, 2004. 12. The positivist framework operates from the assumption that society can and should be studied empirically and scientifically. Positivism also calls for a value-free sociology, one in which researchers aim to abandon their biases and values in a quest for objective, empirical, and knowable truth. 11. See Kuhn's seminal work for more on paradigms. Kuhn, T. 1962. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Chicago, Illinois. University of Chicago Press. 12. Ritzer, G., and Goodman, D.J. 2004. Classical Sociological Theory, 4th ed. New York, McGraw-Hill. 21. Another predominant paradigm in sociology is social constructionism. Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman, 1966, 13 are credited by many for having developed this perspective in sociology. While positivists seek the truth, the social constructionist framework posits that truth is a varying, socially constructed, and ever-changing notion. This is because we, according to this paradigm, create reality ourselves, as opposed to it simply existing, and us working to discover it, through our interactions and our interpretations of those interactions. Key to the social constructionist perspective is the idea that social context and interaction frame our realities. Researchers operating within this framework take keen interest in how people come to socially agree, or disagree, about what is real and true. Consideration of how meanings of different hand gestures vary across different regions of the world aptly demonstrates that meanings are constructed socially and collectively. Think about what it means to you when you see a person raise his or her middle finger. We probably all know that person isn't very happy, nor is the person to whom the finger is being directed. In some societies, it is another gesture, the thumbs up, that raises eyebrows. While the thumbs up may have a particular meaning in our culture, that meaning is not shared across cultures. Wong, 2007. 14. It would be a mistake to think of the social constructionist perspective as only individualistic. While individuals may construct their own realities, groups, from a small one such as a married couple to large ones such as nations, often agree on notions of what is true and what is. In other words, the meanings that we construct have power beyond the individual people who create them. Therefore, the ways that people work to change such meanings is of as much interest to social constructionists as how they were created in the first place. A third paradigm is the critical paradigm. At its core, the critical paradigm is focused on power, inequality, and social change. Although some rather diverse perspectives are included here, The critical paradigm, in general, includes ideas developed by early social theorists, such as Max Horkheimer, Calhoun, Gertas, Moody, Pfaff, and Verk, 15, and later works developed by feminist scholars, such as Nancy Fraser, 1989. 16. Unlike the positivist paradigm, the critical paradigm posits that social science can never be truly objective or value-free. Further, this paradigm operates from the perspective that scientific investigation should be conducted with the express goal of social change in mind. Finally, postmodernism is a paradigm that challenges almost every way of knowing that many social scientists take for granted. Best and Kellner, 1991. 17. While positivists claim that there is an objective, knowable truth, postmodernists would say that there is not. While social constructionists may argue that truth is in the eye of the beholder, or in the eye of the group that agrees on it, postmodernists may claim that we can never really know such truth because, in the studying and reporting of others' truths, the researcher stamps her or his own truth on the investigation. Finally, while the 13. Berger, P.L., and Luckman, T. 1966. The Social Construction of Reality, a Treatise in the Sociology of Knowledge. New York, New York. Doubleday. 14. For more about how the meanings of hand gestures vary by region, you might read the following blog entry. Wong, W. 2007. The Top 10 Hand Gestures You'd Better Get Right. Retrieved from http://www.languagetrainers.co.uk/blog/2007 09/24/top 10 hand gestures. 15. Calhoun, C. Gertas, J. Moody, J. Pfaff, S. and Verk, I. eds. 2007. Classical Sociological Theory, 2nd ed. Malden, Ma. Blackwell. 16. Fraser, N. 1989. Unruly Practices, Power, Discourse, and Gender in Contemporary Social Theory. Minneapolis, M.N., University of Minnesota Press. 17. Best, S., and Kellner, D. 1991. Postmodern Theory, Critical Interrogations. New York, New York, Guilford. Chapter 222. Critical paradigm may argue that power, inequality, and change shape reality, and truth. A postmodernist may in turn ask, whose power, whose inequality, whose change, whose reality, and whose truth? As you might imagine, the postmodernist paradigm poses quite a challenge for social scientific researchers. How does one study something that may or may not be real, or that is only real in your current and unique experience of it? This fascinating question is worth pondering as you begin to think about conducting your own sociological research. Table 2.1 summarizes each of the paradigms discussed here. Paradigm emphasis assumption. Positivism. Objectivity. Knowability. And deductive, logic. Society can and should be studied empirically and scientifically. Social constructionism, truth as varying, socially constructed, and ever changing. Reality is created collectively, and that social context and interaction frame our realities. Critical power, inequality, and social change. Social science can never be truly value-free and should be conducted with the express goal of social change in mind. Postmodernism, inherent problems with previous paradigms. Truth in any form may or may not be knowable. Table 2.1 Social Scientific Paradigms. 2.1.2.2 Sociological Theories. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Much like paradigms, theories provide a way of looking at the world and of understanding human interaction. Like paradigms, theories can be sweeping in their coverage. Some sociological theories, for example, aim to explain the very existence and continuation of society as we know it. Unlike paradigms, however, theories might be narrower in focus, perhaps just aiming to understand one particular phenomenon. 23. Without attempting to tackle a broader level of explanation. In a nutshell, theory might be thought of as a way of explanation or as an explanatory statement that fits the evidence. Quammen, 2004. 18. At their core, theories can be used to provide explanations of any number or variety of phenomena. They help us answer the why questions we often have about the patterns we observe in social life. Theories also often help us answer our how questions. While paradigms may point us in a particular direction with respect to our why questions, theories more specifically map out the explanation, or the how, behind the why. Introductory sociology textbooks typically teach students about the big three sociological theories: structural functionalism, conflict theory, and symbolic interactionism. Barkin, 2011, Henslin, 2010. 19. Most also mention at least a few additional theories or theorists. Sprague, 1997. 20. As you probably recall from your introductory sociology course, structural functionalists focus on the interrelations between various parts of society and how each part works with the others to make society function in the way that it does. Conflict theorists are interested in questions of power and who wins and who loses based on the way that society is organized. Finally, symbolic interactionists focus on how meaning is created and negotiated through meaningful, i.e., symbolic, interactions. Just as researchers might examine the same topic from different levels of inquiry, so, too, could they investigate the same topic from different theoretical perspectives? In this case, even their research questions could be the same, but the way they make sense of whatever phenomenon it is they are investigating will be shaped in large part by the theoretical assumptions that lie behind their investigation. Table 2.2 summarizes the major points of focus for each of major three theories and outlines how a researcher might approach the study of the same topic, in this case the study of sport, from each of the three perspectives. Paradigm focuses on a study of sport might examine structural functionalism, interrelations between parts of society, how parts work together, positive, negative, intended, and unintended consequences of professional sport, leagues, conflict theory, who wins and who loses based on the way that society is organized, issues of power in sport, such as differences in access to and participation in sport. Table 2.2 Sociological theories and the study of sport. 18. Quammen, D. 2004, November. Was Darwin wrong? National Geographic, pages 235. 19. Missing in original. 20. See Sprague's 1997 Critique of Social Theory for a compelling and well-developed argument in favor of sociology. Reorganizing theory with the aim of increasing its relevance to social life today and bridging, rather than building, boundaries across diverse perspectives and disciplines. Sprague, J. 1997. Holy Men and Big Guns, the Can and On in Social Theory. Gender and Society, 11, 88-107. Chapter 224. Symbolic interactionism. How meaning is created and negotiated through interactions. How the rules of sport are constructed, taught, and learned. Table 2.2 Sociological theories and the study of sport. Within each area of specialization in sociology, there are many other theories that aim to explain more specific types of interactions. For example, within the sociological study of sexual harassment, different theories posit different explanations for why harassment occurs. One theory, first developed by criminologists, is called routine activities theory. It posits that sexual harassment is most likely to occur when a workplace lacks unified groups and when potentially vulnerable targets and motivated offenders are both present. Decaster, Estes, and Mueller, 1999. 21 other theories of sexual harassment, called relational theories, suggest that a person's relationships, such as their marriages or friendships, are the key to understanding why and how workplace sexual harassment occurs and how people will respond to it when it does occur. Morgan, 1999. 22 relational theories focus on the power that different social relationships provide. For example, married people who have supportive partners at home might be more likely than those who lack support at home to report sexual harassment when it occurs. Finally, feminist theories of sexual harassment take a different stance. These theories posit that the way our current gender system is organized, where those who are the most masculine have the most power, best explains why and how workplace sexual harassment occurs. McKinnon, 1979. 23 As you might imagine, which theory a researcher applies to examine the topic of sexual harassment will shape the questions the researcher asks about harassment. It will also shape the explanations the researcher provides for why harassment occurs. Key takeaways. Paradigms shape our everyday view of the world. Sociologists use theory to help frame their research questions and to help them make sense of the answers to those questions. Some sociological theories are rather sweeping in their coverage. An attempt to explain, broadly, how and why societies are organized in particular ways. Other sociological theories aim to explain more specific events or interactions. 21. Decaster, S., Estes, S.B., and Mueller, C.W. 1999. Routine activities and sexual harassment in the workplace. Work and Occupations, 26, 21, 49. 22. Morgan, P.A. 1999. Risking Relationships, Understanding the Litigation Choices of Sexually Harassed Women. The Law and Society Review, 33, 201-26. 23. McKinnon, C. 1979. Sexual Harassment of Working Women, A Case of Sex Discrimination. New Haven, CT, Yale University Press. 25. Exercises. 1. Of the four paradigms described, which do you find most compelling? Why? 2. Feeling confused about the social constructionism paradigm? Check out the 10-minute lecture that illustrates this framework online at http://youtube.com/v/gvvwmzastn8. After watching this lecture, come up with a 2 to 4 sentence description of social constructionism that would make sense to someone who has no background in sociological theory. 2.1.3 Inductive or deductive. 2 different approaches. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe the inductive approach to research, and provide examples of inductive research. 2. Describe the deductive approach to research, and provide examples of deductive research. 3. Describe the ways that inductive and deductive approaches may be complementary. Theories structure and inform sociological research. So, too, does research structure and inform theory. The reciprocal relationship between theory and research often becomes evident to students new to these topics when they consider the relationships between theory and research in inductive and deductive approaches to research. In both cases, theory is crucial, but the relationship between theory and research differs for each approach. Inductive and deductive approaches to research are quite different, but they can also be complementary. Let's start by looking at each one and how they differ from one another. Then we'll move on to thinking about how they complement one another. 2.1.3.1 Inductive approaches and some examples. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In an inductive approach to research, a researcher begins by collecting data that is relevant to his or her topic of interest. Once a substantial amount of data have been collected, the researcher will then take a breather from data collection, stepping back to get a bird's eye view of her data. At this stage, the researcher looks for patterns in the data, working to develop a theory that could explain those patterns. Thus, when researchers take an inductive approach, they start with a set of observations and then, Chapter 226, they move from those particular experiences to a more general set of propositions about those experiences. In other words, they move from data to theory, or from the specific to the general. Figure 2.1 outlines the steps involved with an inductive approach to research. Figure 2.1 Inductive research, missing in original. There are many good examples of inductive research, but we'll look at just a few here. One fascinating recent study in which the researchers took an inductive approach was Catherine Allen, Christine Kaessel, and Abby Goldberg's study, 2011, 24 of How Boys and Young Men Learn About Menstruation. To understand this process, Allen and her colleagues analyzed the written narratives of 23 young men in which the men described how they learned about menstruation, what they thought of it when they first learned about it, and what they think of it now. By looking for patterns across all 23 men's narratives, the researchers were able to develop a general theory of how boys and young men learn about this aspect of girls' and women's biology. They conclude that sisters play an important role in boys' early understanding of menstruation, that menstruation makes boys feel somewhat separated from girls, and that as they enter young adulthood and form romantic relationships, young men develop more mature attitudes about menstruation. In another inductive study, Kristen Ferguson and colleagues, Ferguson, Kim, and McCoy, 2011, 25 analyzed empirical data to better understand how best to meet the needs of young people who are homeless. The authors analyzed data from focus groups with 20 young people at a homeless shelter. From these data they developed a set of recommendations for those interested in applied interventions that serve homeless youth. The researchers also developed hypotheses for people who might wish to conduct further investigation of the topic. though Ferguson and her colleagues did not test the hypotheses that they developed from their analysis, their study ends where most deductive investigations begin, with a set of testable hypotheses. 2.1.3.2 Deductive approaches and some examples. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Researchers taking a deductive approach take the steps described earlier for inductive research and reverse their order. They start with a social theory that they find compelling and then test its implications with data. That is, they move from a more general level to a more specific one. A deductive approach to research is the one that people typically associate with scientific investigation. The researcher studies what others have done, reads existing theories of whatever phenomenon he or she is studying, and then tests hypotheses that emerge from those theories. Figure 2.2 outlines the steps involved with a deductive approach to research. 24. Allen, K.R., Kessel, C.E., and Goldberg, A.E. 2011. More than just a punctuation mark, How Boys and Young Men Learn About Menstruation. Journal of Family Issues, 32, 129, 156. 25. Ferguson, K.M., Kim, M.E., and McCoy, S. 2011. Enhancing Empowerment and Leadership Among Homeless Youth in Agency and Community Settings, a Grounded Theory Approach. Child and Adolescent Social Work Journal, 28, 1, 22. 27. Figure 2.2 Deductive Research, Missing in Original. While not all researchers follow a deductive approach, as you have seen in the preceding discussion, many do, and there are a number of excellent recent examples of deductive research. We'll take a look at a couple of those next. In a study of U.S. law enforcement responses to hate crimes, Ryan King and colleagues, King, Messner, and Baller, 2009, 26 hypothesized that law enforcement's response would be less vigorous in areas of the country that had a stronger history of racial violence. The authors developed their hypothesis from their reading of prior research and theories on the topic. They tested the hypothesis by analyzing data on states' lynching histories and hate crime responses. Overall, the authors found support for their hypothesis. In another recent deductive study, Melissa Milkey and Catherine Warner, 2011, 27, studied the effects of different classroom environments on first graders' mental health. Based on prior research and theory, Milkey and Warner hypothesized that negative classroom features, such as a lack of basic supplies and even heat, would be associated with emotional and behavioral problems in children. The researchers found support for their hypothesis, demonstrating that policymakers should probably be paying more attention to the mental health outcomes of children's school experiences, just as they track academic outcomes. American Sociological Association. 2011, 28. 2.1.3.3 Complementary approaches. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. While inductive and deductive approaches to research seem quite different, they can actually be rather complementary. In some cases, researchers will plan for their research to include multiple components, one inductive and the other deductive. In other cases, a researcher might begin a study with the plan to only conduct either inductive or deductive research, but then he or she discovers along the way that the other approach is needed to help illuminate findings. Here is an example of each such case. In the case of my collaborative research on sexual harassment, we began the study knowing that we would like to take both a deductive and an inductive approach in our work. We therefore administered a quantitative survey, the responses to which we could analyze in order to test hypotheses, and also conducted qualitative interviews with a number of the survey participants. The survey data were well suited to a 26 King, R.D., Messner, S.F., and Baller, R.D. 2009. Contemporary Hate Crimes, Law Enforcement, and the Legacy of Racial Violence. American Sociological Review, 74 to 91 315. 27. Milky, M.A., and Warner, C.H. 2011. Classroom Learning Environments and the Mental Health of First-Grade Children. Journal of Health and Social Behavior, 52, 4, 22. 28. The American Sociological Association wrote a press release on Milky and Warner's findings, American Sociological Association. 2011. Study, Negative Classroom Environment Adversely Affects Children's Mental Health. Retrieved from http://asinit.org/press. Chapter 228. Deductive approach. We could analyze those data to test hypotheses that were generated based on theories of harassment. The interview data were well suited to an inductive approach. We looked for patterns across the interviews and then tried to make sense of those patterns by theorizing about them. For one paper, Uggan and Blackstone, 2004, 29, we began with a prominent feminist theory of the sexual harassment of adult women and developed a set of hypotheses outlining how we expected the theory to apply in the case of younger women's and men's harassment experiences. We then tested our hypotheses by analyzing the survey data. In general, we found support for the theory that posited that the current gender system, in which heteronormative men wield the most power in the workplace, explained workplace sexual harassment not just of adult women but of younger women and men as well. In a more recent paper, Blackstone, Howell, and Uggan, 2006, 30, we did not hypothesize about what we might find but instead inductively analyzed the interview data, looking for patterns that might tell us something about how or whether workers' perceptions of harassment change as they age and gain workplace experience. From this analysis, we determined that workers' perceptions of harassment did indeed shift as they gained experience and that their later definitions of harassment were more stringent than those they held during adolescence. Overall, our desire to understand young workers' harassment experiences fully in terms of their objective workplace experiences, their perceptions of those experiences, and their stories of their experiences led us to adopt both deductive and inductive approaches in the work. Researchers may not always set out to employ both approaches in their work but sometimes find that their use of one approach leads them to the other. One such example is described eloquently in Russell Schutt's Investigating the Social World. 2006, 31. As Schutt describes, researchers Lawrence Sherman and Richard Burke, 1984. 32 conducted an experiment to test two competing theories of the effects of punishment on deterring deviance, in this case, domestic violence. Specifically, Sherman and Burke hypothesized that deterrence theory would provide a better explanation of the effects of arresting accused batterers than labeling theory. Deterrence theory predicts that arresting an accused spouse batterer will reduce future incidents of violence. Conversely, labeling theory predicts that arresting accused spouse batterers will increase future incidents. Figure 2.3 summarizes the two competing theories and the predictions that Sherman and Burke set out to test. Figure 2.3 predicting the effects of arrest on future spouse battery, missing in original. Sherman and Burke found, after conducting an experiment with the help of local police in one city, that arrest did in fact deter future incidents of violence, thus supporting 29. Uggan, C., and Blackstone, A. 2004. Sexual harassment as a gendered expression of power. American Sociological Review. 69, 64, 92. 30. Blackstone, A., Howell, J., and Uggan, C. At the time I thought it was great, age, experience, and workers' perceptions of sexual harassment. Presented at the 2006 meetings of the American Sociological Association. Currently under review. 31. Schutt, R.K. 2006. Investigating the Social World, the Process and Practice of Research. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Pine Forge Press. 32. Sherman, L.W., and Burke, R.A. 1984. The Specific Deterrent Effects of Arrest for Domestic Assault. American Sociological Review, 49, 261-72. 29. Their hypothesis that deterrence theory would better predict the effect of arrest. After conducting this research, they and other researchers went on to conduct similar experiments 33 in 6 additional cities: Burke, Campbell, Clapp, and Western, 1992, Pate and Hamilton, 1992, Sherman and Smith, 1992. 34 results from these follow-up studies were mixed. In some cases, arrest deterred future incidents of violence. In other cases, it did not. This left the researchers with new data that they needed to explain. The researchers therefore took an inductive approach in an effort to make sense of their latest empirical observations. The new studies revealed that arrest seemed to have a deterrent effect for those who were married and employed, but that it led to increased offenses for those who were unmarried and unemployed. Researchers thus turned to control theory, which predicts that having some stake in conformity through the social ties provided by marriage and employment, as the better explanation. Figure 2.4 Predicting the effects of arrest on future spouse battery, a new theory, missing in original. What the Sherman and Burke research, along with the follow-up studies, shows us is that we might start with a deductive approach to research, but then, if confronted by new data that we must make sense of, we may move to an inductive approach. Russell Schutt depicts this process quite nicely in his text, and I've adapted his depiction here. In Figure 2.5. Figure 2.5 The research process, moving from deductive to inductive in a study of domestic violence recidivism, missing in original. Key takeaways. The inductive approach involves beginning with a set of empirical observations, seeking patterns in those observations, and then theorizing about those patterns. The deductive approach involves beginning with a theory, developing hypotheses from that theory, and then collecting and analyzing data to test those hypotheses. Inductive and deductive approaches to research can be employed together for a more complete understanding of the topic that a researcher is studying. 33. The researchers did what's called replication. We'll learn more about replication in Research Ethics, page 33. 34. Burke, R., Campbell, A., Clapp, R., and Western, B. 1992. The deterrent effect of arrest in incidents of domestic violence, A. Bayesian analysis of 4 field experiments. American Sociological Review, 57, 698-708, Pate, A., and Hamilton, E. 1992. Formal and informal deterrents to domestic violence, the Dade County Spouse Assault Experiment. American Sociological Review, 57, 691-697, Sherman, L., and Smith, D. 1992. Crime, Punishment, and Stake in Conformity, Legal and Informal Control of Domestic Violence. American Sociological Review, 57, 680-690. Chapter 230. Though researchers don't always set out to use both inductive and deductive strategies in their work, they sometimes find that new questions arise in the course of an investigation that can best be answered by employing both approaches. Exercises. 1. For a hilarious example of logic gone awry, check out the following clip from Monty Python and Holy Grail, http://www.youtube.com. Watch, feature =player _embedded and v =yp_L5 you do the townspeople take an inductive or deductive approach to determine whether the woman in question is a witch. What are some of the different sources of knowledge? Recall, Introduction, page 3, they rely on? 2. Think about how you could approach a study of the relationship between gender and driving over the speed limit. How could you learn about this relationship using an inductive approach? What would a study of the same relationship look like if examined using a deductive approach? Try the same thing with any topic of your choice. How might you study the topic inductively? Deductively. 2.1.4 Revisiting an earlier question. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Understand how theories and paradigms are relevant to sociological inquiry. 2. Understand how different levels of analysis and different approaches, such as inductive and deductive, can shape the way that a topic is investigated. At the beginning of this chapter I asked, what's theory got to do with it? Perhaps at the time, you weren't entirely sure, but I hope you now have some ideas about how you might answer the question. Just in case, let's review the ways that theories are relevant to social scientific research methods. Theories, paradigms, levels of analysis, and the order in which one proceeds in the research process all play an important role in shaping what we ask about the social world, how we ask it, and in some cases, even what we are likely to find. A micro-level study of gangs will look much different than a macro-level study of gangs. In some cases you could apply multiple levels of analysis to your investigation, but doing so isn't always practical or feasible. Therefore, understanding the different levels of analysis and being aware of which level you happen to be employing is crucial. One's theoretical perspective will also shape a study. In particular, the theory invoked will 31. Likely shape not only the way a question about a topic is asked but also which topic gets investigated in the first place. Further, if you find yourself especially committed to one paradigm over another, the possible answers you are likely to see to the questions that you pose are limited. This does not mean that social science is biased or corrupt. At the same time, we humans can never claim to be entirely value-free. Social constructionists and postmodernists might point out that bias is always a part of research to at least some degree. Our job as researchers is to recognize and address our biases as part of the research process, if an imperfect part. We all use particular approaches, be they theories, levels of analysis, or temporal processes, to frame and conduct our work. Understanding those frames and approaches is crucial not only for successfully embarking upon and completing any research-based investigation but also for responsibly reading and understanding others' work. So what's theory got to do with it? Just about everything. Key takeaways. The theory being invoked, and the paradigm from which a researcher frames his or her work, can shape not only the questions asked but also the answers discovered. Different levels of analysis lead to different points of focus on any given topic. Whether a researcher takes an inductive or deductive approach will determine the process by which he or she attempts to answer his or her research question. Exercise 1. Still not convinced about the value of theory? Perhaps the 3-minute sociologist will change your mind. http://youtube.com/watch feature =player_embedded and v=hogoffslow_iu0. What does this video suggest about the value of theory? Chapter 232. Chapter 3 Research Ethics. 3.1 Ethics in Sociological Research. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Can pursuing a career in sociology land you in jail? As inconceivable as that may sound, ask sociology graduate student Scott DeMuth, and he'll likely tell you that indeed it can. Mr. DeMuth's recent jailing sparked debate across the blogosphere about the ethical rights and obligations of social researchers and about the moral and public purpose of sociological research. We'll discuss DeMuth's research later in this chapter. But first, let's consider the primary factor that shapes the ethics of sociological research, the fact that we conduct research on living human beings. 3.1.1 Research on Humans. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define the term human subjects. 2. Describe and provide examples of non-human subjects that sociologists might examine. 3. Provide a brief outline of the history of research on human subjects. 4. Define institutional review boards and describe their purpose. In 1998, actor Jim Carrey starred in the movie The Truman Show. 1. At first glance, the film appears to depict a perfect sociological experiment. Just imagine the possibilities. If we could control every aspect of a person's life, from how and where that person lives to where he or she works to whom he or she marries. Of course, keeping someone in a bubble, controlling every aspect of his or her life, and sitting back and watching would be highly unethical, not to mention illegal. However, the movie clearly inspires thoughts about the differences between sociological research and research on non-humans. One of the most exciting and most challenging aspects of conducting sociological research is the fact that, at least much of the time, our subjects are living human beings whose free will and human rights will always have an impact on what we are able to research and how we are able to conduct that research. 1. You can read a brief synopsis of the film at http://title/tt01203882. 33. 3.1.1.1 Human research versus non-human research. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. While all research comes with its own set of ethical concerns, those associated with research conducted on human subjects vary dramatically from those of research conducted on non-living entities. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services defines a human subject as a living individual about whom an investigator, whether professional or student, conducting research obtains 1. Data through intervention or interaction with the individual, or 2. Identifiable private information, 1993. 2. In some states, human subjects also include deceased individuals and human fetal materials. Non-human research subjects, on the other hand, are objects or entities that investigators manipulate or analyze in the process of conducting research. In sociology, non-human research subjects typically include sources such as newspapers, historical documents, advertisements, television shows, buildings, and even garbage, to name just a few, that are analyzed for unobtrusive research projects. Unsurprisingly, research on human subjects is regulated much more heavily than research on non-human subjects. However, there are ethical considerations that all researchers must consider regardless of their research subject. We'll discuss those considerations in addition to concerns that are unique to research on human subjects. 3.1.1.2 A historical look at research on humans. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Research on humans hasn't always been regulated in the way that it is today. The earliest documented cases of research using human subjects are of medical vaccination trials, Rothman, 1987. 1 such case took place in the late 1700s, when scientist Edward Jenner exposed an 8-year-old boy to smallpox in order to identify a vaccine for the devastating disease. Medical research on human subjects continued without much law or policy intervention until the mid-1900s when, at the end of World War II, a number of Nazi doctors and scientists were put on trial for conducting human experimentation, during the course of which they tortured and murdered many concentration camp inmates. Faden and Beecham, 1986. For the trials, conducted in Nuremberg, Germany, resulted in the creation of the Nuremberg Code, a 10-point set of research principles designed to guide doctors and scientists who conduct research on human subjects. Today, the Nuremberg Code guides medical and other research conducted on human subjects, including social scientific research. 2. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services 1993. Institutional Review Board Guidebook Glossary. Retrieved from http://www.hhs.gov/orp/archive/irb. 3. Rothman, D.J. 1987. Ethics and Human Experimentation. The New England Journal of Medicine, 317, 1195-1199. 4. One little-known fact, as described by Faden and Beecham in their 1986 book, is that at the very time that the Nazis conducted their horrendous experiments, Germany did actually have written regulations specifying that human subjects must clearly and willingly consent to their participation in medical research. Obviously, these regulations were completely disregarded by the Nazi experimenters, but the fact that they existed suggests that efforts to regulate the ethical conduct of research, while necessary, are certainly not sufficient for ensuring that human subjects' rights will be honored. Faden, R.R., and Beecham, T.L. 1986. A History and Theory of Informed Consent. Oxford, UK, Oxford University Press. Chapter 334. Medical scientists are not the only researchers who have conducted questionable research on humans. In the 1960s, psychologist Stanley Milgram, 1974, conducted a series of experiments designed to understand obedience to authority, in which he tricked subjects into believing they were administering an electric shock to other subjects. In fact, the shocks weren't real at all, but some, though not many, of Milgram's research participants experienced extreme emotional distress after the experiment. Ogden, 2008. 6. A reaction of emotional distress is understandable. The realization that one is willing to administer painful shocks to another human being just because someone who looks authoritative has told you to do so might indeed be traumatizing, even if you later learn that the shocks weren't real. Around the same time that Milgram conducted his experiments, sociology graduate student Laud Humphreys, 1977, was collecting data for his dissertation research on the tearoom trade, the practice of men engaging in anonymous sexual encounters in public restrooms. Humphreys wished to understand who these men were and why they participated in the trade. To conduct his research, Humphreys offered to serve as a watch queen, the person who keeps an eye out for police and gets the benefit of being able to watch the sexual encounters in a local park restroom where the tearoom trade was known to occur. What Humphreys did not do was identify himself as a researcher to his research subjects. Instead, he watched his subjects for several months, getting to know several of them, learning more about the tearoom trade practice and, without the knowledge of his research subjects, jotting down their license plate numbers as they pulled into or out of the parking lot near the restroom. Sometime after participating as a watch queen, with the help of several insiders who had access to motor vehicle registration information, Humphreys used those license plate numbers to obtain the names and home addresses of his research subjects. Then, disguised as a public health researcher, Humphreys visited his subjects in their homes and interviewed them about their lives and their health. Humphreys's research dispelled a good number of myths and stereotypes about the tea-room trade and its participants. He learned, for example, that over half of his subjects were married to women and many of them did not identify as gay or bisexual. 8. Once Humphreys's work became public, the result was some major controversy at his home university. For example, the chancellor tried to have his degree revoked, among sociologists in general, and among members of the public, as it raised public concerns about the purpose and conduct of sociological research. In addition, the Washington Post journalist Nicholas von Hoffman wrote the following warning about sociological snoopers. "We're so preoccupied with defending our privacy against insurance investigators, dope sleuths, counter-espionage men, divorce detectives, and credit checkers, that we overlook the social scientists behind the hunting blinds who are also peeping into what we thought were our most private and secret lives. But they are there, studying us." 5. Milgram, S. 1974. Obedience to Authority, An Experimental View. New York, New York, Harper and Row. 6. Ogden, R. 2008. Harm. In L.M. Given, edition, The Sage Encyclopedia of Qualitative Research Methods, pages 379-380. Los Angeles, C.A., Sage. 7. Humphreys, L. 1970. Tea-room Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places. London, UK, Duckworth. 8. Humphreys's research is still relevant today. In fact, as the 2007 arrest of Idaho Senator Larry Craig in a public restroom at the Minneapolis St. Paul Airport attests, undercover police operations targeting tea-room activities still occur, more than 40 years after Humphreys conducted his research. Humphreys's research is also frequently cited by attorneys who represent clients arrested for lewd behavior in public restrooms. 35. Taking notes, getting to know us, as indifferent as everybody else to the feeling that to be a complete human involves having an aspect of ourselves that's unknown. Von Hoffman, 2008, 9. In the original version of his report, Humphreys defended the ethics of his actions. In 2008, years after Humphreys's death, his book was reprinted with the addition of a retrospect on the ethical implications of his work. 10. In his written reflections on his research and the fallout from it, Humphreys maintained that his tea-room observations constituted ethical research on the grounds that those interactions occurred in public places. But Humphreys added that he would conduct the second part of his research differently. Rather than trace license numbers and interview unwitting tea-room participants in their homes under the guise of public health research, Humphreys instead would spend more time in the field and work to cultivate a pool of informants. Those informants would know that he was a researcher and would be able to fully consent to being interviewed. In the end, Humphreys concluded that there is no reason to believe that any research subjects have suffered because of my efforts, or that the resultant demystification of impersonal sex has harmed society. p. 231. 11. As should be evident by now, there is no clear or easy answer to the question of whether Humphreys conducted ethical research. Today, given increasing regulation of social scientific research, chances are slim that a sociologist would be allowed to conduct a project similar to Humphrey's. Some argue that Humphrey's research was deceptive, put his subjects at risk of losing their families and their positions in society, and was therefore unethical. Warwick, 1973, Warwick, 1982. 12 others suggest that Humphreys's research did not violate any premise of either beneficence or the sociological interest in social justice, and that the benefits of Humphreys's research, namely the dissolution of myths about the tearum trade specifically and human sexual practice more generally, outweigh the potential risks associated with the work. Lenza, 2004. 13. What do you think, and why? These and other studies, Reverby, 2009, 14, led to increasing public awareness of and concern about research on human subjects. In 1974, the U.S. Congress enacted the National Research Act, which created the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects in Biomedical and Behavioral Research. The Commission produced 9. Von Hoffman, N. 1970, January 30. Sociological Snoopers. The Washington Post, p. B1. 10. Humphreys, L. 2008. Tearum Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places, enlarged edition with a retrospect on ethical issues. New Brunswick, N.J., Aldine Transaction. 11. Humphreys, L. 2008. Tearum Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places, enlarged edition with a retrospect on ethical issues. New Brunswick, N.J., Aldine Transaction. 12. Warwick, D.P. 1973. Tearum Trade, Means and Ends in Social Research. Hastings Center Studies, 1, 39-49. See also Warwick, D.P. 1982. Types of Harm in Social Research. In T. L. Beecham, R. R. Faden, R. J. Wallace, Jr., and L. Walters. eds. Ethical Issues in Social Science Research. Baltimore, M.D., Johns Hopkins University Press. 13. Lenza, M. 2004. Controversies surrounding Lord Humphrey's Tearum Trade, an unsettling example of politics and power in methodological critiques. International Journal of Sociology and Social Policy, 24, 2031. See also Nardi, P.M. 1995. The Breastplate of Righteousness, 25 years after Lord Humphrey's Tearum Trade, Impersonal Sex in Public Places. Journal of Homosexuality, 30, 1, 10. 14. One such study is the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, conducted in Alabama from the 1930s to the 1970s. The goal of the study was to understand the natural progression of syphilis in human beings. Investigators working for the Public Health Service enrolled hundreds of poor African American men in the study, some of whom had been diagnosed with syphilis, and others who had not. Even after effective syphilis treatment was identified in the 1940s, research participants were denied treatment so that researchers could continue to observe the progression of the disease. The study came to an end in 1972 after knowledge of the experiment became public. In 1997, President Clinton publicly apologized on behalf of the American people for the study. http://4.nara.gov/txtenly/news/remarks. For more on the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, see Reverby, SM. 2009. Examining Tuskegee, the infamous syphilis study, and its legacy. Chapel Hill, NC, University of North Carolina Press. Chapter 336. The Belmont Report, a document outlining basic ethical principles for research on human subjects, National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects in Biomedical and Behavioral Research, 1979. 15. The National Research Act also required that all institutions receiving federal support establish institutional review boards, IRBs, to protect the rights of human research subjects, 1974. 16. Since that time, many organizations that do not receive federal support but where research is conducted have also established review boards to evaluate the ethics of the research that they conduct. 3.1.1.3 Institutional Review Boards. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. IRBs are tasked with ensuring that the rights and welfare of human research subjects will be protected at all institutions, including universities, hospitals, nonprofit research institutions, and other organizations that receive federal support for research. IRBs typically consist of members from a variety of disciplines, such as sociology, economics, education, social work, and communications, to name a few. Most IRBs also include representatives from the community in which they reside. For example, representatives from nearby prisons, hospitals, or treatment centers might sit on the IRBs of university campuses near them. The diversity of membership helps to ensure that the many and complex ethical issues that may arise from human subjects research will be considered fully and by a knowledgeable and experienced panel. Investigators conducting research on human subjects are required to submit proposals outlining their research plans to IRBs for review and approval prior to beginning their research. Even students who conduct research on human subjects must have their proposed work reviewed and approved by the IRB before beginning any research, though, on some campuses, some exceptions are made for classroom projects that will not be shared outside of the classroom. It may surprise you to hear that IRBs are not always popular or appreciated by researchers. Who wouldn't want to conduct ethical research, you ask? In some cases, the concern is that IRBs are most well versed in reviewing biomedical and experimental research, neither of which is particularly common within sociology. Much sociological research, especially qualitative research, is open-ended in nature, a fact that can be problematic for IRBs. The members of IRBs often want to know in advance exactly who will be observed, where, when, and for how long, whether and how they will be approached, exactly what questions they will be asked, and what predictions the researcher has for her or his findings. Providing this level of detail for a year-long participant observation within an activist group of 200+ members, for example, would be extraordinarily frustrating for the researcher in the best case and most likely would prove to be impossible. Of course, IRBs do not intend to have researchers avoid studying controversial topics or avoid using certain methodologically sound data collection techniques, but unfortunately, that is 15. National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects in Biomedical and Behavioral Research. 1979. The Belmont Report, Ethical Principles and Guidelines for the Protection of Human Subjects of Research. Retrieved from http://ohsr.od. nih.gov/guidelines/belmont.html. 16. National Research Act of 1974, Publication L. No. 93-348 Stat. 88. 1974. The Act can be read at http://history.nih.gov/research. Downloads/PL93-348 PDF. 37. Sometimes the result. The solution is not to do away with review boards, which serve a necessary and important function, but instead to help educate IRB members about the variety of social scientific research methods and topics covered by sociologists and other social scientists. Key takeaways. The fact that many of our research subjects in sociology are human presents a unique set of challenges and opportunities when it comes to conducting ethical research. Research on human subjects has not always been regulated to the extent that it is today. All institutions receiving federal support for research must have an IRB. Organizations that do not receive federal support but where research is conducted also often include IRBs as part of their organizational structure. Exercises. 1. Read the 10 principles of the Nuremberg Code at the National Institutes of Health website, http://ohsr.od.nih.gov/guidelines. Nuremberg HTML. Consider how these principles apply to sociological research. 2. Check out the IRB on your campus. Most IRBs have websites that contain useful information about the review process, membership, specific campus rules and regulations, and training. How does the IRB on your campus operate? Who are its members? 3. Watch the 2004 film Kinsey. How might your campus's IRB respond to Alfred Kinsey's research were he to submit a proposal for his work today? Why? 4. Read about Professor Jin Lee's 2011 lawsuit against Brown University, whose IRB barred Lee from using data she had collected in a study of Chinese American children's learning beliefs and socialization. http://brown-dailyherald.com/professor-sus-u-s-u-over- Research Protocol 125181118 Number TIX 7 SCOQ1LC. What is your opinion of this case? Should Lee be allowed to use her data? Why or why not? 3.1.2 Specific ethical issues to consider. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Define informed consent, and describe how it works. Chapter 338. 2. Identify the unique concerns related to the study of vulnerable populations. 3. Understand the definitions of and the differences between anonymity and confidentiality. 4. Explain the 5 general principles of the American Sociological Association's Code of Ethics. As should be clear by now, conducting research on humans presents a number of unique ethical considerations. Human research subjects must be given the opportunity to consent to their participation in research. Further, subjects' identities and the information they share should be protected by researchers. Of course, how consent and identity protection are defined may vary by individual researcher, institution, or academic discipline. In Research on Humans, page 33, we examined the role that institutions play in shaping research ethics. In this section, we'll take a look at a few specific topics that individual researchers and sociologists in general must consider before embarking on research with human subjects. 3.1.2.1 Informed Consent. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. A norm of voluntary participation is presumed in all sociological research projects. In other words, we cannot force anyone to participate in our research without that person's knowledge or consent. So much for that Truman Show experiment. Researchers must therefore design procedures to obtain subjects' informed consent to participate in their research. Informed consent is defined as a subject's voluntary agreement to participate in research based on a full understanding of the research and of the possible risks and benefits involved. Although it sounds simple, ensuring that one has actually obtained informed consent is a much more complex process than you might initially presume. The first requirement is that, in giving their informed consent, subjects may neither waive nor even appear to waive any of their legal rights. Subjects also cannot release a researcher, his or her sponsor, or institution from any legal liability should something go wrong during the course of their participation in the research. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 2009. 17. Because sociological research does not typically involve asking subjects to place themselves at risk of physical harm by, for example, taking untested drugs or consenting to new medical procedures, sociological researchers do not often worry about potential liability associated with their research projects. However, their research may involve other types of risks. For example, what if a sociological researcher fails to sufficiently conceal the identity of a subject who admits to participating in a local swingers club, enjoying a little sadomasochistic activity now and again, or violating her marriage vows? While the law may not have. 17. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 2009. Code of Federal Regulations, 45 CFR 46. The full set of requirements for informed consent can be read at http://www.hhs.gov/orp/human-subjects/guidance HTML number 46. 116. 39. Been broken in any of these cases, the subject's social standing, marriage, custody, rights, or employment could be jeopardized were any of these tidbits to become public. This example might seem rather extreme, but the point remains, even sociologists conduct research that could come with some very real legal ramifications. Beyond the legal issues, most institutional review boards, IRBs, require researchers to share some details about the purpose of the research, possible benefits of participation, and, most importantly, possible risks associated with participating in that research with their subjects. In addition, researchers must describe how they will protect subjects' identities, how and for how long any data collected will be stored, and whom to contact for additional information about the study or about subjects' rights. All this information is typically shared in an informed consent form that researchers provide to subjects. In some cases, subjects are asked to sign the consent form indicating that they have read it and fully understand its contents. In other cases, subjects are simply provided a copy of the consent form and researchers are responsible for making sure that subjects have read and understand the form before proceeding with any kind of data collection. Figure 3.1 contains a sample informed consent form taken from a research project on child-free adults. Note that this consent form describes a risk that may be unique to the particular method of data collection being employed, focus groups. Figure 3.1 Sample informed consent form, missing in original. One last point to consider when preparing to obtain informed consent is that not all potential research subjects are considered equally competent or legally allowed to consent to participate in research. These subjects are sometimes referred to as members of vulnerable populations, people who may be at risk of experiencing undue influence or coercion. 18. The rules for consent are more stringent for vulnerable populations. For example, minors must have the consent of a legal guardian in order to participate in research. In some cases, the minors themselves are also asked to participate in the consent process by signing special, age-appropriate consent forms designed specifically for them. Prisoners and parolees also qualify as vulnerable populations. Concern about the vulnerability of these subjects comes from the very real possibility that prisoners and parolees could perceive that they will receive some highly desired reward, such as early release, if they participate in research. Another potential concern regarding vulnerable populations is that they may be underrepresented in research, and even denied potential benefits of participation in research, specifically because of concerns about their ability to consent. So on the one hand, researchers must take extra care to ensure that their procedures for obtaining consent from vulnerable populations are not coercive, and the procedures for receiving approval to conduct research on these groups may be more rigorous than that for non-vulnerable populations. On the other hand, researchers must work to avoid excluding members of vulnerable populations from participation simply on the grounds that they are vulnerable, or that obtaining 18. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services guidelines on vulnerable populations can be read at http://gov/org/policy/populations. Chapter 340. Their consent may be more complex. While there is no easy solution to this double-edged sword, an awareness of the potential concerns associated with research on vulnerable populations is important for identifying whatever solution is most appropriate for a specific case. 3.1.2.2 Protection of Identities. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. As mentioned earlier, the informed consent process includes the requirement that researchers outline how they will protect the identities of subjects. This aspect of the process, however, is one of the most commonly misunderstood aspects of research. In protecting subjects' identities, researchers typically promise to maintain either the anonymity or the confidentiality of their research subjects. Anonymity is the more stringent of the two. When a researcher promises anonymity to participants, not even the researcher is able to link participants' data with their identities. Anonymity may be impossible for some sociological researchers to promise because several of the modes of data collection that sociologists employ, such as participant observation and face-to-face interviewing, require that researchers know the identities of their research participants. In these cases, a researcher should be able to at least promise confidentiality to participants. Offering confidentiality means that some identifying information on one's subjects is known and may be kept, but only the researcher can link participants with their data, and he or she promises not to do so publicly. As you can see under the risks section of the consent form in Figure 3.1, sometimes it is not even possible to promise that a subject's confidentiality will be maintained. This is the case if data are collected in public or in the presence of other research participants in the course of a group interview, for example. Protecting research participants' identities is not always a simple prospect, especially for those conducting research on stigmatized groups or illegal behaviors. Sociologist Scott DeMuth learned that all too well when conducting his dissertation research on a group of animal rights activists. As a participant observer, DeMuth knew the identities of his research subjects. So when some of his research subjects vandalized facilities and removed animals from several research labs at the University of Iowa, a grand jury called on Mr. DeMuth to reveal the identities of the participants in the raid. When DeMuth refused to do so, he was jailed briefly and then charged with conspiracy to commit animal enterprise terrorism and cause damage to the animal enterprise. Jaskek, 2009. 19. Publicly, DeMuth's case raised many of the same questions as Lord Humphrey's work 40 years earlier. What do social scientists owe the public? Is DeMuth, by protecting his research subjects, harming those whose labs were vandalized? Is he harming the taxpayers who funded those labs? Or is it more important that DeMuth emphasizes what he owes his research subjects, who were told their identities would be protected? DeMuth's case also sparked controversy among academics, some of whom thought that as an academic himself, DeMuth should have been more sympathetic to 19. Jaskek, S. 2009, December 4. Protecting his sources. Inside Higher Edition. Retrieved from http://www.insidehigher.com. News/2009/12/04/DeMuth. 41. The plight of the faculty and students who lost years of research as a result of the attack on their labs. Many others stood by DeMuth, arguing that the personal and academic freedom of scholars must be protected whether we support their research topics and subjects or not. DeMuth's academic advisor even created a new group, Scholars for Academic Justice, http://umn.wordpress.com, to support DeMuth and other academics who face persecution or prosecution as a result of the research they conduct. What do you think? Should DeMuth have revealed the identities of his research subjects? Why or why not? 3.1.2.3 Disciplinary Considerations. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Oftentimes specific disciplines will provide their own set of guidelines for protecting research subjects and, more generally, for conducting ethical research. For sociologists, the American Sociological Association, ASA, has adopted a set of ethical principles intended to guide researchers in the discipline. 2008. 20. The ASA Code features the following 5 general principles. 1. Professional competence. 2. Integrity. 3. Professional and scientific responsibility. 4. Respect for people's rights, dignity, and diversity. 5. Social responsibility. The principle of professional competence states that researchers should recognize their own limitations and only conduct research for which they have been properly trained. It also states that researchers should engage in ongoing education for themselves in order to remain competent. The principle of integrity directs that sociologists be honest, fair, and respectful in all their professional activities, including, but not limited to, their research activities. The third principle, professional and scientific responsibility, guides sociologists to be respectful in their relationships with one another at the same time that it warns against collegiality if it impedes one's ability to behave ethically. This principle balances scientific collegiality with public trust. In sociology, the fourth principle, respect for people's rights, dignity, and diversity, addresses the need to reduce bias in all professional activities. Finally, social responsibility, the fifth principle, states that sociologists should strive to advance the science of sociology and serve the public good. On their faces, these 5 principles seem straightforward and relatively easy to abide by. Of course, each of these principles, along with the 20 more specific ethical standards that follow in the ASA Code, must be interpreted by individual researchers. Consider, for example, how those who support Scott DeMuth's decision to remain silent about his research subjects' identities might differ in their understanding of the principles from those who feel that DeMuth should testify and break his promise of confidentiality to subjects. 20. American Sociological Association, 2008. Code of Ethics and Policies and Procedures of the ASA Committee on Professional Ethics, Washington, D.C., ASA. Chapter 342. Key Takeaways. Researchers must obtain the informed consent of the people who participate in their research. If a researcher promises anonymity, he or she cannot link individual participants with their data. If a researcher promises confidentiality, he or she promises not to reveal the identities of research participants, even though the researcher can link individual participants with their data. The ASA has developed a code of ethics to which American sociologists are expected to adhere. Exercises. 1. Go to the Scholars for Academic Justice website at http://wordpress.com. What is your position on the cases that are described there? 2. Look up the American Sociological Association's full code of ethics, which includes ethical guidelines for research as well as guidelines For the other roles that sociologists play, such as teaching, at http://asaneti.org/images/asa/docs. Can you find the 5 principles noted previously? What more have you learned about the ASA Code of Ethics by reviewing the full code online? 3.1.3 Ethics at Micro, Meso, and Macro Levels. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objective 1. Identify and distinguish between micro, meso, and macro level considerations with respect to the ethical conduct of social scientific research. One useful way to think about the breadth of ethical questions that might arise out of any research project is to think about potential issues from the perspective of different analytical levels. In Linking Methods with Theory, page 17, you learned about the micro, meso, and macro levels of inquiry, and how a researcher's specific point of focus might vary depending on his or her level of inquiry. Here we'll apply the micro-meso-macro framework to a discussion of research ethics. Within most research projects, there are specific questions that arise for researchers at each of these 3 levels. At the micro level, researchers must consider their own conduct and the rights of individual research participants. For example, did Stanley Milgram behave ethically? 43. When he allowed research participants to think that they were administering electronic shocks to fellow participants? Did Lord Humphreys behave ethically when he deceived his research subjects about his own identity? Were the rights of individuals in these studies protected? While there may not be any easy answers, the questions posed here are the sort that you will want to ask yourself as a researcher when considering ethics at the micro level. At the meso level, researchers should think about the expectations of their given profession, in this case, sociology, as discussed in specific ethical issues to consider. Page 38, the American Sociological Association, ASA, has a code of ethics that outlines our profession's expectations when it comes to how we conduct our research. The ASA also has a strong history of supporting sociologists who conduct research in a way that follows the code of ethics but for which they experience some legal trouble. In 2009, for example, when Scott DeMuth was facing terrorism charges, the ASA's Animals and Societies section wrote a public statement in support of DeMuth. 21. 16 years earlier, in 1993, the ASA wrote an amicus brief in support of Washington State University sociology graduate student Rick Scarce who, like DeMuth, was conducting a study of animal rights activism for his dissertation research. 22 Scarce spent 159 days in jail because he refused to share with authorities the nature of conversations he'd had with several of his research participants, animal rights activists, suspected of vandalizing animal research facilities. Scarce v. United States, 1993. 23. Finally, at the macro level, a researcher should consider her or his duty to, and the expectations of, society. Perhaps the most high-profile case involving macro-level questions of research ethics comes from debates over whether to use data gathered by, or cite published studies based on data gathered from, the Nazis in the course of their unethical and horrendous experiments on humans during World War II, Mo. 1984, 24. Some argue that because the data were gathered in such an unquestionably unethical manner, they should never be used. Further, some who argue against using the Nazi data point out that not only were the experiments immoral but the methods used to collect data were also scientifically questionable. The data, say these people, are neither valid nor reliable and should therefore not be used in any current scientific investigation. Berger, 1990. 25. On the other hand, some people argue that data themselves are neutral, that information gathered is independent of the ethics of the methods and that the two are not linked together. Poses, 1992, p. 104. 26. Others point out that not using the data could inadvertently strengthen the claims of those who deny that the Holocaust ever happened. In his striking statement in support of publishing the data, medical ethics professor Velvlo Green says, 21. Council of the Animals and Society section of the American Sociological Association, support for Scott DeMuth. 2009. Retrieved from http://davenportgrandjury.wordpress.com/solidary-statements. 22. American Sociological Association. 1993. Case 99, a real case involving the protection of confidential data. Retrieved from http://www.asaniti.org/ethics. 23. Scarce v. United States, 5F3D 397, 399 400, 9th Circle 1993. 24. Mo. K. 1984. Should the Nazi research data be cited? The Hastings Center Report, 14, 5, 7. 25. Berger, P.L. 1990. Nazi Science, the Dachau Hypothermia Experiments. New England Journal of Medicine, 322. 1435–1440. 26. Poses, R.S. 1992. Scientific Inquiry and Ethics, the Dachau Data. In A. L. Kaplan, edition, When Medicine Went Mad, Bioethics and the Holocaust, p. 104. Totawa, N.J., Humana Press. Chapter 344. Instead of banning the Nazi data or assigning it to some archivist or custodial committee, I maintain that it be exhumed, printed, and disseminated to every medical school in the world along with the details of methodology and the names of the doctors who did it, whether or not they were indicted, acquitted, or hanged. Let the students and the residents and the young doctors know that this was not ancient history or an episode from a horror movie where the actors get up after filming and Prepare for another role. It was real. It happened yesterday. Green, 1992, pages 169-170, 27. While debates about the use of data collected by the Nazis are typically centered on medical scientists' use of them, there are conceivable circumstances under which these data might be used by social scientists. Perhaps, for example, a social scientist might wish to examine contemporary reactions to the experiments. Or perhaps the data could be used in a study of the sociology of science. What do you think? Should data gathered by the Nazis be used or cited today? What arguments can you make in support of your position, and how would you respond to those who disagree? Table 3.1 summarizes the key questions that researchers might ask themselves about the ethics of their research at each level of inquiry. Level of inquiry. Focus. Key ethics questions for researchers to ask themselves. Does my research impinge on the individual's right to privacy? Could my research offend subjects in any way? Could my research cause emotional distress to any of my subjects? Micro-individual. Has my own conduct been ethical throughout the research process? Meso group. Does my research follow the ethical guidelines of my profession and discipline? Table 3.1 Key ethics questions at 3 different levels of inquiry. 27. Green, V.W. 1992. Can scientists use information derived from the concentration camps? Ancient and Where's to New? Questions. In A. L. Kaplan, edition, When Medicine Went Mad, Bioethics and the Holocaust, pages 169-170. Totawa, N.J., Humana Press. 45. Have I met my duty to those who funded my research? Does my research meet the societal expectations of social research? Macro society. Have I met my social responsibilities as a researcher? Table 3.1 Key ethics questions at 3 different levels of inquiry. Key takeaways. At the micro level, researchers should consider their own conduct and the rights of individual research participants. At the meso level, researchers should consider the expectations of their profession and of any organizations that may have funded their research. At the macro level, researchers should consider their duty to, and the expectations of society with respect to social scientific research. Exercises. 1. The ASA website offers a case study of Rick Scars's experience with protecting his data. You can read the case, and some thought-provoking questions about it, here. http://www.asaneti.org/ethics. Detail CFM, ID = case 99. What questions and concerns about conducting sociological research does Scars's experience raise for you? 2. The PBS series Nova has an informative website and exercise on public opinion of the use of the Nazi experiment data. Go through The exercise at http://www.pbs.org/wgbh/nova/Holocaust. Experiments HTML 3.1.4 The practice of science versus the uses of science. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Define replication, and be able to describe why it matters in terms of research ethics. Chapter 346. 2. Describe what it means to use science in an ethical way. Research ethics has to do with both how research is conducted and how findings from that research are used and by whom. In this section, we'll consider research ethics from both angles. 3.1.4.1 Doing Science the Ethical Way. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. As you should now be aware, researchers must consider their own personal ethical principles in addition to following those of their institution, their discipline, and their community. We've already considered many of the ways that sociologists work to ensure the ethical practice of research, such as informing and protecting subjects. But the practice of ethical research doesn't end once subjects have been identified and data have been collected. Sociologists must also fully disclose their research procedures and findings. This means being honest about how research subjects were identified and recruited, how exactly data were collected and analyzed, and ultimately, what findings were reached. If researchers fully disclose how they conducted their research, then those of us who use their work to build our own research projects, to create social policies, or to make decisions about our lives can have some level of confidence in the work. By sharing how research was conducted, a researcher helps assure readers that he or she has conducted legitimate research and didn't simply come to whatever conclusions he or she wanted to find. A description or presentation of research findings that is not accompanied by information about research methodology is missing some relevant information. Sometimes methodological details are left out because there isn't time or space to share them. This is often the case with news reports of research findings. Other times, there may be a more insidious reason that important information isn't there. This may be the case if sharing methodological details would call the legitimacy of a study into question. As researchers, it is our ethical responsibility to fully disclose our research procedures. As consumers of research, it is our ethical responsibility to pay attention to such details. We'll discuss this more in the section Using Science the Ethical Way, page 48. There's a New Yorker cartoon that depicts a set of filing cabinets that aptly demonstrates what we don't want to see happen with research. Each filing cabinet drawer in the cartoon is labeled differently. The labels include such headings as our facts, their facts, neutral facts, disputable facts, absolute facts, bare facts, unsubstantiated facts, and indisputable facts. http www.cartoonbank.com/1977. Filing cabinets labeled our facts, their facts, neutral facts, disputable facts, etc/inv/116530. The implication of this cartoon is that one might just choose to open the file drawer of her choice and pick whichever facts she likes best. While this may occur if we use some of the alternative sources of knowledge described in Introduction, page 3, it is fortunately not how the discovery of facts works in sociology, or in any other science for that matter. There actually is a method to this madness we call research. 47. The requirement of honesty comes not only from the American Sociological Association's principles of integrity and scientific responsibility, but also out of the scientific principle of replication. Ideally, this means that one scientist could repeat another's study with relative ease. By replicating a study, we may become more, or less, confident in the original study's findings. Replication is far more difficult, perhaps impossible, to achieve in the case of ethnographic studies that last months or years. But it nevertheless sets an important standard for all social scientific researchers, that we provide as much detail as possible about the processes by which we reach our conclusions. Full disclosure also includes the need to be honest about a study's strengths and weaknesses, both with oneself and with others. Being aware of the strengths and weaknesses of one's own work can help a researcher make reasonable recommendations about the next steps other researchers might consider taking in their inquiries. Awareness and disclosure of a study's strengths and weaknesses can also help highlight the theoretical or policy implications of one's work. In addition, openness about strengths and weaknesses helps those reading the research better evaluate the work and decide for themselves how or whether to rely on its findings. Finally, openness about a study's sponsors is crucial. How can we effectively evaluate research without knowing who paid the bills? The standard of replicability along with openness about a study's strengths, weaknesses, and funders enable those who read the research to evaluate it fairly and completely. Knowledge of funding sources is often raised as an issue in medical research. Understandably, independent studies of new drugs may be more compelling to the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, than studies touting the virtues of a new drug that happened to have been funded by the company who created that drug. But medical researchers aren't the only ones who need to be honest about their funding. If we know, for example, that a political think tank with ties to a particular party has funded some sociological research, we can take that knowledge into consideration when reviewing the study's findings and stated policy implications. Lastly, and related to this point, we must consider how, by whom, and for what purpose research may be used. 3.1.4.2 Using Science the Ethical Way. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Science has many uses. By use I mean the ways that science is understood and applied, as opposed to the way it is conducted. Some use science to create laws and social policies, others use it to understand themselves and those around them. Some people rely on science to improve their life conditions or those of other people, while still others use it to improve their businesses or other undertakings. In each case, the most ethical way for us to use science is to educate ourselves about the design and purpose of any studies we may wish to use or apply, to recognize our limitations in terms of scientific and methodological knowledge and how those limitations may impact our understanding of research, and to apply the findings of scientific investigation only in cases or to populations for which they are actually relevant. Chapter 348. Social scientists who conduct research on behalf of organizations and agencies may face additional ethical questions about the use of their research, particularly when the organization for which an applied study is conducted controls the final report and the publicity it receives. As mentioned in Introduction, page 3, after graduating from college with a sociology degree, I worked for an evaluation research firm. The firm I worked for is in fact just one division of a larger, nonprofit social services organization. The research division of this organization conducts in-house evaluations of the effectiveness of its own programs, and also provides evaluation research consulting to other, outside agencies. While I never saw any questionable practices with respect to the uses of science while there, the potential conflict of interest between in-house evaluation researchers and the employer being evaluated certainly exists. A similar conflict of interest might exist between independent researchers whose work is being funded by some government agency or private foundation. So who decides what constitutes ethical conduct or use of research? Perhaps we all do. What qualifies as ethical research may shift over time and across cultures as individual researchers, disciplinary organizations, members of society, and regulatory entities such as institutional review boards, courts, and lawmakers all work to define the boundaries between ethical and unethical research. Key takeaways. Conducting research ethically requires that researchers be ethical, not only in their data collection procedures but also in reporting their methods and findings. The ethical use of research requires an effort to understand research, an awareness of one's own limitations in terms of knowledge and understanding, and the honest application of research findings. What qualifies as ethical research is determined collectively by a number of individuals, organizations, and institutions and may change over time. Exercises. 1. Think of an instance when doing science ethically might conflict with using science ethically. Describe your example and how you, as a researcher, might proceed were you to find yourself in such a quandary. 2. Using library and internet resources, find 3 examples of funded sociological research. Who were the funders in each case? How do the researchers inform readers about their funders? In what ways, if any, do you think each funder might influence the research? What questions, if any, do you have about the research after taking these potential influences into consideration? 49. Chapter 4 Beginning a Research Project. 4.1 Choosing a Topic. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Do you like to watch movies? Do you have a pet that you care about? Do you wonder what you and your peers might do with your degrees once you've finished college? Do you wonder how many people on your campus have heard of the BP oil spill of 2010? How many know that Barack Obama is our president, or how many know that their tuition may be raised by 20% next year? Have you ever felt that you were treated differently at work because of your gender? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you may have just the sort of intellectual curiosity required to conduct a sociological research project. 4.1.1 Starting where you already are. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define starting where you are, and describe how it works. 2. Identify and describe 2 overarching questions researchers should ask themselves about where they already are. The preceding questions are all real questions that real sociology students have asked and answered in a research methods class just like the one that you are currently taking. In some cases, these students knew they had a keen interest in a topic before beginning their research methods class. For example, Beth 1 was a sociology and political science double major who wanted to know what her peers really knew about current events. Did they know about national events, such as the results of the most recent presidential election? Did they know about disasters that could affect their plans to enjoy the surf on the west coast of Florida over the summer? Did they know that local papers were reporting rumors of a tuition hike that could change their own ability to pay the rent? Matt, a sociology major, also started off with an interest in a focused topic. He had begun to worry about what he would do with his sociology degree when he graduated, and so he designed a project to learn more about what other sociology majors did and planned to do. In other cases, students did not start out with a specific interest linked to their academic pursuits, but these students, too, were able to identify research topics. 1. All student names are pseudonyms. Chapter 450. Worthy of investigation. These students knew For example, how they enjoyed spending their free time. Perhaps at first these students didn't realize that they could identify and answer a sociological research question about their hobbies, but they certainly learned that they could once they had done a little brainstorming. For example, Dirk enjoyed reading about and watching movies, so he conducted a project on the relationship between movie reviews and movie success. Sarah, who enjoyed spending time with her pet cat, designed a project to learn more about animal-human relationships. Even students who claimed to have absolutely no interests whatsoever usually discovered that they could come up with a sociological research question simply by stepping back, taking a bird's eye view of their daily lives, and identifying some interesting patterns there. This was the case for Allison, who made some remarkable discoveries about her restaurant job, where she had applied to work as a cook but was hired to work as a waitress. When Allison realized that all the servers at the restaurant were women and all the cooks were men, she began to wonder whether employees had been assigned different roles based on their gender identities. Allison's epiphany led her to investigate how jobs and workplace stereotypes are gendered. Like Allison, Teresa also struggled to identify a research topic. Her academic experiences had not inspired any specific research interests, and when asked about hobbies, Teresa claimed to have none. When asked what really annoys her, it occurred to Teresa that she resented the amount of time her friends spent watching and discussing the reality television show The Bachelor. This realization led Teresa to her own aha moment. She would investigate who watches reality television, and why. In each of these cases, students did what sociologists refer to as starting where you are, an idea eloquently described in previous research methods texts by John and Lynn Laughlin, 1995, 2, and by Kristen Esterberg, 2002, MacLeod, 2008. 3. Whether it was thinking about a question they'd had for some time, identifying a question about their own interests and hobbies, or taking a look at patterns in their everyday life. Every student in these research methods classes managed both to identify a sociological research question that was of interest to them and to collect data to help answer that question. In this chapter we'll focus on how to identify possible topics for study, how to make your topic sociological, how to phrase your interest as a research question, and how to get started once you have identified that question. In later chapters, we'll learn more about how to actually answer the questions you will have developed by the time you finish this chapter. Once you have identified where you already are, there are two overarching questions you need to ask yourself: how do you feel about where you already are, and what do you know about where you already are? 2. Laughlin, J., and Laughlin, L.H. 1995. Analyzing Social Settings, A Guide to Qualitative Observation and Analysis, 3rd ed. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth. 3. Esterberg, K.G. 2002. Qualitative Methods in Social Research. Boston, McGraw-Hill, for a superb account of starting where you already are. See the appendix, on the making of Ain't No Makin' It, in J. McLeod's book, Ain't No Makin' It. Incidentally, the research on which McLeod's book is based began as his undergraduate sociology thesis. McLeod, J. 2008. Ain't No Makin' It, Aspirations and Attainment in a Low-Income Neighborhood, 3rd ed. Boulder, Co., Westview Press. 51. 4.1.1.1 How do you feel about where you already are? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Once you have figured out where you already are, perhaps not spiritually, we sociologists can't help you there, but in terms of your interests and everyday activities, your next task is to ask yourself some important questions about the interest you've identified. Your answers to these questions will help you decide whether your topic is one that will really work for a sociological research project. Whether you begin by already having an interest in some topic or you decide you want to study something related to one of your hobbies or your everyday experiences, chances are good that you already have some opinions about your topic. As such, there are a few questions you should ask yourself to determine whether you should try to turn this topic into a research project. Start by asking yourself how you feel about your topic. Be totally honest, and ask yourself whether you believe your perspective is the only valid one. Perhaps yours isn't the only perspective, but do you believe it is the wisest one? The most practical one? How do you feel about other perspectives on this topic? If you feel so strongly that certain findings would upset you, or that either you would design a project to get only the answer you believe to be the best one, or you might feel compelled to cover up findings that you don't like, then you need to choose a different topic. For example, one student wanted to find out whether there was any relationship between intelligence and political party affiliation. He was certain from the beginning that the members of his party were without a doubt the most intelligent. His strong opinion was not in and of itself the problem. However, the rage that he expressed when he was asked to consider how he might feel if he found that the opposing party's members were more intelligent than those of his party, combined with his utter refusal to grant that it was even a possibility, led him to decide that the topic was probably too near and dear for him to use it to conduct unbiased research. Of course, just because you feel strongly about a topic does not mean that you should not study it. Sometimes the best topics to research are those about which you do feel strongly. What better way to stay motivated than to study something that you care about? I recently began a study of child-free adults, people who have made the explicit and intentional choice not to have or rear children, precisely because I'm a child-free adult myself. Although I have strong opinions about my own child-free status, I also feel okay about having those ideas challenged. In fact, for me, one of the most rewarding things about Studying a topic that is relevant to my own life is learning new perspectives that had never occurred to me before collecting data on the topic. I believe that my own perspective is pretty solid, but I can also accept that other people will have perspectives that differ from my own. And I am certainly willing to report the variety of perspectives that I discover as I collect data on my topic. If you feel prepared to accept all findings, even those that may be unflattering to or distinct from your personal perspective, then perhaps you should intentionally study a Chapter 452 topic about which you have strong feelings. Sociology Professor Kathleen Blee, 2002-4, has taken this route in her research. Blee studies hate movement participants, people whose racist ideologies she studies but does not share. You can read her accounts of this research in two of her most well-known publications, Inside Organized Racism and Women of the Klan. Blee's research is successful because she was willing to report her findings and observations honestly, even those with which she may have personally taken strong issue. However, if, after honest reflection, you decide that you cannot accept or share with others findings with which you disagree, then you should study a topic about which you feel less strongly. 4.1.1.2 What do you know about where you already are? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Whether or not you feel strongly about your topic, you will also want to consider what you already know about it. There are many ways we know what we know. Perhaps your mother told you something is so. Perhaps it came to you in a dream. Perhaps you took a class last semester and learned something about your topic there. Or you may have read something about your topic in your local newspaper or in People magazine. Maybe you saw a special on Dateline NBC or heard Snooki discussing the topic with her friends on Jersey Shore. We discussed the strengths and weaknesses associated with some of these different sources of knowledge in Introduction, page 3, and we'll talk about other sources of knowledge, such as prior research, a little later on. For now, take some time to think about what you know about your topic from any and all possible sources. Thinking about what you already know will help you identify any biases you may have, and it will help as you begin to frame a question about your topic. Key takeaways. Many researchers choose topics by considering their own personal experiences, knowledge, and interests. Researchers should be aware of and forthcoming about any strong feelings they might have about their research topics. There are benefits and drawbacks associated with studying a topic about which you already have some prior knowledge or experience. Researchers should be aware of and consider both. Exercises. 1. Do some brainstorming to try to identify some potential topics of interest. What have been your favorite classes in college thus far? What did you like about them? What did you learn in them? What extracurricular activities are you involved in? How do you enjoy? 4. Blee, K. 2002. Inside Organized Racism, Women and Men of the Hate Movement. Berkeley, CA, University of California. Press, Blee, K. 1991. Women of the Klan, Racism and Gender in the 1920s. Berkeley, CA, University of California Press. 53. Spending your time when nobody is telling you what you should be doing. 2. Check out the website thesocitypages.org. This site summarizes work published in contexts, http://contexts.org, Sociologies. Public Interest Magazine. It also includes links to recent news, stories featuring sociological work and a number of sociological insights that are likely to be of general interest. If you are having trouble identifying a topic of interest, this site could be of help. 3. Learn how other sociologists have started where they are by reading their blogs. A few worth reading include the following: Sociological Images, http://thesocitypages.org/sociimages. Sociology Improv, http://thesocitypages.org/improv. Public Criminology, http://thesocitypages.org/pubcrim. Sexuality and Society, http://thesocitypages.org/sexuality. Marx in Drag, http://marxindrag.com/marxindrag/blog/blog. HTML. The Sociological Imagination, http://thesociologicalimagination.com. Scatterplot, http://scatter.wordpress.com. 4.1.2 Is it empirical? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define empirical questions, and provide an example. 2. Define ethical questions, and provide an example. As you probably recall from Research Ethics, page 33, sociologists do, indeed, consider questions of ethics during the research process. These questions have to do with a researcher's behavior while gathering empirical data and reporting findings. But questions about sociologists' professional behavior are distinct from sociological research questions. When it comes to research questions, sociologists are best equipped to answer empirical questions, those that can be answered by real experience in the real world, as opposed to ethical questions, questions about which people have moral opinions and that may not be answerable in reference to the real world. While sociologists do study phenomena about which people have moral. Chapter 454. Opinions. Our job is to gather social facts about those phenomena, not to judge or determine morality. Let's consider a specific example. Early in my senior year of college, I took a class on comparative perspectives in healthcare. We started in the United States and then traveled to Austria, Hungary, and the Czech Republic to learn about how healthcare is administered in each country. One thing that struck me at the time was the differences in how funding for our healthcare system works compared to systems in the countries I visited. When I learned about how much our healthcare institutions depend on private donations to pay for needed equipment and facilities, I knew instantly what I would choose as the topic for a research project I had coming up that year. I wanted to learn what the most morally upstanding way to fund health care was. Was it the US model or was it the European models I'd learned about? I returned from my trip, visited my sociology advisor, and shared my research project idea. Much to my dismay, my advisor told me my question wasn't sociological. Not sociological, I asked. But sociologists study inequality, I argued, and understanding the most morally upright way of administering healthcare certainly had something to do with issues of inequality. True, my advisor agreed. The problem was not with my topic per se but instead with my framing of the topic. I was asking an ethical question about healthcare when I should be asking an empirical question. He helped me tweak my research question to make it empirical by focusing not on the comparable morality of each approach to health care but instead on the process by which health care institutions in the United States obtain funding for needed equipment and facilities. While not as sweeping or as grand as I'd originally envisioned, my advisor's help in bringing me down to earth and helping me identify an empirical question about the topic led to a more sociological project than I might have otherwise conducted. Not too long ago I had another opportunity to think about the differences between ethical and empirical questions. In 2008, I was interviewed by a writer working on a piece for Marie Claire magazine on men who are sexually harassed in the workplace by women, Voss, 2008. 5. Because I had published several scholarly articles on this topic. With several wonderful collaborators, the writer wanted me to assert a position about what she viewed as a new and terrible phenomenon. While I don't personally support the sexual harassment of anyone, woman or man, and even though I've been involved in the anti-sexual violence movement personally for many years, I wasn't able to give the reporter the juicy quote about my feelings on the subject that she seemed intent on eliciting from me. Why? Because I was interviewed as a sociologist, not as a concerned member of the community. What I was able to talk about were the empirical findings from my research, including the finding that the stigma of reporting harassment can be quite high for men because of the cultural stereotype that men enjoy any and all forms of sexual attention. In order to help you better understand the difference between ethical and empirical questions, let's consider a topic about which people have moral opinions. How about SpongeBob SquarePants? 6. In early 2005, members of the conservative Christian 5. Voss, G. 2008, May 26. Women harassing men. Marie Claire. Retrieved from http://marieclaire.com/sex-love. Relationship issues/articles/women harassing men 1. 6. Not familiar with SpongeBob SquarePants? You can learn more about him on Nickelodeon's site dedicated to all things SpongeBob, http://spongebob.nick.com. 55. Group Focus on the Family 7 denounced the seemingly innocuous cartoon character as morally offensive because they perceived his character to be one that promotes a PROGA agenda. Focus on the Family supported their claim that SpongeBob is immoral by citing his appearance in a children's video designed to promote tolerance of all family forms. BBC News, 2005. 8. They also cited SpongeBob's regular hand holding with his male sidekick Patrick as further evidence of his immorality. So can we now conclude that SpongeBob SquarePants is immoral? Not so fast. While your mother or a newspaper or television reporter may provide an answer, a sociologist cannot. Questions of morality are ethical, not empirical. Of course, this doesn't mean that sociologists and other social scientists cannot study opinions about or social meanings surrounding SpongeBob SquarePants. Carter, 2010. 9. In fact, sociologists may be among the most qualified to gather empirical facts about people's moral opinions. We study humans after all, and as you will discover in the following chapters of this text, we are trained to utilize a variety of scientific data collection techniques to understand patterns of human beliefs and behaviors. Using these techniques, we could find out how many people in the United States find SpongeBob morally reprehensible, but we could never learn, empirically, whether SpongeBob is in fact morally reprehensible. Key takeaways. Empirical questions are distinct from ethical questions. There are usually a number of ethical questions and a number of empirical questions that could be asked about any single topic. While sociologists may study topics about which people have moral opinions, their job is to gather empirical data about the social world. Exercises. 1. Think of some topic that interests you. Pose one ethical question about that topic. Now pose an empirical question about the same topic. 2. Read a few news articles about any controversial topic that interests you, for example, immigration, gay marriage, healthcare reform, terrorism, welfare. Make a note of the ethical points or questions that are raised in the articles and compare them to the empirical points or questions that are mentioned. Which do you find most compelling? Why? 7. Focus on the family. 2005, January 26. Focus on SpongeBob. Christianity Today. Retrieved from http://ct/2005/JANUARYWEB-ONLY. 8. BBC News. 2005, January 20. U.S. right attacks SpongeBob video. Retrieved from http://news.bbc.co.uk/2/hi/Americas. 4190699 STM. 9. In fact, a recent MA thesis examines representations of gender and relationships in the cartoon, Carter, A.C. 2010. Constructing Gender and Relationships in SpongeBob SquarePants, Who Lives in a Pineapple Under the Sea? MA thesis. Department of Communication, University of South Alabama, Mobile, Al. Chapter 456. 4.1.3 Is it sociological? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Identify and describe the 3 key insights that make sociology unique. 2. Define social location. 3. Understand the difference between sociological research questions and those of other, similar disciplines. What is sociology? If you can't answer that question, then it will be very difficult for you to conduct a sociological research project. It will also be very difficult to impress your friends with your sociology degree or to convince your parents or your partner that the sacrifices that helped put you through college were worthwhile. Even more, it could be quite a challenge to explain yourself and your qualifications to prospective employers if you cannot tell them simply and succinctly what it is you spent your college career studying. So let's take a moment to consider what sociology is exactly. First, we will attempt to define sociology, and then we will consider how sociology is similar to and different from other disciplines. This exercise should help as we begin to turn our empirical interests into sociological research questions. 4.1.3.1 What is sociology? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. As noted in Introduction, page 3, sociology is the scientific study of humans in groups. But let's go a little further and think about what makes sociology a unique discipline. There are several key insights that make sociology unique, and keeping these in mind will help you frame your research interest in a way that is sociological. First, sociologists recognize that who a person is and what he or she thinks and does is affected by the groups of which that person is a member. Second, sociologists accept that interaction takes place in a way that is patterned. Finally, sociologists acknowledge that while patterns are important, inconsistencies in patterns are equally important. By considering each of these key insights in a little more detail, we can begin to get a better grasp of what makes sociology unique and what makes the topics that sociologists study sociological. As noted, sociologists recognize that who a person is and what he or she thinks and is affected by the groups of which that person is a member. In particular, sociologists pay attention to how people's experiences may differ depending on aspects of their identities. To help yourself think sociologically, look around you as you are out and about. Do you see people of different racial or ethnic identities from you? Different genders? Different class statuses? How might their experiences differ from 57. Yours? How might the very experience you are having at that moment differ for you if you were different somehow? What if you weighed twice as much as you do right now? What if you had green hair instead of brown? Sociologists study what such identities and characteristics mean, how and by whom they are given meaning, how they work together with other meanings, and what the consequences are of those meanings. In other words, sociologists study how people's social locations shape their experiences and their place in society. Sociologists also accept that social interaction is patterned. In fact, patterns exist even though the people involved in creating them may not have any conception of their contribution. Because sociologists are interested in aggregates, the individuals who collectively create patterns may be separated by many years or miles. As sociologists, however, we are trained to look for consistencies in social patterns across time and space. For example, societies all over the world have for many years created rules, socialized their members, and produced and distributed goods. It is the consistencies across such processes that sociologists aim to understand. Of course, inconsistencies are just as important as patterns. When, for example, women began to enter the paid labor force in increasing numbers, sociologists became interested in what forces drove this change and what consequences individuals, families, employers, and societies might see as a result. Wolfbane and Jaff. 1946. 10 questions about how gender and work are intertwined are now so common in sociology that many campuses today offer gender and work courses, and the scholarly journal Gender, Work, and Organization was established in 1994 to distribute research on this topic alone. 11. Similarly, when mating and dating patterns shifted to include online match services, sociologists did not ignore this new way that humans had found to partner. Instead, they took note of it and considered how it worked, who utilized this new method of matching, and its impact on dating patterns more generally. In fact, according to Sociological Abstracts, a database that indexes published sociological research, and which you'll read more about later on in this chapter, 31 peer-reviewed articles on online dating had been published as of August 2010. As recently as 2004, however, there were no sociological articles on online dating indexed by this database. The increase in publications focusing on online dating very likely had something to do with the changing social landscape. In this case, societal changes, or inconsistencies, drove the sociological research. 12. 4.1.3.2 What is not sociology? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. In addition to considering what sociology actually is as a way to help identify a sociological research topic, it is worth considering what sociology is not. While the 10. Interestingly, one of the earliest pieces from the American Sociological Review investigating such demographic changes in labor force participation was published in 1946 following the unprecedented influx of women into the labor force during World War II. 11. You can read more about this journal at its website, http://www.blackwellpublishing.com. Site = 1. 12. Want to learn more about the sociological perspective on online dating? Google the name Pepper Schwartz. Professor Schwartz is a sexologist and sociologist at the University of Washington whose sociological insights and observations have been featured in numerous magazines and newspapers including Glamour and the New York Times and on television shows such as Oprah. She is also the chief relationship expert for PerfectMatch.com, an online dating site. Chapter 458. Differences between sociology and chemical engineering may be pretty clear. There are other disciplines with which sociology shares interests, and the lines between these disciplines may get blurred at times. Thinking about sociology's similarities to and differences from other disciplines can help us frame a research question that is indeed sociological. For example, many students pursue double majors in sociology and psychology. While the two disciplines are complementary, they are not the same. Consider the topic of gang membership. While a psychologist may be interested in identifying what traumatic personal experiences or emotional state might drive a person to join a gang, a sociologist is more likely to examine whether there are patterns in terms of who joins gangs. Are members of some social classes more likely than others to join gangs? Does a person's geographical location appear to play a role in determining the likelihood that he or she will join a gang? In other words, psychologists and sociologists share an interest in human behavior, but psychologists tend to focus on individuals while sociologists consider individuals within the context of the social groups to which they belong. Philosophers and sociologists also share some common interests, including a desire to understand beliefs about the nature of good and bad. But while a philosopher might consider what general or logical principles make up a good or a bad society, a sociologist is more likely to study how specific social realities, such as the presence of gangs in a community, impact perceptions of that community as either good or bad. Other disciplines that share some overlapping interests with sociology include political science, economics, and history. The differences in approaches toward the study of gang membership between sociology and other similar disciplines are summarized in Table 4.1. Sociology. Comparison. psychology, philosophy, political science, economics, history, are members of some social classes more likely than others to join gangs. What traumatic personal experiences or emotional states drive a person to join a gang? Focus. Individuals within the context of groups. Focus. Individuals. Table 4.1 Sociology compared to similar disciplines, the study of gangs. 59. How does the presence of gangs in a community affect perceptions of that community as good or bad? What logical principles make up a good or a bad society? Focus. Empirical questions. Focus. Ethical questions. How do laws focused on gangs impact different social groups? How have laws focused on gangs developed? Focus. Relationships between law and other institutions / groups. Focus. Political processes in their own right. How does the presence of gangs influence the well-being of families and children in a community? How does the presence of gangs influence the community's financial well-being? Focus. Relationship between economy and other institutions or groups. Focus. Economy in its own right. Table 4.1 Sociology compared to similar disciplines, the study of gangs. Chapter 460. How have structural changes in society shaped the ways that gang-related incidents occur and are handled? How can we explain the origins and consequences of one specific gang-related incident? Focus. Shifts in the patterns of social life. Focus. Specific historical events. Table 4.1 Sociology compared to similar disciplines, the study of gangs. Key takeaways. Sociology is unique in its focus on the combination of social context, patterns, and social change. Though similar to several other disciplines, there are distinct features that separate sociology from each discipline with which it shares some similarities. Exercises. 1. Take a look around you the next time you are heading across campus or waiting in line at the grocery store or your favorite coffee shop. Think about how the very experience you are having in that moment may be different for those around you who are not like you. How might the amount of social space you take up differ if you were a different gender? How would a change in your physical capabilities alter your path across campus? Would you interpret the stares from the child sitting in her parents' cart at the grocery store differently if you were a different race? What do your answers to these questions tell you about your social location? 2. Think about all the classes you have taken over the course of your college career. What disciplines have you learned about? How are those disciplines similar to sociology? How do those disciplines differ from sociology? Now consider a topic that you might be interested in conducting research on. How would a sociologist think about your topic? How would a person studying another discipline approach your topic? 61. 4.1.4 Is it a question? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Identify and explain the 5 key features of a good research question. 2. Explain why it is important for sociologists to be focused when designing a research question. 3. Identify the differences between and provide examples of strong and weak research questions. Now that you've thought about what topics interest you and identified a topic that is both empirical and sociological, you need to form a research question about that topic. 13. So what makes a good research question? First, it is generally written in the form of a question. To say that your research question is child-free adults or students' knowledge about current events or movies would not be correct. You need to frame a question about the topic that you wish to study. A good research question is also one that is well-focused. Writing a well-focused question isn't really all that different from what the paparazzi do regularly. As a sociologist, you need to be as clear and focused as those photographers who stalk Britney Spears to get that perfect shot of her while she waits in line at Starbucks. Okay, maybe what we do as sociologists isn't exactly the same, but think about how the paparazzi get paid. They must take clear, focused photographs in order to get paid for what they do. Likewise, we will not hit the sociological jackpot of having our research published, read, or respected by our peers if we are not clear and focused. I'll say a little more about this after we consider 3 more features of good research questions. In addition to being written in the form of a question and being well focused, a good research question is one that cannot be answered with a simple yes or no. For example, if your interest is in gender norms, you could ask, does gender affect a person's shaving habits? But you will have nothing left to say once you discover your yes or no answer. Instead, why not ask, how or to what extent does gender affect a person's feelings about body hair? By tweaking your question in this small way, you suddenly have a much more fascinating question and more to say as you attempt to answer it. A good research question should also have more than one plausible answer. The student who studied the relationship between gender and body hair preferences had a specific interest in the impact of gender, but she also knew that preferences might vary on other dimensions. For example, she knew from her own experience that her more politically conservative friends were more likely to shave every day and more likely to only date other regular shavers. Thinking through the possible relationships between gender, politics, and shaving led that student to realize that there were many. 13. For many researchers, forming hypotheses comes after developing one's research question. We'll discuss hypotheses in Research Design, page 72. Here our focus is just on identifying a topic and a question. Chapter 462. Plausible answers to her questions about how gender affects a person's feelings about body hair. Because gender doesn't exist in a vacuum, she, wisely, felt that she needed to take into account other characteristics that work together with gender to shape people's behaviors, likes, and dislikes. By doing this, the student took into account the third feature of a good research question. She considered relationships between several concepts. While she began with an interest in a single concept, body hair, by asking herself what other concepts, such as gender or political orientation, might be related to her original interest, she was able to form a question that considered the relationships among those concepts. In sum, a good research question generally has the following features. 1. It is written in the form of a question. 2. It is clearly focused. 3. It is not a yes/no question. 4. It has more than one plausible answer. 5. It considers relationships among multiple concepts. 4.1.4.1 Sociologists as paparazzi. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. As noted earlier, there are some similarities between the goals of sociologists and those of the paparazzi. A few years ago, shortly before leaving on a trip to New Orleans, I received one of those letters that most of us professional sociologists both dread and receive on a pretty regular basis, a rejection letter. The letter informed me that the paper I had recently submitted, while timely and well written, was being rejected. Apparently the paper lacked focus. In particular, the research question around which the paper was organized was not well focused. As I began to think about how to better focus my research question, and why such focus was so important in the first place, I licked my wounds and boarded a plane to join a couple of friends in the Big Easy. When our taxi pulled up to our lodging in the French Quarter, we noticed the street was lined with cars and with people who appeared to be living in those cars. On closer examination, we also noticed that most of the car dwellers had cameras, all with very long, wide lenses. Our taxi driver explained that they were paparazzi who were there because Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were in town and that their house was right next to the building where we'd be staying. As the title holder to the world's longest crush on Brad Pitt, I was, needless to say, giddy. 14. One of my friends was giddy too, but not for the same reason as me. She decided that she would try to pay for her trip by taking the perfect photograph of Brad and Angelina and selling it to the highest bidder. She reasoned that the paparazzi had chosen our street because it must be the best location to photograph the superstars and their kids. In fact, we did see Brangelina a few times. Now I respect every person's right to privacy, be they my long-standing crush or anyone else. Thus each time we 14. If you've found yourself asking what any of this has to do with research methods, fear not, we're getting there. But presumably there are others of you out there who, like me, won't complain about a brief diversion so long as it involves Brad Pitt. 63. Saw Brangelina and kids, I'd jump in front of the camera while my friend tried to snap the perfect shot. As a result, instead of focusing in on Brad and Angelina, her camera always focused on my head. Needless to say, my friend never got a shot worthy of selling to pay for her trip. She did, however, get several of shots of my gigantic melon. My mother didn't call me Pumpkinhead for nothing, with Brad, Angelina, and the kids usually blurred in the background. Figure 4.1 shows one such shot. Figure 4.2 shows the least blurry photo she was able to get thanks to my sabotage. Figure 4.1 blocking the shot, missing in original. Figure 4.2 the least blurry photo my friend was able to get, missing in original. So why am I sharing this story and these terribly unflattering photos? The point is that, as a sociological researcher, your job is like that of the paparazzi. Just as the paparazzi don't get paid unless they point their camera in the right direction and focus in on their subjects in exactly the right way, you will not hit the sociological jackpot unless you aim your sociological lens in the right direction and clearly focus your research. Question. You could be the most eloquent writer in your class, or even in the world. But if the research question about which you are writing is unclear, your work will ultimately fall flat. As I learned right before my trip to New Orleans, a poorly focused research question trumps all. The good news is that much of this text is dedicated to learning how to write, and then answer, a good research question. We've done this throughout the text and will continue to do so by considering specific research questions that sociologists have successfully asked and answered in the past. We'll also do some brainstorming about questions that are of interest to you and consider ways of framing different questions about the same topic by exploring the variety of Methodologies that sociologists use to answer their research questions. 4.1.4.2 Some specific examples. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Throughout this chapter, you have seen a number of examples of research questions. And you've read about features that distinguish good sociological research questions from not so good questions. Putting all this advice together, let's take a look at a few more examples of possible sociological research questions and consider the relative strengths and weaknesses of each. Table 4.2 does just that. While reading the table, keep in mind that I have only noted what I view to be the most relevant strengths and weaknesses of each question. Certainly each question may have additional strengths and weaknesses not noted in the table. Also, it may interest you to know that the questions in Table 4.2 all come from undergraduate sociology student projects that I have either advised in the course of teaching sociological research methods or have. Chapter 464. Become familiar with from sitting on undergraduate thesis committees. The work by thesis students is cited. Sample question, questions, strengths, questions, weaknesses, proposed, alternative, written as a question. Do children's books teach us about gender norms in our society? Focused, written as a yes/no. What, or how, do children's books teach us about gender norms in our society? Written as a question. Lacks theoretical grounding. Why are some men such jerks? Focused, biased. Who supports sexist attitudes? And why? Unclear. Phrasing. Does sexual maturity change depending on where you're from? Written as a question. Written as a yes/no. How does knowledge about sex vary across different geographical regions? Too broadly focused. Not clear whether question is sociological. What is sex? Written as a question. Does not consider relationships. How do students' definitions of sex change as they age? Table 4.2 Sample sociological research questions, strengths and weaknesses. 65. Among concepts. Written as a question. Lacks clarity. Unfocused. Do social settings and peers and where you live influenza, college, students, exercise and eating habits, considers, relationships, among, multiple, concepts, written as a yes/no, how does, social, setting, influenza, persons, engagement, in healthy, behaviors, written as a question, what causes people to ignore someone in need of assistance, socially relevant, written as a question, focused, how do older workers cope with unemployment, Steenberg, 2010-15, more than one plausible answer, written as a question, socially relevant, why do so few college-aged men volunteer, Bernstein, 2010-16, more than one. Table 4.2 Sample sociological research questions, strengths and weaknesses. 15. Steenberg, E. 2010. Strategies of older workers re-entering the workforce. Honors College Thesis, University of Maine, Orono, Me. 16. Bernstein, J.D. 2010. Well, he just lost man points in my book, The Absence of First-Year College Male Volunteerism. Honors College Thesis, University of Maine, Orono, Me. Chapter 466. Plausible answer. Written as a question. How have representations of race and gender in horror films changed over time? Potvin, 2007-17. Considers relationships among multiple concepts. Table 4.2 Sample sociological research questions, strengths and weaknesses. Key takeaways. Most strong sociological research questions have 5 key features. Written in the form of a question, clearly focused, beyond yes/no. More than one plausible answer, and consider relationships among concepts. A poorly focused research question can lead to the demise of an otherwise well-executed study. Exercises. 1. Name a topic that interests you. Now, keeping the features of a good research question in mind, come up with 3 possible research questions you could ask about that topic. 2. Discuss your topic with a friend or with a peer in your class. Ask that person what sorts of questions come to mind when he or she thinks about the topic. Also ask that person for advice on how you might better focus one or all the possible research questions you came up with on your own. 17. Potvin, S. 2007. Representations of race and gender in 1970s horror films and their contemporary remakes. Honors. College thesis, University of Maine, Orono, Me. 67. 4.1.5 steps. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Identify the aspects of feasibility that shape a researcher's ability to conduct research. 2. Describe sociological abstracts. 3. Discuss how and why abstracts might be useful at the early stages of a research project. Now that you have thought about topics that interest you and you've learned how to frame those topics empirically, sociologically, and as questions, you have probably come up with a few potential research questions to which you are dying to know the answers. However, even if you have identified the most brilliant research question ever, you are still not ready to begin conducting research. First, you'll need to think about and come up with a plan for your research design, which you'll learn more about in Research Design, page 72. As you prepare to design a sociological research project, your next step is to think about the feasibility of your research question and to make a visit to your campus library. 4.1.5.1 Feasibility. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. We learned about ethics and the limits posed by institutional review boards, IRBs, and disciplinary codes in Research Ethics, page 33. Beyond ethics, there are a few practical matters related to feasibility that all researchers should consider before beginning a research project. Are you interested in better understanding the day-to-day experiences of maximum security prisoners? This sounds fascinating, but unless you plan to commit a crime that lands you in a maximum security prison, chances are good that you will not be able to gain access to this population. Perhaps your interest is in the inner workings of toddler peer groups. If you're much older than 4 or 5, however, it might be tough for you to access even that sort of group. Your ideal research topic might require you to live on a chartered sailboat in the Bahamas for a few years, but unless you have unlimited funding, it will be difficult to make even that happen. The point, of course, is that while the topics about which sociological questions can be asked may seem limitless, there are limits to which aspects of topics we can study, or at least to the ways we can study them. Assuming you can gain IRB approval to conduct research with the population that most interests you, do you know that that population will let you in? Researchers like Barry Thorne, 1993, 18 who study the behaviors of children, sometimes face this. 18. Thorne, B. 1993. Gender play, girls and boys in school. New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press. Chapter 468. Dilemma. In the course of her work, Professor Thorne has studied how children teach each other gender norms. She also studied how adults gender children, but here we'll focus on just the former aspect of her work. Thorne had to figure out how to study the interactions of elementary school children when they probably would not accept her as one of their own. They were also unlikely to be able to read and complete a written questionnaire, since she could not join them or ask them to read and write on a written questionnaire. Thorne's solution was to watch the children. While this seems like a reasonable solution to the problem of not being able to actually enroll in elementary school herself, there is always the possibility that Thorne's observations differed from what they might have been had she been able to actually join a class. What this means is that a researcher's identity, in this case Thorne's age, might sometimes limit, or enhance, her or his ability to study a topic in the way that he or she most wishes to study it. 19. In addition to your personal or demographic characteristics that could shape what you are able to study or how you are able to study it, there are also the very practical matters of time and money. In terms of time, your personal time frame for conducting research may be the semester during which you are taking this class. Perhaps as an employee one day your employer will give you an even shorter timeline in which to conduct some research, or perhaps longer. How much time a researcher has to complete her or his work may depend on a number of factors and will certainly shape what sort of research that person is able to conduct. Money, as always, is also relevant. For example, your ability to conduct research while living on a chartered sailboat in the Bahamas may be hindered unless you have unlimited funds or win the lottery. And if you wish to conduct survey research, you may have to think about the fact that mailing paper surveys costs not only time but money, from printing them to paying for the postage required to mail them. Interviewing people face to face may require that you offer your research participants a cup of coffee or glass of lemonade while you speak with them, and someone has to pay for the drinks. In sum, feasibility is always a factor when deciding what, where, when, and how to conduct research. Aspects of your own identity may play a role in determining what you can and cannot investigate, as will the availability of resources such as time and money. 4.1.5.2 Field Trip, Visit Your Library. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Library research, typically one of the early stops along the way to conducting original research, is also an excellent next step as you begin your project. While it is common to brainstorm about topics first, examining the literature will help you hone your specific research question and design. We'll talk more about reading, evaluating, and summarizing the literature in Research Design, page 72, but at this early stage it is a Good idea to familiarize yourself with the resources your library has to offer. This will. 19. Think about Lord Humphreys's research on the tearum trade. Would he have been able to conduct this work if he had been a woman? 69. Help you learn what sorts of questions other sociologists have asked about an area that interests you. One of the drawbacks, or joys, depending on your perspective, of being a researcher in the 21st century is that we can do much of our work without ever leaving the comfort of our recliners. This is certainly true of familiarizing yourself with the literature. Most libraries offer incredible online search options, including access to Sociological Abstracts, a database that summarizes published articles in most all, but especially the most prestigious, sociology journals. Now is the time to play around with sociological abstracts. You can learn more from your professor or librarian about how to access sociological abstracts from your particular campus. Once you've done so, take a look. Using a keyword search, find a few articles that cover topics similar to those that interest you. At this stage, simply reading an article's title and abstract, the short paragraph at the top of every article, will give you an idea about how sociologists frame questions about topics that are of interest to you. Hopefully, this in turn will give you some ideas about how you might phrase your research question. Beyond searching the online resources, go visit your library, scan the shelves, and take a look at the most recent sociology journals the library has on display in its periodicals section. Walk through the social science stacks and peruse the books published by sociologists. This is where you're likely to find the most fascinating monographs reporting findings from sociologists' adventures in the field. Introduce yourself to the reference librarian. Being on her or his good side will serve you well as you begin your research project. Your reference librarian may also be able to recommend databases, in addition to sociological abstracts that will introduce you to published social scientific research on your topic, for example, criminal justice abstracts, family and society studies worldwide, social services abstracts, and women's studies international. Once you have had a chance to peruse the online resources available to you and to check out your library in person, you should be ready to begin thinking about actually designing a research project. We consider the stages of research design in Research Design, page 72. Key takeaways. When thinking about the feasibility of their research questions, researchers should consider their own identities and characteristics, along with any potential constraints related to time and money. Becoming familiar with your library and the resources it has to offer is an excellent way to prepare yourself for successfully conducting research. Perusing the abstracts of published scholarly work in your area of interest is an excellent way to familiarize yourself with the sorts of questions sociologists have asked about your topic. Chapter 470. Exercises. 1. Take yourself on a field trip to your campus library. Find out where the journals are kept and page through a couple of the most recent issues of sociology journals, such as American Sociological Review, Social Problems, Sociological Inquiry, Gender and Society, or Criminology, to name a few. Introduce yourself to your reference librarian and ask her or his advice on where to get started in searching for published articles on your topic. Walk through the stacks containing sociology monographs. Page through a few that interest you. 2. Log into sociological abstracts or whatever other databases your library offers that indexes social scientific publications. You can ask your librarian for help. Search for articles on your topic of interest. Read the abstracts of a few of those articles and see if you can identify the research question being answered in each article. 71. Chapter 5 Research Design. 5.1 How to Design a Research Project. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Now that you've figured out what to study, you need to figure out how to study it. Your library research can help in this regard. Reading published studies is a great way to familiarize yourself with the various components of a research project. It will also bring to your attention some of the major considerations to keep in mind when designing a research project. We'll say more about reviewing the literature near the end of this chapter, but we'll begin with a focus on research design. We'll discuss the decisions you need to make about the goals of your research, the major components of a research project, along with a few additional aspects of designing research. 5.1.1 Goals of the Research Project. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Understand and describe the differences among exploratory, descriptive, and explanatory research. 2. Define and provide an example of ideographic research. 3. Define and provide an example of nomothetic research. 4. Identify circumstances under which research would be defined as applied and compare those to circumstances under which research would be defined as basic. A recent news story about college students' addictions to electronic gadgets, LISC. 2011, describes findings from some current research by Professor Susan Moeller and colleagues from the University of Maryland, http://withoutmedia.wordpress.com. The story raises a number of interesting questions. Just what sorts of gadgets are students addicted to? How do these addictions work? Why do they exist, and who is most likely to experience them? Sociological research is great for answering just these sorts of questions. But in order to answer our questions well, we must take care in designing our research projects. In this chapter, we'll consider what aspects of a research project should be considered at the beginning, including specifying the goals of the research, the components that are common across most research projects, and a few other considerations. 1. Lisk, J. 2011. Addiction to our electronic gadgets. Retrieved from http://video/number/video/health/2011/03/01/HM Election Addiction CNN, IREF equal all search. Chapter 572. One of the first things to think about when designing a research project is what you hope to accomplish, in very general terms, by conducting the research. What do you hope to be able to say about your topic? Do you hope to gain a deep understanding of whatever phenomenon it is that you're studying, or would you rather have a broad, but perhaps less deep, understanding? Do you want your research to be used by policymakers or others to shape social life, or is this project more about exploring your curiosities? Your answers to each of these questions will shape your research design. 5.1.1.1 Exploration, Description, Explanation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. You'll need to decide in the beginning phases whether your research will be exploratory, descriptive, or explanatory. Each has a different purpose, so how you design your research project will be determined in part by this decision. Researchers conducting exploratory research are typically at the early stages of examining their topics. These sorts of projects are usually conducted when a researcher wants to test the feasibility of conducting a more extensive study. He or she wants to figure out the lay of the land, with respect to the particular topic. Perhaps very little prior research has been conducted on this subject. If this is the case, a researcher may wish to do some exploratory work to learn what method to use in collecting data, how best to approach research subjects, or even what sorts of questions are reasonable to ask. A researcher wanting to simply satisfy his or her own curiosity about a topic could also conduct exploratory research. In the case of the study of college students' addictions to their electronic gadgets, a researcher conducting exploratory research on this topic may simply wish to learn more about students' use of these gadgets. Because these addictions seem to be a relatively new phenomenon, an exploratory study of the topic might make sense as an initial first step toward understanding it. In my research on child-free adults, I was unsure what the results might be when first embarking on the study. There was very little empirical research on the topic, so the initial goal of the research was simply to get a better grasp of what child-free people's lives are like and how their decision to be child-free shapes their relationships and everyday experiences. Conducting exploratory research on the topic was a necessary first step, both to satisfy my curiosity about the subject and to better understand the phenomenon and the research participants in order to design a larger, subsequent study. Sometimes the goal of research is to describe or define a particular phenomenon. In this case, descriptive research would be an appropriate strategy. A descriptive study of college students' addictions to their electronic gadgets, for example, might aim to describe patterns in how use of gadgets varies by gender or college major or which sorts of gadgets students tend to use most regularly. Researchers at the Princeton Review conduct descriptive research each year when they set out to provide students and their parents with information about colleges and universities around the United States. http www.princetonreview.com. They describe the social life at a school, the 73 cost of admission, and student-to-faculty ratios, to name just a few of the categories reported. Although students and parents may be able to obtain much of this information on their own, having access to the data gathered by a team of researchers is much more convenient and less time-consuming. Market researchers also rely on descriptive research to tell them what consumers think of their products. In fact, descriptive research has many useful applications, and you probably rely on findings from descriptive research without even being aware that that is what you are doing. Finally, sociological researchers often aim to explain why particular phenomena work in the way that they do. Research that answers why questions is referred to as explanatory research. In this case, the researcher is trying to identify the causes and effects of whatever phenomenon he or she is studying. An explanatory study of college students' addictions to their electronic gadgets might aim to understand why students become addicted. Does it have anything to do with their family histories? With their other extracurricular hobbies and activities? With whom they spend their time? An explanatory study could answer these kinds of questions. There are numerous examples of explanatory social scientific investigations. For example, in a recent study, Dominique Simons and Sandy Watil, 2010, sought to discover whether receiving corporal punishment from parents led children to turn to violence in solving their interpersonal conflicts with other children. In their study of 102 families with children between the ages of 3 and 7, the researchers found that experiencing frequent spanking did, in fact, result in children being more likely to accept aggressive problem-solving techniques. Another example of explanatory research can be seen in Robert Farris and Diane Felmley's research, 2011, American Sociological Association, 2011, 3 on the connections between popularity and bullying. They found, from their study of 8th, 9th, and 10th graders in 19 North Carolina schools, that as adolescents' popularity increases, so, too, does their aggression. 4. 5.1.1.2 Ideographic or nomothetic. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Once you decide whether you will conduct exploratory, descriptive, or explanatory research, you will need to determine whether you want your research to be ideographic or nomothetic. A decision to conduct ideographic research means that you will attempt to explain or describe your phenomenon exhaustively, while you might have to sacrifice some breadth of understanding if you opt for an ideographic explanation. You will gain a much deeper, richer understanding of whatever phenomenon or group you are studying than you would if you were to pursue 2. Simons, D.A., and Watil, S.K. 2010. Relationships between parents' use of corporal punishment and their children's endorsement of spanking and hitting other children. Child Abuse and Neglect, 34, 639-646. 3. Faris, R., and Felmley, D. 2011. Status Struggles, Network Centrality and Gender Segregation in Same and Cross-Gender Aggression. American Sociological Review, 76, 48, 73. The American Sociological Association wrote a press release summarizing findings from the study. You can read it at http://asaneti.org/press. Likely_to_torment_peers CFM. The study has also been covered by several media outlets. Pappas, S. 2011. Popularity increases aggression in kids, study finds. Retrieved from http://www.livescience.com. Aggression Kids Study Finds HTML. 4. This pattern was found until adolescents reached the top 2% in the popularity ranks. After that, aggression declines. Chapter 574. Nomothetic Research. A decision to conduct nomothetic research, on the other hand, means that you will aim to provide a more general, sweeping explanation or description of your topic. In this case, you sacrifice depth of understanding in favor of breadth of understanding. Let's look at some specific examples. As a graduate student, I conducted an in-depth study of breast cancer activism, Blackstone, 2003. 5. To do so, I joined an organization of local activists and participated in just about every aspect of the organization over a period of about 18 months. Perhaps it goes without saying, but over the course of a year and a half of participant observation, I learned quite a bit about this organization and its members. In other words, the study revealed the particular idiosyncrasies of the group, but it did not reveal much about the inner workings of other breast cancer activist organizations. Armed with an in-depth understanding about this single group, the study made a contribution to knowledge about how activists operate. For one thing, the organization I observed happened to be one of the largest and most well known of its type at the time, and many other organizations in the movement looked to this organization for ideas about how to operate. Understanding how this model organization worked was important for future activist efforts in a variety of organizations. Further, the study revealed far more intimate details of the inner workings of an activist organization than had it, say, instead been a survey of the top 50 breast cancer organizations in the United States, though that would have been an interesting study as well. My collaborative research on workplace sexual harassment, Uggan and Blackstone. 2004-6 on the other hand, aims to provide more sweeping descriptions and explanations. For this nomothetic research project, we mailed surveys to a large sample of young workers who look very much like their peers in terms of their jobs, social class background, gender, and other categories. Because of these similarities, we have been able to speak generally about what young workers' experiences with sexual harassment are like. In an idiographic study of the same topic, the research team might follow a few workers around every day for a long period of time or conduct a series of very detailed and lengthy interviews with 10 or 15 workers. 5.1.1.3 Applied or Basic. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Finally, you will need to decide what sort of contribution you hope to make with your research. Do you want others to be able to use your research to shape social life? If so, you may wish to conduct a study that policymakers could use to change or create a specific policy. Perhaps, on the other hand, you wish to conduct a study that will contribute to sociological theories or knowledge without having a specific applied use in mind. In the example of the news story on students' addictions to technological gadgets, an applied study of this topic might aim to understand how to treat such addictions. A basic study of the same topic, on the other hand, might examine existing 5. Blackstone, A. 2003. Racing for the Cure and Taking Back the Night, Constructing Gender, Politics, and Public Participation in Women's Activist/Volunteer Work. PhD dissertation, Department of Sociology, University of Minnesota, Minneapolis, MN. 6. Uggan, C., and Blackstone, A. 2004. Sexual Harassment as a Gendered Expression of Power. American Sociological Review. 69, 64, 92. 75. Theories of addiction and consider how this new type of addiction does or does not apply. Perhaps your study could suggest ways that such theories may be tweaked to encompass technological addictions. In Introduction, page 3, we learned about both applied and basic research. When designing your research project, think about where you envision your work fitting in on the applied basic continuum. Recognize, however, that even basic research may ultimately be used for some applied purpose. Similarly, your applied research might not turn out to be applicable to the particular real-world social problem you were trying to solve, but it might better our theoretical understanding of some phenomenon. In other words, deciding now whether your research will be basic or Applied doesn't mean that will be its sole purpose forever. Basic research may ultimately be applied, and applied research can certainly contribute to general knowledge. Nevertheless, it is important to think in advance about what contributions you hope to make with your research. Key takeaways. Exploratory research is usually conducted when a researcher has just begun an investigation and wishes to understand her or his topic generally. Descriptive research is research that aims to describe or define the topic at hand. Explanatory research is research that aims to explain why particular phenomena work in the way that they do. Ideographic investigations are exhaustive, nomothetic. Investigations are more general. While researchers may start out having some idea about whether they aim to conduct applied or basic research, it is also important to keep in mind that applied research may contribute to basic understandings and that basic research may turn out to have some useful application. Exercises. 1. Describe a scenario in which exploratory research might be the best approach. Similarly, describe a scenario in which descriptive and then explanatory research would be the preferred approach. 2. Which are you more drawn to personally, applied or basic research? Why? Chapter 576. 5.1.2 Qualitative or quantitative. Some specific considerations. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativcommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Describe the role of causality in quantitative research as compared to qualitative research. 2. Identify, define, and describe each of the three main criteria for causality. 3. Describe the difference between and provide examples of independent and dependent variables. 4. Define units of analysis and units of observation, and describe the two common errors people make when they confuse the two. 5. Define hypothesis, be able to state a clear hypothesis, and discuss the respective roles of quantitative and qualitative research when it comes to hypotheses. In Introduction, page 3, we discussed the importance of understanding the differences between qualitative and quantitative research methods. Because this distinction is relevant to how researchers design their projects, we'll revisit it here. 5.1.2.1 Causality. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. When designing a research project, how issues of causality are attended to will in part be determined by whether the researcher plans to collect qualitative or quantitative data. Causality refers to the idea that one event, behavior, or belief will result in the occurrence of another, subsequent event, behavior, or belief. In other words, it is about cause and effect. In a qualitative study, it is likely that you will aim to acquire an idiographic understanding of the phenomenon that you are investigating. Using our example of students' addictions to electronic gadgets, a qualitative researcher might aim to understand the multitude of reasons that two roommates exhibit addictive tendencies when it comes to their various electronic devices. The researcher might spend time in the dorm room with them, watching how they use their devices, follow them to class, and watch them there, observe them at the cafeteria, and perhaps even observe them during their free time. At the end of this very intensive, and probably exhausting, set of observations, the researcher should be able to identify some of the specific causes of each student's addiction. Perhaps one of the two roommates is majoring in media studies, and all her classes require her to have familiarity with and to regularly use a 77 variety of electronic gadgets. Perhaps the other roommate has friends or family who live overseas, and she relies on a variety of electronic devices to communicate with them. Perhaps both students have a special interest in playing and listening to music, and their electronic gadgets help facilitate this hobby. Whatever the case, in a qualitative study that seeks idiographic understanding, a researcher would be looking to understand the plethora of reasons, or causes, that account for the behavior he or she is investigating. In a quantitative study, on the other hand, a researcher is more likely to aim for a nomothetic understanding of the phenomenon that he or she is investigating. In this case, the researcher may be unable to identify the specific idiosyncrasies of individual people's particular addictions. However, by analyzing data from a much larger and more representative group of students, the researcher will be able to identify the most likely, and more general, factors that account for students' addictions to electronic gadgets. The researcher might choose to collect survey data from a wide swath of college students from around the country. He might find that students who report addictive tendencies when it comes to their gadgets also tend to be people who can identify which of Steven Seagal's movies he directed, are more likely to be men, and tend to engage in rude or disrespectful behaviors more often than non-addicted students. It is possible, then, that these associations can be said to have some causal relationship to electronic gadget addiction. However, items that seem to be related are not necessarily causal. To be considered causally related in a nomothetic study, such as the survey research in this example, there are a few criteria that must be met. The main criteria for causality have to do with plausibility, temporality, and spuriousness. Plausibility means that in order to make the claim that one event, behavior, or belief causes another, the claim has to make sense. For example, if we attend a series of lectures during which a student's incessant mid-class texting or web surfing gets in the way of our ability to focus on the lecture, we might begin to wonder whether people who have a propensity to be rude are more likely to have a propensity to be addicted to their electronic gadgets, and therefore use them during class. However, the fact that there might be a relationship between general rudeness and gadget addiction does not mean that a student's rudeness could cause him to be addicted to his gadgets. In other words, just because there might be some correlation between two variables does not mean that a causal relationship between the two is really plausible. The criterion of temporality means that whatever cause you identify must precede its effect in time. As noted earlier, a survey researcher examining the causes of students' electronic gadget addictions might find that more men than women exhibit addictive tendencies when it comes to their electronic gadgets. Thus, the researcher has found a correlation between gender and addiction. So does this mean that a person's gadget addiction determines his or her gender? Probably not, not only because this doesn't make any sense, but also because a person's gender identity is most typically formed long before he or she is likely to own any electronic gadgets. Thus, gender precedes electronic gadget ownership and subsequent addiction in time. Finally, a spurious relationship is one in which an association between two variables appears to be causal but can in fact be explained by some third variable. In the example of a survey assessing students' addictions to electronic gadgets, the Chapter 578 researcher might have found that those who can identify which of Steven Seagal's films the actor himself directed also exhibit addiction to their electronic gadgets. 7. This relationship is exemplified in Missing in Original. So does knowledge about Seagal's directorial prowess cause gadget addiction? Probably not. A more likely explanation is that being a man makes a person both more likely to know about Seagal's films and more likely to be addicted to electronic gadgets. In other words, there is a third variable that explains the relationship between Seagal movie knowledge and electronic gadget addiction. This relationship is exemplified in Missing in Original. Let's consider a few additional, real-world examples of spuriousness. Did you know, for example, that high rates of ice cream sales have been shown to cause drowning? Of course, that's not really true, but there is a positive relationship between the two. In this case, the third variable that causes both high ice cream sales and increased deaths by drowning is time of year, as the summer season sees increases in both. Babby, 2010. 8. Here's another good one. It is true that as the salaries of Presbyterian ministers in Massachusetts rise, so, too, does the price of rum in Havana, Cuba. Well, duh, you might be saying to yourself. Everyone knows how much ministers in Massachusetts love their rum, right? Not so fast. Both salaries and rum prices have increased, true, but so has the price of just about everything else. Huff and Geis, 1993. 9. Finally, research shows that the more firefighters present at a fire, the more damage is done at the scene. What this statement leaves out, of course, is that as the size of a fire increases, so, too, does the amount of damage caused, as does the number of firefighters called on to help. Frankfurt Nachmius and Leon Garrow, 2011. 10 in each of these examples, it is the presence of a third variable that explains the apparent relationship between the two original variables. In sum, the following criteria must be met in order for a correlation to be considered causal. 1. The relationship must be plausible. 2. The cause must precede the effect in time. 3. The relationship must be non-spurious. What we've been talking about here is relationships between variables. When one variable causes another, we have what researchers call independent and dependent variables. In the example where gender was found to be causally linked to electronic gadget addiction, gender would be the independent variable and electronic gadget addiction would be the dependent variable. An independent variable is one that causes another. A dependent variable is one that is caused by another. Dependent variables depend on independent variables. Relationship strength is another important factor to take into consideration when attempting to make causal claims if your research approach is nomothetic. I'm not talking strength of your friendships or marriage, though of course that sort of strength. 7. In case you're curious, a visit to the Internet Movie Database will tell you that Seagal directed just one of his films, 1994's On Deadly Ground. http://www.imdb.com/name/nm00000219. 8. Babby, E. 2010. The Practice of Social Research, 12th ed. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth. 9. Huff, D. and Geis, I. 1993. How to Lie with Statistics. New York, Norton. 10. Frankfurt Nachmius, C., and Leon Garrow, A. 2011. Social Statistics for a Diverse Society, 6th ed. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Pine Forge Press. 79. Might affect your likelihood to keep your friends or stay married. In this context, relationship strength refers to statistical significance. The more statistically significant a relationship between two variables is shown to be, the greater confidence we can have in the strength of that relationship. We'll discuss statistical significance in greater detail in Reading and Understanding Social Research, page 243. For now, keep in mind that for a relationship to be considered causal, it cannot exist simply because of the chance selection of participants in a study. Some research methods, such as those used in qualitative and ideographic research, are not conducive to making predictions about when events or behaviors will occur. In these cases, what we are instead able to do is gain some understanding of the circumstances under which those causal relationships occur, to understand the how of causality. Qualitative research sometimes relies on quantitative work to point toward a relationship that may be interesting to investigate further. For example, if a quantitative researcher learns that men are statistically more likely than women to become addicted to their electronic gadgets, a qualitative researcher may decide to Conduct some in-depth interviews and observations of men and women to learn more about how the different contexts and circumstances of men's and women's lives might shape their respective chances of becoming addicted. In other words, the qualitative researcher works to understand the contexts in which various causes and effects occur. 5.1.2.2 Units of Analysis and Units of Observation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Another point to consider when designing a research project, and which might differ slightly in qualitative and quantitative studies, has to do with units of analysis and units of observation. These two items concern what you, the researcher, actually observe in the course of your data collection and what you hope to be able to say about those observations. A unit of analysis is the entity that you wish to be able to say something about at the end of your study, probably what you'd consider to be the main focus of your study. A unit of observation is the item, or items, that you actually observe, measure, or collect in the course of trying to learn something about your unit of analysis. In a given study, the unit of observation might be the same as the unit of analysis, but that is not always the case. Further, units of analysis are not required to be the same as units of observation. What is required, however, is for researchers to be clear about how they define their units of analysis and observation, both to themselves and to their audiences. More specifically, your unit of analysis will be determined by your research question. Your unit of observation, on the other hand, is determined largely by the method of data collection that you use to answer that research question. We'll take a closer look at methods of data collection in survey research, a quantitative technique, page 132, through other methods of data collection and analysis, page 220. For now, let's go back to the example we've been discussing over the course of this chapter. Students' addictions to electronic gadgets. We'll consider first how different kinds of research questions about this topic will yield different units of analysis. Then we'll Chapter 580. Think about how those questions might be answered and with what kinds of data. This leads us to a variety of units of observation. If we were to ask, which students are most likely to be addicted to their electronic gadgets, our unit of analysis would be the individual. We might mail a survey to students on campus, and our aim would be to classify individuals according to their membership in certain social classes in order to see how membership in those classes correlated with gadget addiction. For example, we might find that majors in new media, men, and students with high socioeconomic status are all more likely than other students to become addicted to their electronic gadgets. Another possibility would be to ask, how do students' gadget addictions differ, and how are they similar? In this case, we could conduct observations of addicted students and record when, where, why, and how they use their gadgets. In both cases, one using a survey and the other using observations, data are collected from individual students. Thus, the unit of observation in both examples is the individual. But the units of analysis differ in the two studies. In the first one, our aim is to describe the characteristics of individuals. We may then make generalizations about the populations to which these individuals belong, but our unit of analysis is still the individual. In the second study, we will observe individuals in order to describe some social phenomenon, in this case, types of gadget addictions. Thus our unit of analysis would be the social phenomenon. Another common unit of analysis in sociological inquiry is groups. Groups, of course, vary in size, and almost no group is too small or too large to be of interest to sociologists. Families, friendship groups, and street gangs make up some of the more common micro-level groups examined by sociologists. Employees in an organization, professionals in a particular domain, for example, chefs, lawyers, sociologists, and members of clubs, for example, Girl Scouts, Rotary, Red Hat Society, are all meso-level groups that sociologists might study. Finally, at the macro level, sociologists sometimes examine citizens of entire nations or residents of different continents or other regions. A study of student addictions to their electronic gadgets at the group level might consider whether certain types of social clubs have more or fewer gadget-addicted members than other sorts of clubs. Perhaps we would find that clubs that emphasize physical fitness, such as the rugby club and the scuba club, have fewer gadget-addicted members than clubs that emphasize cerebral activity, such as the chess club and the sociology club. Our unit of analysis in this example is groups. If we had instead asked whether people who join cerebral clubs are more likely to be gadget-addicted than those who join social clubs, then our unit of analysis would have been individuals. In either case, however, our unit of observation would be individuals. Organizations are yet another potential unit of analysis that social scientists might wish to say something about. As you may recall from your introductory sociology class, organizations include entities like corporations, colleges, and universities, and even nightclubs. At the organization level, a study of students' electronic gadget addictions might ask, how do different colleges address the problem of electronic gadget addiction? In this case, our interest lies not in the experience of individual students but instead in the campus-to-campus differences in confronting gadget addictions. A researcher conducting a study of this type might examine schools' written policies and procedures, so his unit of observation would be documents. 81. However, because he ultimately wishes to describe differences across campuses, the college would be his unit of analysis. Of course, it would be silly in a textbook focused on social scientific research to neglect social phenomena as a potential unit of analysis. I mentioned one such example earlier, but let's look more closely at this sort of unit of analysis. Many sociologists study a variety of social interactions and social problems that fall under this category. Examples include social problems like murder or rape, interactions such as counseling sessions, Facebook chatting, or wrestling, and other social phenomena such as voting, and even gadget use or misuse. A researcher interested in students' electronic gadget addictions could ask, what are the various types of electronic gadget addictions that exist among students? Perhaps the researcher will discover that some addictions are primarily centered around social media such as chat rooms, Facebook, or texting, while other addictions center on gadgets such as handheld, single-player video games or DVR devices that discourage interaction with others. The resultant typology of gadget addictions would tell us something about the social phenomenon, unit of analysis, being studied. As in several of the preceding examples, however, the unit of observation would likely be individual people. Finally, a number of social scientists examine policies and principles, the last type of unit of analysis we'll consider here. Studies that analyze policies and principles typically rely on documents as the unit of observation. Perhaps a researcher has been hired by a college to help it write an effective policy against electronic gadget addiction. In this case, the researcher might gather all previously written policies from campuses all over the country and compare policies at campuses where addiction rates are low to policies at campuses where addiction rates are high. In sum, there are many potential units of analysis that a sociologist might examine. But some of the most common units include the following: 1. Individuals. 2. Groups. 3. Organizations. 4. Social phenomena. 5. Policies and principles. Table 5.1 includes a summary of the preceding discussion of units of analysis and units of observation. Research. Question. Unit of analysis. Data collection. Unit of observation. Statement of findings. Which students are most likely to? Individual survey of students on campus. Individuals' new media majors, men and students with high. Table 5.1 Units of analysis and units of observation. An example. Using a hypothetical study of students' addictions to electronic gadgets. Chapter 582. B. Addicted to their electronic gadgets. Socioeconomic status are all more likely than other students to become addicted to their electronic gadgets. Do certain types of social clubs have more gadget addicted members than other sorts of, clubs, groups survey of, students on, campus, individuals clubs with a, scholarly, focus, such as, Sociology Club, and the Math Club, have, more gadget, addicted, members than, clubs with a, social focus, such as the, 100 bottles, of beer on, the Wall Club, and the, Knitting Club. How do different colleges address the problem of electronic gadget addiction? Organizations' content analysis of policies documents campuses without strong computer science programs are more likely than those with such programs to expel students who have been found to have Table 5.1 Units of analysis and units of observation. An example. Using a hypothetical study of students' addictions to electronic gadgets. 83. Addictions to their electronic gadgets. What are the various types of electronic gadget addictions that exist among students? Social phenomena. Observations of students. Individuals. There are two main types of gadget addiction: social and antisocial. What are the most effective policies against electronic gadget addiction? Policies and principles. Content analysis of policies and student records. Documents policies that require students found to have an addiction to their electronic gadgets to attend group counseling for a minimum of 1 semester, have been found to treat addictions more effectively than those that call for the expulsion of addicted students. Note: please don't forget that the findings described here are hypothetical. There is no reason to think that any of the hypothetical findings described here would actually bear out if tested with empirical research. Table 5.1 Units of analysis and units of observation. An example. Using a hypothetical study of students' addictions to electronic gadgets. Chapter 584. One common error we see people make when it comes to both causality and units of analysis is something called the ecological fallacy. This occurs when claims about one lower-level unit of analysis are made based on data from some higher-level unit of analysis. In many cases, this occurs when claims are made about individuals, but only group-level data have been gathered. For example, we might want to understand whether electronic gadget addictions are more common on certain campuses than on others. Perhaps different campuses around the country have provided us with their campus percentage of gadget-addicted students, and we learn from these data that electronic gadget addictions are more common on campuses that have business programs than on campuses without them. We then conclude that business students are more likely than non-business students to become addicted to their electronic gadgets. However, this would be an inappropriate conclusion to draw, because we only have addiction rates by campus. We can only draw conclusions about campuses, not about the individual students on those campuses. Perhaps the sociology majors on the business campuses are the ones that caused the addiction rates on those campuses to be so high. The point is, we simply don't know because we only have campus-level data. By drawing conclusions about students when our data are about campuses, we run the risk of committing the ecological fallacy. On the other hand, another mistake to be aware of is reductionism. Reductionism occurs when claims about some higher-level unit of analysis are made based on data from some lower-level unit of analysis. In this case, claims about groups or macro-level phenomena are made based on individual-level data. An example of reductionism can be seen in some descriptions of the civil rights movement. On occasion, people have proclaimed that Rosa Parks started the civil rights movement in the United States by refusing to give up her seat to a white person while on a city bus in Montgomery, Alabama, in December 1955. Although it is true that Parks played an invaluable role in the movement, and that her act of civil disobedience gave others courage to stand up against racist policies, beliefs, and actions, to credit Parks with starting the movement is reductionist. Surely the confluence of many factors, from fights over legalized racial segregation to the Supreme Court's historic decision to desegregate schools in 1954 to the creation of groups such as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, to name just a few, contributed to the rise and success of the American civil rights movement. In other words, the movement is attributable to many factors, some social, others political, others economic. Did Parks play a role? Of course she did, and a very important one at that. But did she cause the movement? To say yes would be reductionist. It would be a mistake to conclude from the preceding discussion that researchers should avoid making any claims whatsoever about data or about relationships between variables. While it is important to be attentive to the possibility for error in causal reasoning about different levels of analysis, this warning should not prevent you from drawing well-reasoned analytic conclusions from your data. The point is to be cautious but not abandon entirely the social scientific quest to understand patterns of behavior. 85. 5.1.2.3 Hypotheses. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In some cases, the purpose of research is to test a specific hypothesis or hypotheses. At other times, researchers do not have predictions about what they will find but instead conduct research to answer a question or questions with an open-minded desire to know about a topic, or to help develop hypotheses for later testing. A hypothesis is a statement, sometimes but not always causal, describing a researcher's expectation regarding what he or she anticipates finding. Often hypotheses are written to describe the expected relationship between two variables, though this is not a requirement. To develop a hypothesis, one needs to have an understanding of the differences between independent and dependent variables and between units of observation and units of analysis. Hypotheses are typically drawn from theories and usually describe how an independent variable is expected to affect some dependent variable or variables. Researchers following a deductive approach to their research will hypothesize about what they expect to find based on the theory or theories that frame their study. If the theory accurately reflects the phenomenon it is designed to explain, then the researcher's hypotheses about what he or she will observe in the real world should bear out. Let's consider a couple of examples. In my collaborative research on sexual harassment, Uggan and Blackstone, 2004-11, we once hypothesized, based on feminist theories of sexual harassment, that more females than males will experience specific sexually harassing behaviors. What is the causal relationship being predicted here? Which is the independent and which is the dependent variable? In this case, we hypothesized that a person's sex, independent variable, would predict her or his likelihood to experience sexual harassment, dependent variable. Sometimes researchers will hypothesize that a relationship will take a specific direction. As a result, an increase or decrease in one area might be said to cause an increase or decrease in another. For example, you might choose to study the relationship between age and legalization of marijuana. Perhaps you've done some reading in your crime and deviance class and, based on the theories you've read, you hypothesize that age is negatively related to support for marijuana legalization. 12. What have you just hypothesized? You have hypothesized that as people get older, the likelihood of their supporting marijuana legalization decreases. Thus, as age, your independent variable moves in one direction, up, support for marijuana legalization. Your dependent variable moves in another direction, down. If writing hypotheses feels tricky, it is sometimes helpful to draw them out and depict each of the two hypotheses we have just discussed. 11. Uggan, C., and Blackstone, A. 2004. Sexual harassment as a gendered expression of power. American Sociological Review. 69, 64, 92. 12. In fact, there are empirical data that support this hypothesis. Gallup has conducted research on this very question since the 1960s. For more on their findings, see Carroll, J. 2005. Who supports marijuana legalization? Retrieved from http://www.gallup.com/poll/19561. Chapter 586. Figure 5.1 Hypothesis describing the expected relationship between sex and sexual harassment. Missing in original. Figure 5.2 Hypothesis describing the expected direction of relationship between age and support. For marijuana legalization, missing in original. Note that you will almost never hear researchers say that they have proven their hypotheses. A statement that bold implies that a relationship has been shown to exist with absolute certainty and that there is no chance that there are conditions under which the hypothesis would not bear out. Instead, researchers tend to say that their hypotheses have been supported, or not. This more cautious way of discussing findings allows for the possibility that new evidence or new ways of examining a relationship will be discovered. Researchers may also discuss a null hypothesis, one that predicts no relationship between the variables being studied. If a researcher rejects the null hypothesis, he or she is saying that the variables in question are somehow related to one another. Quantitative and qualitative researchers tend to take different approaches when it comes to hypotheses. In quantitative research, the goal often is to empirically test hypotheses generated from theory. With a qualitative approach, on the other hand, a researcher may begin with some vague expectations about what he or she will find. But the aim is not to test one's expectations against some empirical observations. Instead, theory development or construction is the goal. Qualitative researchers may develop theories from which hypotheses can be drawn, and quantitative researchers may then test those hypotheses. Both types of research are crucial to understanding our social world, and both play an important role in the matter of hypothesis development and testing. Key takeaways. In qualitative studies, the goal is generally to understand the multitude of causes that account for the specific instance the researcher is investigating. In quantitative studies, the goal may be to understand the more general causes of some phenomenon rather than the idiosyncrasies of one particular instance. Quantitative research may point qualitative research toward general causal relationships that are worth investigating in more depth. In order for a relationship to be considered causal, it must be plausible and non-spurious, and the cause must precede the effect in time. 87. A unit of analysis is the item you wish to be able to say something about at the end of your study, while a unit of observation is the item that you actually observe. When researchers confuse their units of analysis and observation, they may be prone to committing either the ecological fallacy or reductionism. Hypotheses are statements, drawn from theory, which describe a researcher's expectation about a relationship between two or more Variables. Qualitative research may point quantitative research toward hypotheses that are worth investigating. Exercises. 1. Do a Google News search for the term ecological fallacy. Chances are good you'll come across a number of news editorials using this term. Read a few of these editorials or articles, and print one out. Demonstrate your understanding of the term ecological fallacy by writing a short answer discussing whether the author of the article you printed out used the term correctly. 2. Pick 2 variables that are of interest to you, for example, age and religiosity, gender and college major, geographical location and preferred sports. State a hypothesis that specifies what you expect the relationship between those 2 variables to be. Now draw your hypothesis, as in Figure 5.1 and Figure 5.2. 5.1.3 Triangulation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Define triangulation. 2. Provide an example of triangulation. 3. Understand the benefits of triangulation. Up to this point, we have discussed research design as though it is an either/or proposition. Either you will collect qualitative data or you will collect quantitative data. Either your approach will be ideographic or it will be nomothetic. In truth, you don't necessarily have to choose one approach over another. In fact, some of the most highly regarded social scientific investigations combine approaches in an effort to gain. Chapter 588. The most complete understanding of their topic possible. Using a combination of multiple and different research strategies is called triangulation. Think about the examples we've discussed of potential studies of electronic gadget addiction. Now imagine that you could conduct 2, or even 3, of those studies instead of just 1. What if you could conduct a survey of students on campus, a content analysis of campus policies, and observations of students in their natural environments? Brewer and Hunter, 1989, Tasha Corey and Ted Lai, 1989. 13. Aside from being pretty exhausted, and possibly broke, you'd probably end up with a fairly comprehensive understanding of the causes and consequences of, and campus responses to, students' electronic gadget addictions. And certainly a more comprehensive understanding is better than a less comprehensive one. The drawback, of course, is that you may not have the resources, because of either limited time or limited funding, to conduct such a wide-ranging study. At this stage, you may be telling yourself, or screaming at me, that it would be nearly impossible to conduct all these studies yourself. You have a life, after all. The good news is that you don't necessarily have to do everything on your own in order to take advantage of the analytic benefits of triangulation. Perhaps someone already has conducted a large survey of the topic you wish to study. You could find out how those results compare with your one-on-one interviews with people on the same topic. Or perhaps you wish to administer a survey to test the generality of some findings that have been reached through the use of field methods. Whatever the case, don't forget about all the good research that has come before you that can help strengthen your investigation. Also keep in mind that qualitative and quantitative research methods can be complementary. Triangulation is one way to take advantage of the best in both approaches. Key takeaways. Triangulation refers to using multiple research strategies in a single research project. Triangulation allows researchers to take advantage of the strengths of various methods and at the same time work to overcome some of each method's weaknesses. Exercises. 1. Select one of the potential research topics you identified while reading. Discuss how you might study the topic if triangulation were your goal. 2. Working with the same topic in mind, find two different sociological studies of the same topic. How do the two studies? 13. Triangulation isn't just about using multiple strategies of data collection. Triangulation of measures occurs when researchers use multiple approaches to measure a single variable. Triangulation of theories occurs when researchers rely on multiple theories to help explain a single event or phenomenon. If you'd like to learn more about triangulation, the following sources may be of interest: Brewer, J., and Hunter, A. 1989. Multi-method research, a synthesis of styles. Newberry Park, C.A., Sage, Tashikori, A., and Ted Lai, C. 1998. Mixed methodology, combining qualitative and quantitative approaches. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Sage. 89. Complement each other? Are there ways in which the weaknesses in one study are overcome in the other? 5.1.4 Components of a research project. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Describe useful strategies to employ when searching for literature. 2. Describe why sociologists review prior literature and how they organize their literature reviews. 3. Identify the main sections contained in scholarly journal articles. 4. Identify and describe the major components researchers need to plan for when designing a research project. In this section, we'll examine the most typical components that make up a research project, bringing in a few additional components to those we have already discussed. Keep in mind that our purpose at this stage is simply to provide a general overview of research design. The specifics of each of the following components will vary from project to project. Further, the stage of a project at which each of these components comes into play may vary. In later chapters, we will consider more specifically how these components work differently depending on the research method being employed. 5.1.4.1 Searching for literature. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Familiarizing yourself with research that has already been conducted on your topic is one of the first stages of conducting a research project and is crucial for coming up with a good research design. But where to start? How to start? In beginning a research project, page 50, you learned about some of the most common databases that house information about published sociological research. As you search for literature, you may have to be fairly broad in your search for articles. I'm guessing you may feel you've heard enough about electronic gadget addiction in this chapter, so let's consider a different example here. On my campus, much to the chagrin of a group of student smokers, smoking was recently banned. These students were so upset by the idea that they would no longer be allowed to smoke on university grounds that they staged several smokeouts during which they gathered in populated areas around campus and enjoyed a puff or two together. A student in my research methods class wanted to understand what motivated this group of students to engage in activism centered around what she perceived to be, in Chapter 590, this age of smoke-free facilities, a relatively deviant act. Were the protesters otherwise politically active? How much effort and coordination had it taken to organize the smokeouts? The student researcher began her research by attempting to familiarize herself with the literature on her topic. Yet her search in sociological abstracts for college student activist smokeouts yielded no results. Concluding there was no prior research on her topic, she informed me that she would need an alternative assignment to the annotated bibliography I required since there was no literature for her to review. How do you suppose I responded to this news? What went wrong with this student's search for literature? In her first attempt, the student had been too narrow in her search for articles. But did that mean she was off the hook for completing the annotated bibliography assignment? Absolutely not. Instead, she went back to sociological abstracts and searched again using different combinations of search terms. Rather than searching for college student activist smokeouts, she tried, among other sets of terms, college student activism. This time her search yielded a great many articles. Of course, they were not focused on pro-smoking activist efforts, but they were focused on her population of interest, college students, and on her broad topic of interest, activism. I suggested that reading articles on college student activism might give her some idea about what other researchers have found in terms of what motivates college students to become involved in activist efforts. I also suggested she could play around with her search terms and look for research on activism centered on other sorts of activities. that are perceived by some as deviant, such as marijuana use or veganism. In other words, she needed to be broader in her search for articles. While this student found success by broadening her search for articles, her reading of those articles needed to be narrower than her search. Once she identified a set of articles to review by searching broadly, it was time to remind herself of her specific research focus: college student activist smokeouts. Keeping in mind her particular research interest while reviewing the literature gave her the chance to think about how the theories and findings covered in prior studies might or might not apply to her particular point of focus. For example, theories on what motivates activists to get involved might tell her something about the likely reasons the students she planned to study got involved. At the same time, those theories might not cover all the particulars of student participation in smokeouts. Thinking about the different theories then gave the student the opportunity to focus her research plans and even to develop a few hypotheses about what she thought she was likely to find. 5.1.4.2 Reviewing the literature. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Developing an annotated bibliography is often one of the early steps that researchers take as they begin to familiarize themselves with prior research on their topic. A second step involves a literature review in which a researcher positions his or her work within the context of prior scholarly work in the area. A literature review addresses the following matters: what sorts of questions have other scholars asked about this topic? What do we already know about this topic? What questions remain? 91. As the researcher answers these questions, he or she synthesizes what is contained in the literature, possibly organizing prior findings around themes that are relevant to his or her particular research focus. I once advised an undergraduate student who conducted a research project on speciesism, the belief that some species are superior to or have more value and rights than others. Her research question was, why and how do humans construct divisions between themselves and animals? This student organized her review of literature around the two parts of her research question, the why and the how. In the why section of her literature review, she described prior research that addressed questions of why humans are sometimes speciesist. She organized subsections around the three most common answers that were presented in the scholarly literature. She used the same structure in the how section of her literature review, arranging subsections around the answers posed in previous literature about how humans construct divisions between themselves and animals. This organizational scheme helped readers understand what we already know about the topic and what theories we rely on to help make sense of the topic. In addition, by also highlighting what we still don't know, it helped the student set the stage for her own empirical research on the topic. The preceding discussion about how to organize a review of scholarly literature assumes that we all know how to read scholarly literature. Yes, I understand that. You must know how to read. But reading scholarly articles can be a bit more challenging than reading a textbook. Here are a few pointers about how to do it successfully. First, it is important to understand the various sections that are typically contained in scholarly journals' reports of empirical research. One of the most important and easiest to spot sections of a journal article is its abstract, the short paragraph at the beginning of an article that summarizes the author's research. Question, methods used to answer the question, and key findings. The abstract may also give you some idea about the theoretical proclivities of the author. As a result, reading the abstract gives you both a framework for understanding the rest of the article and the punchline. It tells you what the author found and whether the article is relevant to your area of inquiry. After the abstract, most journal articles will contain the following sections, although exact section names are likely to vary: introduction, literature review, methodology, findings, and discussion. Of course, there will also be a list of references cited, 14, and there may be a few tables, figures, or appendices at the end of the article as well. While you should get into the habit of familiarizing yourself with articles you wish to cite in their entirety, there are strategic ways to read journal articles that can make them a little easier to digest. Once you have read the abstract and determined that this is an article you'd like to read in full, read through the discussion section at the end of the article next. Because your own review of literature is likely to emphasize findings from previous literature, you should make sure that you have a clear idea about what those findings are. Reading an article's discussion section helps you understand what the author views as the study's major findings and how the author perceives those findings to relate to other research. 14. Lists of references cited are a useful source for finding additional literature in an area. Chapter 592. As you read through the rest of the article, think about the elements of research design that we have covered in this chapter. What approach does the researcher take? Is the research exploratory, descriptive, or explanatory? Is it inductive or deductive? Ideographic or nomothetic? Qualitative or quantitative? What claims does the author make about causality? What are the author's units of analysis and observation? Use what you have learned in this chapter about the promise and potential pitfalls associated with each of these research elements to help you responsibly read and understand the articles you review. Future chapters of this text will address other elements of journal articles, including choices about measurement, sampling, and research method. As you learn about these additional items, you will increasingly gain more knowledge that you can apply as you read and critique the scholarly literature in your area of inquiry. 5.1.4.3 Additional important components. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Thinking about the overarching goals of your research project and finding and reviewing the existing literature on your topic are two of the initial steps you'll take when designing a research project. Forming a clear research question, as discussed in Beginning a Research Project, page 50, is another crucial step. There are a number of other important research design components you'll need to consider, and we will discuss those here. At the same time that you work to identify a clear research question, you will probably also think about the overarching goals of your research project. Will it be exploratory, descriptive, or explanatory? Will your approach be ideographic or nomothetic? Inductive or deductive? How you design your project might also be determined in part by whether you aim for your research to have some direct application or if your goal is to contribute more generally to sociological knowledge about your topic. Think about what your units of analysis and units of observation will be. These will help you identify the key concepts you will study. Once you have identified those concepts, you'll need to decide how to define them, and how you'll know that you're observing them when it comes time to collect your data. Defining your concepts, and knowing them when you see them, has to do with conceptualization and operationalization, the focus of defining and measuring concepts, page 96. Of course, you also need to know what approach you will take to collect your data, thus identifying your research method is another important part of research design. You also need to think about who your research participants will be and what larger group they may represent. These topics will be the focus of sampling, page 114. Last, but certainly not least, you should consider any potential ethical concerns that could arise during the course of your research project. These concerns might come up during your data collection, but they might also arise when you get to the point of analyzing or sharing your research results. Decisions about the various research components do not necessarily occur in sequential order. In fact, you may have to think about potential ethical concerns even before zeroing in on a specific research question. Similarly, the goal of being able to 93. Make generalizations about your population of interest could shape the decisions you make about your method of data collection. Putting it all together, the following list shows some of the major components you'll need to consider as you design your research project. 1. Research question. 2. Literature review. 3. Research strategy, ideographic or nomothetic, inductive or deductive. 4. Research goals, basic or applied. 5. Units of analysis and units of observation. 6. Key concepts, conceptualization and operationalization. 7. Method of data collection. 8. Research participants, sample and population. 9. Ethical concerns. Key takeaways. When identifying and reading relevant literature, be broad in your search for articles, but be narrower in your reading of articles. Writing an annotated bibliography can be a helpful first step to familiarize yourself with prior research in your area of interest. Literature reviews summarize and synthesize prior research. Literature reviews are typically organized around substantive ideas that are relevant to one's research question rather than around individual studies or article authors. When designing a research project, be sure to think about, plan for, and identify a research question, a review of literature, a research strategy, research goals, units of analysis and units of observation. Key concepts, method, of data collection, population and sample. And potential ethical concerns. Exercises. 1. Find and read a complete journal article that addresses a topic that is of interest to you, perhaps using sociological abstracts, which is introduced in Beginning a Research Project, page 50. In 4 to 8 sentences, summarize the author's research question, theoretical framing, methods used, and major findings. Reread the article, and see how close you were in reporting these key elements. What did you understand and remember best? What did you leave out? What reading strategies may have helped you better recall relevant details from the article? 2. Using the example of students' electronic gadget addictions, design a hypothetical research project by identifying a plan for each of the Chapter 594 9 components of research design that are presented in this section. 95. Chapter 6 Defining and Measuring Concepts. 6.1 Measurement, Conceptualization, and Operationalization. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. In this chapter we'll discuss measurement, conceptualization, and operationalization. If you're not quite sure what any of those words mean, or even how to pronounce them, no need to worry. By the end of the chapter, you should be able to wow your friends and family with your newfound knowledge of these three difficult to pronounce, but relatively simple to grasp, terms. 6.1.1 Measurement. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define measurement. 2. Describe Kaplan's 3 categories of the things that social scientists measure. 3. Identify the stages at which measurement is important. Measurement is important. Recognizing that fact, and respecting it, will be of great benefit to you, both in research methods and in other areas of life as well. If, for example, you have ever baked a cake, you know well the importance of measurement. As someone who much prefers rebelling against precise rules over following them, I once learned the hard way that measurement matters. A couple of years ago I attempted to bake my husband a birthday cake without the help of any measuring utensils. I'd baked before, I reasoned, and I had a pretty good sense of the difference between a cup and a tablespoon. How hard could it be? As it turns out, it's not easy guesstimating precise measures. That cake was the lumpiest, most lopsided cake I've ever seen. And it tasted kind of like Play-Doh. Depicts the monstrosity I created, all because I did not respect the value of measurement. Just as measurement is critical to successful baking, it is as important to successfully pulling off a social scientific research project. In sociology, when we use the term measurement, we mean the process by which we describe and ascribe meaning to the key facts, concepts, or other phenomena that we are investigating. At its core, measurement is about defining one's terms in as clear and precise a way as possible. Chapter 696. Of course, measurement in social science isn't quite as simple as using some predetermined or universally agreed on tool, such as a measuring cup or spoon, but there are some basic tenets on which most social scientists agree when it comes to measurement. We'll explore those as well as some of the ways that measurement might vary depending on your unique approach to the study of your topic. 6.1.1.1 What do social scientists measure? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The question of what social scientists measure can be answered by asking oneself, what social scientists study? Think about the topics you've learned about in other sociology classes you've taken or the topics you've considered investigating yourself. Or think about the many examples of research you've read about in this text. In Linking Methods with Theory, page 17, we learned about Melissa Milkey and Catherine Warner's study, 2011, one of first graders' mental health. In order to conduct that study, Milkey and Warner needed to have some idea about how they were going to measure mental health. What does mental health mean, exactly? And how do we know when we're observing someone whose mental health is good and when we see someone whose mental health is compromised? Understanding how measurement works in research methods helps us answer these sorts of questions. As you might have guessed, social scientists will measure just about anything that they have an interest in investigating. For example, those who are interested in learning something about the correlation between social class and levels of happiness must develop some way to measure both social class and happiness. Those who wish to understand how well immigrants cope in their new locations must measure immigrant status and coping. Those who wish to understand how a person's gender shapes their workplace experiences must measure gender and workplace experiences. You get the idea. Social scientists can and do measure just about anything you can imagine observing or wanting to study. Of course, some things are easier to observe, or measure than others, and the things we might wish to measure don't necessarily all fall into the same category of measurables. In 1964, philosopher Abraham Kaplan, 1964, wrote what has since become a classic work in research methodology, The Conduct of Inquiry, Babi, 2010. 3. In his text, Kaplan describes different categories of things that behavioral scientists observe. 1. Of those categories, which Kaplan called observational terms, is probably the simplest to measure in social science. Observational terms are the sorts of things that we can see with the naked eye simply by looking at them. They are terms that lend themselves to easy and confident verification. 1964, p. 54. For if, for example, we wanted to know how the conditions of playgrounds differ across different 1. Milky, M.A., and Warner, C.H. 2011. Classroom learning environments and the mental health of first-grade children. Journal of Health and Social Behavior, 52, 4, 22. 2. Kaplan, A. 1964. The Conduct of Inquiry, Methodology for Behavioral Science. San Francisco, C.A., Chandler Publishing Company. 3. Earl Babi offers a more detailed discussion of Kaplan's work in his text. You can read it in of the following, Babi, E. 2010. The Practice of Social Research, 12th ed. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth. 4. Kaplan, A. 1964. The Conduct of Inquiry, Methodology for Behavioral Science. San Francisco, C.A., Chandler Publishing Company, p. 54. 97. Neighborhoods, we could directly observe the variety, amount, and condition of equipment at various playgrounds. Indirect observables, on the other hand, are less straightforward to assess. They are terms whose application calls for relatively more subtle, complex, or indirect observations, in which inferences play an acknowledged part. Such inferences concern presumed connections, usually causal, between what is directly observed and what the term signifies. 1964, p. 55. 5. If we conducted a study for which we wish to know a person's income, we'd probably have to ask them their income, perhaps in an interview or a survey. Thus we have observed income, even if it has only been observed indirectly. Birthplace might be another indirect observable. We can ask study participants where they were born, but chances are good we won't have directly observed any of those people being born in the locations they report. Sometimes the measures that we are interested in are more complex and more abstract than observational terms or indirect observables. Think about some of the concepts you've learned about in other sociology classes. Ethnocentrism, for example. What is ethnocentrism? Well, you might know from your intro to sociology class that it has something to do with the way a person judges another's culture. But how would you measure it? Here's another construct, Bureaucracy. We know this term has something to do with organizations and how they operate, but measuring such a construct is trickier than measuring, say, a person's income. In both cases, ethnocentrism and bureaucracy, these theoretical notions represent ideas whose meaning we have come to agree on. Though we may not be able to observe these abstractions directly, we can observe the confluence of things that they are made up of. Kaplan referred to these more abstract things that behavioral scientists measure as constructs. Constructs are not observational either directly or indirectly. 1964, p. 55, 6, but they can be defined based on observables. Thus far we have learned that social scientists measure what Abraham Kaplan called observational terms, indirect observables, and constructs. These terms refer to the different sorts of things that social scientists may be interested in measuring. But how do social scientists measure these things? That is the next question we'll tackle. 6.1.1.2 How do social scientists measure? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Measurement in social science is a process. It occurs at multiple stages of a research project, in the planning stages, in the data collection stage, and sometimes even in the analysis stage. Recall that previously we defined measurement as the process by which we describe and ascribe meaning to the key facts, concepts, or other phenomena that we are investigating. Once we've identified a research question, we begin to think about what some of the key ideas are that we hope to learn from our project. In describing those key ideas, we begin the measurement process. 5. Kaplan, A. 1964. The Conduct of Inquiry, Methodology for Behavioral Science. San Francisco, C.A., Chandler Publishing Company, p. 55. 6. Kaplan, A. 1964. The Conduct of Inquiry, Methodology for Behavioral Science. San Francisco, C.A., Chandler Publishing Company, p. 55. Chapter 698. Let's say that our research question is the following: how do new college students cope with the adjustment to college? In order to answer this question, we'll need some idea about what coping means. We may come up with an idea about what coping means early in the research process, as we begin to think about what to look for, or observe, in our data collection phase. Once we've collected data on coping, we also have to decide how to report on the topic. Perhaps, for example, there are different types or dimensions of coping, some of which lead to more successful adjustment than others. However we decide to proceed, and whatever we decide to report, the point is that measurement is important at each of these phases. As the preceding paragraph demonstrates, measurement is a process in part because it occurs at multiple stages of conducting research. We could also think of Measurement as a process because of the fact that measurement in itself involves multiple stages. From identifying one's key terms to defining them to figuring out how to observe them and how to know if our observations are any good, there are multiple steps involved in the measurement process. An additional step in the measurement process involves deciding what elements one's measures contain. A measure's elements might be very straightforward and clear, particularly if they are directly observable. Other measures are more complex and might require the researcher to account for different themes or types. These sorts of complexities require paying careful attention to a concept's level of measurement and its dimensions. We'll explore these complexities in greater depth at the end of this chapter, but first let's look more closely at the early steps involved in the measurement process. Key takeaways. Measurement is the process by which we describe and ascribe meaning to the key facts, concepts, or other phenomena that we are investigating. Kaplan identified 3 categories of things that social scientists measure, including observational terms, indirect observables, and constructs. Measurement occurs at all stages of research. Exercise 1. See if you can come up with one example of each of the following: an observational term, an indirect observable, and a construct. How might you measure each? 99. 6.1.2 Conceptualization. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Define concept. 2. Describe why defining our concepts is important. 3. Describe how conceptualization works. 4. Define dimensions in terms of social scientific measurement. 5. Describe reification. In this section we'll take a look at one of the first steps in the measurement process: conceptualization. This has to do with defining our terms as clearly as possible and also not taking ourselves too seriously in the process. Our definitions mean only what we say they mean, nothing more and nothing less. Let's talk first about how to define our terms, and then we'll examine what I mean about not taking ourselves, or our terms, rather, too seriously. 6.1.2.1 Concepts and Conceptualization. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. So far the word concept has come up quite a bit, and it would behoove us to make sure we have a shared understanding of that term. A concept is the notion or image that we conjure up when we think of some cluster of related observations or ideas. For example, masculinity is a concept. What do you think of when you hear that word? Presumably you imagine some set of behaviors and perhaps even a particular style of self-presentation. Of course, we can't necessarily assume that everyone conjures up the same set of ideas or images when they hear the word masculinity. In fact, there are many possible ways to define the term. And while some definitions may be more common or have more support than others, there isn't one true, always correct in all settings definition. What counts as masculine may shift over time, from culture to culture, and even from individual to individual. Kimmel, 2008. 7. This is why defining our concepts is so important. You might be asking yourself why you should bother defining a term for which there is no single, correct definition. Believe it or not, this is true for any concept you might measure in a sociological study. There is never a single, always correct definition. When we conduct empirical research, our terms mean only what we say they mean, nothing more and nothing less. There's a New Yorker cartoon that aptly represents this idea. http://www.cartoonbank.com/1998. 7. Kimmel, M. 2008. Masculinity. In W. A. Darity, Jr. Edition, International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 2nd ed., Volume 5, pages 1-5. Detroit, Me, Macmillan Reference USA. Chapter 6 100. Define CHOP/INV/117721. It depicts a young George Washington holding an axe and standing near a freshly chopped cherry tree. Young George is looking up at a frowning adult who is standing over him, arms crossed. The caption depicts George explaining, "It all depends on how you define chop." Young George Washington gets the idea. Whether he actually chopped down the cherry tree depends on whether we have a shared understanding of the term chop. Without a shared understanding of this term, our understandings of what George has just done may differ. Likewise, without understanding how a researcher has defined her or his key concepts, it would be nearly impossible to understand the meaning of that researcher's findings and conclusions. Thus, any decision we make based on findings from empirical research should be made based on full knowledge not only of how the research was designed, as described in Research Design, page 72, but also of how its concepts were defined and measured. So how do we define our concepts? This is part of the process of measurement, and this portion of the process is called conceptualization. Conceptualization involves writing out clear, concise definitions for our key concepts. Sticking with the previously mentioned example of masculinity, think about what comes to mind when you read that term. How do you know masculinity when you see it? Does it have something to do with men? With social norms? If so, perhaps we could define masculinity as the social norms that men are expected to follow. That seems like a reasonable start, and at this early stage of conceptualization, brainstorming about the images conjured up by concepts and playing around with possible definitions is appropriate. But this is just the first step. it would make sense as well to consult other previous research and theory to understand if other scholars have already defined the concepts we're interested in. This doesn't necessarily mean we must use their definitions, but understanding how concepts have been defined in the past will give us an idea about how our conceptualizations compare with the predominant ones out there. Understanding prior definitions of our key concepts will also help us decide whether we plan to challenge those conceptualizations or rely on them for our own work. If we turn to the literature on masculinity, we will surely come across work by Michael Kimmel, one of the preeminent masculinity scholars in the United States. After consulting Kimmel's prior work, 2000, 2008, we might tweak our initial definition of masculinity just a bit. Rather than defining masculinity as the social norms that men are expected to follow, perhaps instead we'll define it as the social roles, behaviors, and meanings prescribed for men in any given society at any one time. Our revised definition is both more precise and more complex. Rather than simply addressing one aspect of men's lives, norms, our new definition addresses three aspects: roles, behaviors, and meanings. It also implies that roles, behaviors, and meanings may vary across societies and over time. Thus, to be clear, we'll also have to specify the particular society and time period we're investigating as we conceptualize masculinity. As you can see, conceptualization isn't quite as simple as merely applying any random definition that we come up with to a term. Sure, it may involve some initial brainstorming, but conceptualization goes beyond that. Once we've brainstormed a bit about the images a particular word conjures up for us, we should also consult prior. 8. Kimmel, M. 2000. The Gendered Society. New York, New York, Oxford University Press, Kimmel, M. 2008. Masculinity. In W.A. Garrity Jr. Edition, International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 2nd ed., Volume 5, pages 1-5. Detroit, Me, Macmillan Reference. USA. 101. Work to understand how others define the term in question. And after we've identified a clear definition that we're happy with, we should make sure that every term used in our definition will make sense to others. Are there terms used within our definition that also need to be defined? If so, our conceptualization is not yet complete. And there is yet another aspect of conceptualization to consider: concept dimensions. We'll consider that aspect along with an additional word of caution about conceptualization. Next. 6.1.2.2 A word of caution about conceptualization. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. So now that we've come up with a clear definition for the term masculinity and made sure that the terms we use in our definition are equally clear, we're done, right? Not so fast. If you've ever met more than one man in your life, you've probably noticed that they are not all exactly the same, even if they live in the same society and at the same historical time period. This could mean that there are dimensions of masculinity. In terms of social scientific measurement, concepts can be said to have dimensions. When there are multiple elements that make up a single concept. With respect to the term masculinity, dimensions could be regional. Is masculinity defined differently in different regions of the same country? Age-based, is masculinity defined differently for men of different ages, or perhaps power-based? Are some forms of masculinity valued more than others? In any of these cases, the concept masculinity would be considered to have multiple dimensions. While it isn't necessarily a must to spell out every possible dimension of the concepts you wish to measure, it may be important to do so depending on the goals of your research. The point here is to be aware that some concepts have dimensions, and to think about whether and when dimensions may be relevant to the concepts you intend to investigate. Before we move on to the additional steps involved in the measurement process, it would be wise to caution ourselves about one of the dangers associated with conceptualization. While I've suggested that we should consult prior scholarly definitions of our concepts, it would be wrong to assume that just because prior definitions exist that they are any more real than whatever definitions we make up, or likewise, that our own made-up definitions are any more real than any other definition. It would also be wrong to assume that just because definitions exist for some concept that the concept itself exists beyond some abstract idea in our heads. This idea, assuming that our abstract concepts exist in some concrete, tangible way, is known as reification. To better understand reification, take a moment to think about the concept of social structure. This concept is central to sociological thinking. When we sociologists talk about social structure, we are talking about an abstract concept. Social structures shape our ways of being in the world and of interacting with one another, but they do not exist in any concrete or tangible way. A social structure isn't the same thing as other sorts of structures, such as buildings or bridges. Sure, both types of structures are important to how we live our everyday lives, but one we can touch, and the other is just an idea that shapes our way of living. Chapter 6-102. Here's another way of thinking about reification. Think about the term family. If you were interested in studying this concept, we've learned that it would be good to consult prior theory and research to understand how the term has been conceptualized by others. But we should also question past conceptualizations. Think, for example, about where we'd be today if we used the same definition of family that was used, say, 100 years ago. How have our understandings of this concept changed over time? What role does conceptualization in social scientific research play in our cultural understandings of terms like family? The point is that our terms mean nothing more and nothing less than whatever definition we assign to them. Sure, it makes sense to come to some social agreement about what various concepts mean. Without that agreement, it would be difficult to navigate through everyday living. But at the same time, we should not forget that we have assigned those definitions and that they are no more real than any other, alternative definition we might choose to assign. Key takeaways. Conceptualization is a process that involves coming up with clear, concise definitions. Some concepts have multiple elements or dimensions. Just because definitions for abstract concepts exist does not mean that the concept is tangible or concrete. Exercises. 1. Conceptualize the term discipline and identify possible dimensions of the term. Have someone who is in the class with you do the same thing, without seeing your conceptualization. Now compare what you each came up with. How do your conceptualizations and dimensions differ, and why? 2. Identify a concept that is important in your area of interest. Challenge yourself to conceptualize the term without first consulting prior literature. Now consult prior work to see how your concept has been conceptualized by others. How and where does your conceptualization differ from others? Are there dimensions of the concept that you or others hadn't considered? 6.1.3 Operationalization. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Describe how operationalization works. 2. Define and give an example of indicators. 103. Now that we have figured out how to define, or conceptualize, our terms, we'll need to think about operationalizing them. Operationalization is the process by which we spell out precisely how a concept will be measured. It involves identifying the specific research procedures we will use to gather data about our concepts. This, of course, requires that one know what research method he or she will employ to learn about her or his concepts, and we'll examine specific research methods in survey research. A quantitative technique, page 132, through other methods of data collection and analysis, page 220. For now, let's take a broad look at how operationalization works. We can then revisit how this process works when we examine specific methods of data collection in later chapters. 6.1.3.1 Indicators. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Operationalization works by identifying specific indicators that will be taken to represent the ideas that we are interested in studying. If, for example, we are interested in studying masculinity, indicators for that concept might include some of the social roles prescribed to men in society, such as breadwinning or fatherhood. being a breadwinner or a father might therefore be considered indicators of a person's masculinity. The extent to which a man fulfills either, or both, of these roles might be understood as clues, or indicators, about the extent to which he is viewed as masculine. Let's look at another example of indicators. Each day, Gallup researchers poll 1,000 randomly selected Americans to ask them about their well-being. To measure well-being, Gallup asks these people to respond to questions covering 6 broad areas: physical health, emotional health, work environment, life evaluation, healthy behaviors, and access to basic necessities. Gallup uses these 6 factors as indicators of the concept that they are really interested in, well-being. http www.gallup.com poll/123-215/Gallup Healthways Index ASPs. Identifying indicators can be even simpler than the examples described thus far. What are the possible indicators of the concept of gender? Most of us would probably agree that woman and man are both reasonable indicators of gender, and if you're a sociologist of gender, like me, you might also add an indicator of other to the list. Political party is another relatively easy concept for which to identify indicators. In the United States, likely indicators include Democrat and Republican, and, depending on your research interest, you may include additional indicators such as independent, green, or libertarian as well. Age and birthplace are additional examples of concepts for which identifying indicators is a relatively simple process. What concepts are of interest to you, and what are the possible indicators of those concepts? We have now considered a few examples of concepts and their indicators, but it is important that we don't make the process of coming up with indicators too arbitrary or casual. One way to avoid taking an overly casual approach in identifying indicators, as described previously, is to turn to prior theoretical and empirical work in your area. Theories will point you in the direction of relevant concepts and possible indicators. Empirical work will give you some very specific examples of how the important Chapter 6-104 concepts in an area have been measured in the past and what sorts of indicators have been used. Perhaps it makes sense to use the same indicators as researchers who have come before you. On the other hand, perhaps you notice some possible weaknesses in measures that have been used in the past that your own methodological approach will enable you to overcome. Speaking of your methodological approach, another very important thing to think about when deciding on indicators and how you will measure your key concepts is the strategy you will use for data collection. A survey implies one way of measuring concepts, while field research implies a quite different way of measuring concepts. Your data collection strategy will play a major role in shaping how you operationalize your concepts. 6.1.3.2 Putting it all together. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 moving from identifying concepts to conceptualizing them and then to operationalizing them is a matter of increasing specificity. You begin with a general interest, identify a few concepts that are essential for studying that interest, work to define those concepts, and then spell out precisely how you will measure those concepts. Your focus becomes narrower as you move from a general interest to operationalization. The process looks something like that depicted in Figure 6.1. Here, the researcher moves from a broader level of focus to a more narrow focus. The example provided in italics in the figure indicates what this process might look like for a researcher interested in studying the socialization of boys into their roles as men. Figure 6.1 The process of measurement, missing in original. One point not yet mentioned is that while the measurement process often works as outlined in Figure 6.1, it doesn't necessarily always have to work out that way. What if your interest is in discovering how people define the same concept differently? If that's the case, you probably begin the measurement process the same way as outlined earlier, by having some general interest and identifying key concepts related to that interest. You might even have some working definitions of the concepts you wish to measure. And of course you'll have some idea of how you'll go about discovering how your concept is defined by different people. But you may not go so far as to have a clear set of indicators identified before beginning data collection, for that would defeat the purpose if your aim is to discover the variety of indicators people rely on. Let's consider an example of when the measurement process may not work out exactly as depicted in Figure 6.1. One of my early research projects, Blackstone 2003-9, was a study of activism in the breast cancer movement compared to activism in the anti-rape movement. A goal of this study was to understand what politics means in the context of social movement participation. I began the study with a rather open-ended understanding of the term, by observing participants to understand how 9. Blackstone, A. 2003. Racing for the Cure and Taking Back the Night, Constructing Gender, Politics and Public Participation in Women's Activist/Volunteer Work. PhD dissertation, Department of Sociology, University of Minnesota, Minneapolis, MN 105. They engaged in politics. I began to gain an understanding of what politics meant for these groups and individuals. I learned from my observations that politics seemed to be about power, who has it, who wants it, and how it is given, negotiated, and taken away. Blackstone, 2007. 10 specific actions, such as the awareness-raising bicycle event Ride Against Rape, seemed to be political in that they empowered survivors to see that they were not alone, and they empowered clinics, through funds raised at the event, to provide services to survivors. By taking the time to observe movement participants in action for many months, I was able to learn how politics operated in the day-to-day goings-on of social movements and in the lives of movement participants. While it was not evident at the outset of the study, My observations led me to define politics as linked to action and challenging power. In this case, I conducted observations before actually coming up with a clear definition for my key term, and certainly before identifying indicators for the term. The measurement process therefore worked more inductively than implies that it might. Key takeaways. Operationalization involves spelling out precisely how a concept will be measured. The measurement process generally involves going from a more general focus to a narrower one, but the process does not proceed in exactly the same way for all research projects. Exercise 1. Think of a concept that is of interest to you. Now identify some possible indicators of that concept. 6.1.4 Measurement Quality. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Define reliability. 2. Define validity. Once we've managed to define our terms and specify the operations for measuring them, how do we know that our measures are any good? Without some assurance of the quality of our measures, we cannot be certain that our findings have any meaning. Or, at the least, that our findings mean what we think they mean. When social scientists measure concepts, they aim to achieve reliability and validity in their measures. These two aspects of measurement quality are the focus of this section. We'll consider reliability first and then take a look at validity. For both aspects of 10. Blackstone, A. 2007. Finding Politics in the Silly and the Sacred, Anti-Rape Activism on Campus. Sociological Spectrum, 27. 151-163. Chapter 6 106. Measurement Quality. Let's say our interest is in measuring the concepts of alcoholism and alcohol intake. What are some potential problems that could arise when attempting to measure this concept, and how might we work to overcome those problems? 6.1.4.1 Reliability. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. First, let's say we've decided to measure alcoholism by asking people to respond to the following question: have you ever had a problem with alcohol? If we measure alcoholism in this way, it seems likely that anyone who identifies as an alcoholic would respond with a yes to the question. So this must be a good way to identify our group of interest, right? Well, maybe. Think about how you or others you know would respond to this question. Would responses differ after a wild night out from what they would have been the day before? Might a teetotaler's current headache from the single glass of wine he had last night influence how he answers the question this morning? How would that same person respond to the question before consuming the wine? In each of these cases, if the same person would respond differently to the same question at different points, it is possible that our measure of alcoholism has a reliability problem. Reliability in measurement is about consistency. If a measure is reliable, it means that if the same measure is applied consistently to the same person, the result will be the same each time. One common problem of reliability with social scientific measures is memory. If we ask research participants to recall some aspect of their own past behavior, we should try to make the recollection process as simple and straightforward for them as possible. Sticking with the topic of alcohol intake, if we ask respondents how much wine, beer, and liquor they've consumed each day over the course of the past 3 months, how likely are we to get accurate responses? Unless a person keeps a journal documenting their intake, there will very likely be some inaccuracies in their responses. If, on the other hand, we ask a person how many drinks of any kind he or she has consumed in the past week, we might get a more accurate set of responses. Reliability can be an issue even when we're not reliant on others to accurately report their behaviors. Perhaps a field researcher is interested in observing how alcohol intake influences interactions in public locations. She may decide to conduct observations at a local pub, noting how many drinks patrons consume and how their behavior changes as their intake changes. But what if the researcher has to use the restroom and misses the 3 shots of tequila that the person next to her downs during the brief period she is away? The reliability of this researcher's measure of alcohol intake, counting numbers of drinks she observes patrons consume, depends on her ability to actually observe every instance of patrons consuming drinks. If she is unlikely to be able to observe every such instance, then perhaps her mechanism for measuring this concept is not reliable. 107. 6.1.4.2 Validity. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. While reliability is about consistency, validity is about shared understanding. What image comes to mind for you when you hear the word alcoholic? Are you certain that the image you conjure up is similar to the image others have in mind? If not, then we may be facing a problem of validity. To be valid, we must be certain that our measures accurately get at the meaning of our concepts. Think back to the first possible measure of alcoholism we considered in the subsection Reliability. There, we initially considered measuring alcoholism by asking research participants the following question: have you ever had a problem with alcohol? We realized that this might not be the most reliable way of measuring alcoholism because the same person's response might vary dramatically depending on how he or she is feeling that day. Likewise, this measure of alcoholism is not particularly valid. What is a problem with alcohol? For some, it might be having had a single regrettable or embarrassing moment that resulted from consuming too much. For others, the threshold for problem might be different. Perhaps a person has had numerous embarrassing drunken moments but still gets out of bed for work every day, so doesn't perceive himself or herself to have a problem. Because what each respondent considers to be problematic could vary so dramatically, our measure of alcoholism isn't likely to yield any useful or meaningful results if our aim is to objectively understand, say, how many of our research participants are alcoholics. 11. Let's consider another example. Perhaps we're interested in learning about a person's dedication to healthy living. Most of us would probably agree that engaging in regular exercise is a sign of healthy living, so we could measure healthy living by counting the number of times per week that a person visits his local gym. At first this might seem like a reasonable measure, but if this respondent's gym is anything like some of the gyms I've seen, there exists the distinct possibility that his gym visits include activities that are decidedly not fitness related. Perhaps he visits the gym to use their tanning beds, not a particularly good indicator of healthy living, or to flirt with potential dates, or sit in the sauna. These activities, while potentially relaxing, are probably not the best indicators of healthy living. Therefore, recording the number of times a person visits the gym may not be the most valid way to measure his or her dedication to healthy living. Using this measure wouldn't really give us an indication of a person's dedication to healthy living. So we wouldn't really be measuring what we intended to measure. At its core, validity is about social agreement. One quick and easy way to help ensure that your measures are valid is to discuss them with others. One way to think of validity is to think of it as how you would be represented in a portrait. Some portraits of people look just like the actual person they are intended to represent. But other representations of people's images, such as caricatures and stick drawings, are not nearly as accurate. While a portrait may not be an exact representation of how a 11. Of course, if our interest is in how many research participants perceive themselves to have a problem, then our measure may be just fine. Chapter 6 108. Person looks, what's important.